got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need.
Bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. You can take away my mint Cadillac, take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night, all I want is you. Honey is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. To me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you. Honey is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah.
I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but
you're away. In this place, there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good.
Let's go get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. Huh. Let's go get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right.
Well, there's this girl that I like, but I know that she's wrong for me. But as hard as I try, you know I can't seem to break free. Well, I don't know what I'm thinking of, but I can't get her out of my mind. When she walks in the room, I take one look at her, and all I wanna do is make her mine. But you know that you don't go messing around with a girl like that, a girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart, and you're never gonna get it back.
So hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. I'm lost in the shadows. Tell me, what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. And you never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue. All wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Can't find my way out, no. Wrapped up in blue. Tell me, what can I do? Wrapped up in blue. All wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Somebody help me now. Wrapped up in blue. All wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Somebody tell me what to do, 'cause I'm wrapped up in blue. 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 Oh, yes, I am. Hey, I've had days of struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Two weeks of Dota have led up to this moment, with just 3 teams remaining. Flipster Talon, the Southeast Asian double agents who no one suspected would make it this far. Bet Boom Team, they play like bosses, but sometimes they place like henchmen. And of course, the supervillains awaiting in their best of 5 lair, Parivision. It's all happening here for the 26th season of our tournament. The name's League. Dream League. It's Championship Sunday, friends. 2 whole weeks of Dota have culminated in this moment. It's been a hell of a journey, Ted, but now it's the final day.
Holy shit, that opening was so good, and now it's just us.
Yeah, it's a real letdown.
I feel like
I was about to ask, who are you from the James Bond universe?
I'm surprised you even know what James Bond is. Congratulations.
He's
Senator. High
Odd Job.
five.
Clearly, he's Odd Job with the hat.
I don't know who that is, but sure.
He's the guy who throws the hat.
Odd Job was Goldfinger's henchman.
Sure.
And he had a hat that was razor sharp around the edge, and he would throw it, and it would cut people's heads off.
Oh, that sounds like a Mortal Kombat character I know.
Well,
wow, yes.
this was in the 60s, so
And
I doubt.
you're probably more like a Jaws type figure.
Jaws?
I mean, he's very tall.
He is very tall, but he's not intimidating. And Jaws had like monstrous fake teeth that he could bite through steel with and stuff like
I
that.
can be intimidating, Ted.
Really?
You've never given me a reason to.
He could be James Bond himself. I mean, he looks like Pierce Brosnan. He has an incredible British accent. Let's be real.
Oh, that is true.
That may be the
Can't
nicest
compare.
thing you've ever said about Cinderin.
Yeah, I don't believe a second of this.
I'm comparing him to a 70-year-old man.
That's right.
A very dapper stuff.
You could be Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, I actually, it is a compliment.
I'd be one of the guys that gets killed very early on. No one remembers his character. He just
No, you're the
Guys.
comedic, like, what's the guy that gives all the gadgets? That guy's funny.
Q.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pay attention, Bond. That guy.
Yeah.
Bring it back in one piece,
Yeah,
would you?
exactly. And then you have to make witty double entendre about the devices. Can you do that?
Not on the spot.
What if James Bond was just super pretentious, a real piece of shit, nobody liked him? I want to see the point of view from the villain. I want the villain to be the protagonist.
I know, yeah.
You know?
I would love
Goodness.
a Bond-ish thing, like a film or a TV show where we're just following the villain trying
Yeah.
to bring down
Yeah, I
the
wanna
world
root
or
for them.
something. He's like, guys, I said build a rocket, all right? And we're going to launch it at New York City. What is this? And they've just cobbled together some piece of crap. That'd be funny.
So far, that's what I was alluding to with all these teams. They're trying to mastermind a method to destroy Parivision because they have been just running roughshod throughout this entire tournament. Flipster Talon and Bet Boom Team are the only 2 opportunities to take down this juggernaut of an opponent.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. I think everyone has basically said that if anyone's going to beat Paravision, it's going to be Flipster Talon,
Yeah.
right? I don't know. I feel like they've got it in them to step up and beat Paravision, but Paravision are picking all kinds of crap and winning. Like, they're just like, just pick whatever. So that's pretty confident and bold. I don't
Also-
think they could lose.
It's a bit tough to be hopeful for Bet Boom after what happened last night. Right?
Yes.
It's like they get a chance to show, all right, we've leveled up, we can do it, and they got absolutely smashed.
Smash!
So it's like, well, if they get another chance in the BO5, can they really like level up that much overnight? Whereas Talon, it's been more time since they've played each other. They get to see, obviously how they deal with Bet Boom in the winners finals, etc. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's in case anyone needs a refresher on how yesterday went, both Flipster Talon and BetBoom team had opportunities to play, although Flipster Talon had a much better showing, as in their lower bracket semifinal, they were able to defeat Aurora and move on further into the tournament, and they were doing it with a 2-0. We never expect Flipster Talon to win Game 1, but by golly, they did it. Perhaps it was because Aurora Gaming were a little bit too defensive, Sunsfin. I think that was the assessment that most of my analysts concluded.
Yeah, they didn't pounce on the situation. They were up like 6 to 7K at some point. They were in, I mean, I wouldn't say it was commanding position. It wasn't a usual Talon Game 1 where they lose in the first 5 minutes.
Right.
They definitely had a way to come back, and they did capitalize on a few mistakes from Aurora. And yeah, from there, I mean, Game 2 was not even close.
No, it wasn't.
Talon destroyed them.
I think Aurora 100% through the first game. They looked much stronger. There was a fight in the top near the top tier 1, and there was also that fight mid where they just jumped this unkillable doom and all got black holed. And from there, I think in Game 2, it looked like they tilted off the face of the earth. They've had an evening to recover and talk about it, but yeah, too little, too late now, eh?
I hope we see Marcy Axe again today.
I was just going to say, this is my favorite lane of the entire tournament. I really enjoyed watching those two play together. I think Joachim is a monster on all the melee 4s, and he showed it. Marcy has not been a hero that has looked that great. I think it's been very polarizing. There's been some games that are good, other games are like, meh, we have a Marcy. Joachim made the hero look amazing in that lane, and with the way they set things up, so I really hope we get to see that again today. That exact lane, I think it would be awesome. I think it could work really well against the way that BetBoom play their carries in the safe lane with Kiritich. I think in some of the BetBoom games we've seen, you could argue that Kiritich has been dying the most in the laning stage out of all their cores. If you give a lane like Marcy Axe to match up. In particular, they just played against the Weaver yesterday. Kiritich is one of his worst games this tournament was actually on Weaver. So if they could somehow set up those conditions again, they could really exploit that, I think.
And they were doing this upper bracket final party vision, not as outlandish as their last group stage match was, but they were still picking heroes that aren't particularly popular. In game number 1, they picked Chen, and in game number 2, it seems they took it a little bit more seriously with a more traditional draft, but still, it does seem like Party Vision is just playing with their food in a lot of these matchups.
Ducals is a monster on Chen.
Yeah, he is.
If they pick Chen, it's not because they're fooling around, it's because we have one of the best Chens in the world and we think we have a strategy with it that's good. And can you blame them? I mean, it's one of those situations where everything works. So I don't even think they know what's good, because they can't fail.
That's a good point, actually.
Like, when are you going to figure out what actually the meta is if everything works for you?
How much of a viable pick do you think Pudge is, Sunsfan? Because Party Vision whipped it out in the final day of their group stage, but again, it may be a situation where they're like, oh, we can pick whatever we want.
It was twice, though. It wasn't just like, it worked once. They worked twice, and they embarrassed Gaiman.
Yeah, they did.
Like, Gaiman did not look like a team.
Yeah.
They were getting tilted off the face of the earth. You can't blame them. I mean, if we get to Pudge today, I would be very happy. But somehow I doubt it. I mean, they could try to go for the VP special where they just pick different heroes every single game.
Mm-hmm.
I think we will get one Pudge at least. It's a BO5 finals. 9 class will be like,
if they're,
I want to
if they're
play
in
Pudge
command of
in
the series,
final.
then sure. Yeah.
I think he'll probably pick it game 1 or something. And then if it goes wrong, whatever, then
That
they'll
didn't work too well for
adjust,
Na'Vi and TI1. It's the one game they lost.
Yeah.
That's true.
But then they adjusted and then they won the rest.
They just didn't pick Pudge and
Yeah.
they won the rest.
So there you go. You could just do that.
Yeah.
That was TI1.
Yeah.
Not much has changed since then.
Yeah,
yet.
it's basically the same hero.
Basically the same, yeah.
Since then, 26 seasons of DreamLeague have passed, and maybe these teams have a little bit more wiggle room on experimentation because all of them have qualified for the Esports World Cup at this point. They are getting themselves a few more points under their belt, but at this point, they got the most important thing, which is being on this top 8 leaderboard. Party Vision still running away with their top placement. Spirit and Tundra didn't show up to this DreamLeague, but they're thankful that they didn't get leapfrogged. BetBoom team still, like I had said in the intro, they are very, very capable, but their placements are never really championships. They always get so close. Last year, they got into grand finals of DreamLeague 2 times, and they only lost to Falcons. So if Falcons aren't here, who were EPT leaderboard spot number 4, then maybe they'll have learned from their upper bracket final yesterday against Party Vision. Liquid also getting themselves a comfortable number 5 spot, and Flipster Talon and Aurora closing things out. Gaming Gladiators will be in attendance as defending champions of the Esports World Cup 2024, and Extreme Gaming made it through their Asian Champions League, but they will be the only Chinese team in attendance at the Esports World Cup.
If you replace Talon with Game in there, it's all Europe.
That's Meswa for Falcons. Thank you very much.
I mean, come on, that's Europe. That's insane, though. There's so many good teams now in Dota.
Yeah,
Makes
but
it very exciting.
If there was one non-European team, I would not have thought Southeast Asia was going to be the one to
For sure.
reach through.
That's what's so cool about this tournament so far.
I want to be honest with you, but I don't think we can just say that's all Europe. Let's be real. The dominance is Eastern Europe, and you have 4 excellent teams coming out of that region. I think for Western Europe, Liquid didn't look great in group stage 2, did they?
They never do.
Gaming didn't look especially
I will
good
say
either.
this for Falcons, who dropped out really early.
Yep.
They're playing the long game.
Oh, really?
They want Riyadh. They want TI. If you win a bunch of tournaments early, Ted, you get patched out.
I've been saying this. You
happened
don't
to
want to
them.
peak too soon.
Yeah.
But I think that's Paravision's long game, is that you don't have a strategy or heroes you pick. You just win with everything, and Valve's like, well, we can't patch Paravision.
They're gonna nerf Pudge, and they won't know what to do.
So you're saying the way to win is just be great on everything?
Yeah.
That's a good idea. I think more teams should try that.
To be fair, quite a few teams do just have a strat, and then it gets nerfed and they're fucked.
Yeah. I will say for Falcons, in their defense, I think they've played so many tournaments in a row.
They have.
And I believe they chose to take the next upcoming tournament off. if
Yeah,
I'm
they
not
won't be at
mistaken.
Wallachia.
Yeah, they're skipping Wallachia, right? Because they're just, I think, a bit burned out. We're in that stage of Dota where this is like a great problem to have, that there's so many top tier tournaments that players will need to take a break here and there because you're on the road all the time, and people will be like, wow, what a dream, right? You get to play video games all the time for a living. It's really exhausting with all the travel, with all the boot camps, with all the stress.
And it's an intense game.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of need to have experienced being in the environment that it takes when you're playing against tough opposition, and the strain it takes on you mentally to always be on and always be performing, to understand how much it matters when you finally get a break if there's a lot of these tournaments.
Is there any other sport in the world where there is no mid-season or end of season 2 months, 3 months off?
Yeah.
Like, I think we're just expecting people to compete all year round, year after year, without a break. Of course they're going to get burned out.
Well, NBA, when there's Olympics in the summer.
So the NBA season finishes.
NBA season is like, let's say, 7 to 8 months. It's really long.
Right.
And then the
Like the football
Olympics is
season.
like 2 months.
Right. They're not playing every day.
No.
And also, they're playing against, like, the UK basketball. I mean, that's
They
like
almost
barely
lost.
breaking a sweat.
They almost lost.
To who?
Who was it? I think it was France.
Really? Was Wembyana playing?
Of course. Yeah, well,
there
that's
you
not
go.
his name, but yes, absolutely.
Wembyana.
No, that's not right.
Wembanyama.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Nice
He knows
job.
stuff.
3 times the charm.
He's a very tall boy. If you haven't seen him,
He's good.
if you look at him warming up, he looks like Slender Man. Really
He's an
genuinely quite
alien.
scary.
It's crazy. And he grew like 2 inches. We can talk NBA if you don't.
It's a We Say Things 4-man episode.
Cinderan's favorite subject.
Oh yes, this is riveting stuff. Please go on, gentlemen.
Fine.
It is funny that you started a podcast with someone who basically hates basketball.
I'm just indifferent about it. I don't hate
Right,
any
yeah,
sports.
you just
I
don't care.
I'm not invested at all.
I think the only common ground you guys have is Dota. But by golly, do you make magic happen with it?
Oh, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, that's right.
Really magical.
And because of how crowded the schedule has been, it also gives some room for the teams that have not been able to make it to the events to go through qualifiers, because closed qualifiers are starting next week for the Esports World Cup and soon thereafter for TI. So even though we're having all these Tier 1 tournaments, the qualifiers themselves are a little tournament of their own, especially with all these teams migrating regions and trying to figure out what their best odds are of making it.
Migrating regions, let's be real. Looking for an easier route in. Fair enough. Take that chance.
Come to NA, somebody, please. I'm begging you.
It's just going to be Shopify again, isn't it?
Yeah, looks like it.
What was it? The announced teams for the TI qualifiers for North America was 2 teams plus 6 open qualifiers.
Correct.
I cannot remember the last time that's happened.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting.
Who are the 2 teams?
Shopify Rebellion and Wildcard, right?
Yes, I think
Oh,
that's
wow.
But Jenkins' team's coming.
through opens?
Team Fart.
Did they remember to
Team
register?
Fart Studios.
No, I
Is
don't
it
think
Fart
they-
Studios?
I think they forgot to register. Disqualified.
I know a lot of Southeast Asian teams are especially thankful that Flipster Talon managed to make it through points directly, because now that one slot that's on the line right now for Southeast Asia is available, because despite a middling season from Flipster Talon, they managed to get 10th place and get themselves some small points at DreamLeague Season 24, which was around 9 months ago at this point. Bangkok didn't happen. Season 25 didn't happen. Rally is when they started to maybe get their bearings. And now we don't know how many points they're going to end with, but we know that they have enough to qualify directly to Riyadh.
Yeah, it's a good time to peak, you know, the last tournament where you really need to perform and get all the points that you didn't throughout the entire year. Until this tournament, they have like 500, and now they have close to 4,000, I think, or even more. So, you know, just a little nice 8x or 10x or whatever to finish the year.
We encourage the.
timing.
I mean, you need to be good right before the actual tournament happens.
Yeah,
if you
that's how it
peaked,
should be.
if you peaked in November, you may be irrelevant by now after all the balance patches, potential roster changes. So it's very exciting.
Tsunami?
Say again?
Who are you calling out?
I don't know, actually. I feel like because Parivision won Bangkok and they're still good.
Yeah, they're insane.
We've been here before, where a team has been crushing it all year and not done it.
Yeah, but when's the last time that happened? Because our past 3 years have had teams that have been dominant all year, like Parivision this year, Falcons last year, Gaiman year before. There's like a year of dominance and then they dip right before TI.
Yeah, well, and Riyadh Masters.
Well, Gaiman was able to win.
Well, Gaiman won a year after they were dominant.
Oh, yeah, that's true, yes.
Because they weren't that good last year.
Yeah. It's Spirit who always gets good right before TI.
Spirit's like the anomaly, I guess.
Do you guys think Spirit's way of winning tournaments is by design? Do you think they deliberately, throughout the year, tone it down a little bit? We talk about burnout and like strategizing to be good when it matters most. Do you think that's something they've actively done, or do you think it's just a coincidence that, all right, things don't go so well and then they kick it up? Because it also hasn't been like every big tournament, they're not doing great at all of them.
Yep.
They just have a really good track record overall. So be curious.
I think it's unintentional in the sense that they play harder than was comfortable for them right during the Riyadh TI season. And then they're like, oh my god, that was grueling. We got to like tone it down a notch. And then the whole November through April season starts and they're like, we kind of need to get good again, and they push it to the limit.
I think it helps to have players that are clutch though as well. Like they don't really feel pressure. At least that's what it seems like. There's a lot of players that have been playing a long time, won't name them of course, can't handle the pressure very well, right? And I think Spirit are a team that have shown time and time again they can, doesn't matter if their backs are against the wall, they're going to bring their best every time.
Yeah, their mentality is insane.
On the idea of teams that may not handle pressure very well, let's take a look at BetBoom's road to Riyadh and how they handled their journey to get enough Esports World Cup points. Because you can see a lot of good placements, but no first places for them. Second place at Season 24, third place at Bangkok, a top 6 at Season 25, top 4 at Rally, and here we are again, top 3 at the minimum at Season 26.
You know, I'm picking them as a sleeper to win Riyadh.
Oh yeah?
I have been so impressed with GPK. I haven't been able to make fun of them the entire tournament, which is crazy, and I really push for it every time. But he has played so disciplined, and I think given enough time, they're going to have their breakout performance. And like you said, they've been super consistent. Like if you go into a season, like, oh, you're going to get top 3 in this many tournaments, you take that every time.
Absolutely.
Like you don't get picky. So I think they can crumble under the pressure, but with this many, podium finishes, I feel like they have a decent chance.
It's also, their finals haven't always just been blowouts, right? It's not like they get to the grand finals, they get owned. They've lost 3-2 twice, I think, right? If I remember correctly. At least
Falcons
one of
at Birmingham, I think.
I think at least one was 3-2 and maybe the other one was 3-1. But it wasn't like, in this tournament, we're seeing it right now. Parivision just looks like the ultimate boss. But in the other tournaments, BetBoom reached the finals. It's genuinely a very competitive series. So, they just need that last 10% and then they're there.
Do you think they're like the best of not the absolute top team?
Yes.
But they're like the top of the second rank, if you like.
And you could argue that they're in the same category if you keep getting top 3s, right? But people always look at the championships. But it's hard. It's hard to win a tournament. This level of competition.
It is hard.
Everything needs to click. So.
Well, hopefully they are able to shake off their upper bracket final loss against Parivision, because it is typically the podium time that I get a little stressed out about BetBoom's performance. but I think what you were alluding to, Sunshine, with GPK specifically, he has been more rock solid than I've seen from him in the past.
I mean, he obviously talked to Kiyotaka. Something has been transferred. There was some ritual of some kind that's occurred in the last year, because he is literally the same person GPK was like 2 years ago. It's crazy.
What if GPK is still the same, but Kiyotaka makes him look mellow?
No, that's not.
Nah, I feel like GPK is legitimately, like, Kiyotaka is wildly unpredictable, but he's always been like that. I don't know if that's a recent development.
No.
It's gotten worse, though. Let's be real. It's definitely gotten. GPK was always like that. He was like a consistently
That's true.
wild card kind of kid, and then suddenly stopped. Kiyotaka, it's actually there's a downward trajectory here, or upward, depending on your perspective, right?
In terms of entertainment value,
absolutely.
upwards,
I absolutely love casting him. It's hilarious. Boots of Travel on Storm every game
God.
has worked maybe 20% of the time, I feel like. Just a gem. A true gem.
You have a favorite for this lower bracket final, Synderen? Flipster Talon versus Bet Boom team?
I think it's really close. I think momentum is probably going to matter here. I think Talon are really leveling up a little bit, and Bet Boom kind of got smashed yesterday, so I'll let that guide it. And also, Talon overcame one of their major hurdles yesterday, which is playing properly in game number 1 of the day. So now that they've proved to themselves and to us that they can do that, I think I have them with a slight edge, probably.
It is an early start today, though.
It is an early start.
That's true. We didn't think about that.
Oh, it is earlier.
We can actually
yesterday's game 1 was later.
We can take a look at the schedule to see all of the 2 series that we're playing today. That's right. It's a 13 CEST start time for Flipster Talon. I don't know how much that's going to interrupt their morning routines.
It's also like we're saying, oh, it's so early for them. It's 1
Oh
o'clock.
my god.
They're gamers.
I mean, even me as a nighttime DJ, I feel like I could show up and play properly at 1 o'clock. I think it's the 10 a.m. starts that might be a little bit tougher for some of these players, but like...
I mean,
You
my
gotta be able
cap
to
this
play at
morning was
1.
11:15, and I wanted to die, so...
Yeah, if I look at my phone and the alarm is set in the AM, it's going to be a bad day. And yes, Parivision is waiting in that best of 5 grand finals to see which of these teams can potentially dethrone them, or maybe they just continue their dominance as they have been doing all year round. But at least they're doing it in an entertaining fashion. I have not gotten bored watching a Parivision grand final.
No, it's not like watching a team like when Tundra won TI and it was just plodding auras, which was, it was very well played and well executed, but it's not really exciting. And you know what they're going to pick and what they're going to build. It's just like, how do you stop this juggernaut? Paravision, you're like, what are they going to pick? And I'm intrigued. And the way they play is very exciting. And there's a lot of high-skilled players on that team. So they're a worthy champion if they win. And they're also exciting to watch, which is great.
Well, for this lower bracket semifinal, I'm also curious to find out who is going to be picking what and who's going to win. So, ladies and gentlemen, how about we get into that lower bracket final, Flipster Talon versus Bet Boom team, starting now. All right, then, let's get into the meat of this lower bracket final as I welcome Lacoste to the panel. How's it going, my man?
Doing good. Last day. There's going to be a lot of good Dota today.
I know. The bar has been set quite high. We have had a handful of stomps either way, but now as we get into the playoffs, specifically Flipster Talon, I think, even if they are doing 2-0s or getting 2-0, they're making it very, very exciting. And they're doing it with maybe some heroes that are starting to find a bit of a resurgence in this latter half of DreamLeague. We had a patch, sure, and now some new heroes are starting to make an emergence, such as Lina. But how do you deal with a hero like Lina? Well, Brian found out how.
Yes, thank you, Neil. As Lina, she's been contested in every single draft since the tiebreaker day, 100% pick and ban rate. And I wanted to look at Lina's counters according to Dota Buff. And I want to point out the most notable one. TA doesn't matter, right? She's going to be banned every game. Centaur, we'll probably see that once or twice during this last grand final day. But Axe, my boy Axe, Pyrian, your man Axe, he's been having a high win rate, 5-1 thus far since the new patch, and he's been picked a lot versus Lina. The meta for carries right now seems to be these ranged turrets that will die to the Blink Call Blade Mail. So we saw Bet Boom versus Flipster Talon during the tiebreaker day where this interaction and matchup came into play, and I wanted to show you guys a few clips of just how much of a problem Flipster Talon saw this axe on Miero to be, as we see a solo RP into investing pretty much all of their spells in order to pick him off at the start of the fight. See how they're down by 9k at this point. Now, if you thought that was a lot of hate, the solo RP, just you wait till this next fight. Keep an eye out on Miero on the far right. They get vision of him, break the smoke. Cuckoo insta-blink hexes him. Ward surrounds him. Solo RPs him during blink. Look at 23 Savage on the left side, completely ignoring Kiritich, just hitting Miero. WS is going to refresher RP him again. I believe 23 Savage has hit him and cast every spell on him for the last 15 seconds of this team fight, and they do eventually take him down. And I thought it was really cool that Flipster Talon adjusted like this, because that Blink Axe Blade Mail combo, it's just too terrifying for a hero like Lina to be able to output the damage. Regardless of whether or not we see Lina precisely today, we're going to be seeing a lot more ranged turret type carries, the Drows, the Linas, TA potentially squeezing through. Axe should almost certainly play a role in today's series, and if not, he'll at least be on the team's minds as a potential ban to keep an eye out for. But I'm curious to see how they adjust going forward in these drafts and also in their play.
Especially with a 100% contest rate after tiebreakers, it seems like a new meta is developing as we get into our playoffs. Though Lacoste, you've been consistently beating the drum that Lina being the only damage dealer is something you're not a fan of, and now we have numbers behind it.
Yeah, for a good reason. We saw yesterday when Flipster Talon were playing against Aurora Gaming that Lina fell short in that game number 1, where she needed to be the damage dealer. Tiny was kind of stepping up at the later stages of the game, but yeah, I think we had different performances from Lina, from carry role. It does seem like she doesn't have enough damage compared to mid Linas, where, for example, Quinn, he dominated that game. He ended the game with 23 and 1 score. Yesterday, Mikoto completely popped off as well. I just think that Lina needs to have, like, I want to go back to Flipster Talon against Aurora Gaming one more time, because they did have damage issues. Like, they were on I would say a good timer, even though the game was pretty long, like 65 minutes. You could feel that Lina was definitely starting to fall off as the game progressed. So just have something that can scale to the mid and late game.
And I know you specifically have been citing how you're a little bit surprised how Flipster Talon are leveraging their Lina. The flexing is not as flexible as you used to see from them earlier in the tournament.
I feel like they were the team that defined Lina as coming into the meta. They were the ones first picking Lina right after 7.39, and they just put on Mikoto, I believe, 2 or 3 times in a row, and they won with it. And I was like, oh, this is OP. This is a Mikoto special. But then a lot of more teams are flexing it to carry. It's not that it doesn't win as carry, but we have been seeing weaknesses where, like in the mid game, you're against like Crimson, Pipe from a lot of these offlaners. And Lina, yeah, she's a right clicker, but she's predominantly magic damage until she gets these like data lists in the late game and all these kind of items. So what I'm looking for today is we're going to see more and more of this dynamic. We saw in the series of Aurora vs. Flipster Talon, there's a Lina. She's going to be BKB and she's going to be hitting you. So we saw Flipster go Doom, Bane, and Enigma as a response. Like, okay, you're not going to be allowed to hit during that game. And then we saw, on the other hand, they ended up winning on Flipster Talon because I felt like they didn't have an answer to the BKB Lina on the other side. Obviously, that game was a bit of a stomp from the Axe that they picked themselves, but the Axe did well against the Weaver carry, which is another ranged carry. So that's why I think this hero is going to something we see today, Pierre, and I'm sure you're excited about that.
I am. Thank you, Brian.
Of course.
Always fills me with joy when the tech section is about my boy Axe. I do feel like this Lina, like you guys said, the problem is that a lot of people are picking Centaur and Axe and heroes like that. We even saw Sven come out and crush her. If you have a melee lad that is tanky and gets in there and does damage, Lina's always going to struggle. I just haven't seen it really pop off unless, like you said, there's no answers for it. But everybody knows it's coming now. If people are picking it that early, hard to flex it to carry. We've seen it pop off mid, so I don't get it. I don't think it's the flex they think it is.
No, but at least the flex between the two players has been very nice to watch. Yeah. Mikoto and 23 Savage have been making sweet music together in their
lanes. Absolutely. They've been playing together on previous teams as well. And March yesterday, something that he did say in an interview is that these guys have a lot of synergy together, and also that Mikoto, before he was playing a lot more greedier, now he's giving that extra farm to 23 Savage, who's going to be carrying the game, so doesn't necessarily need to, play as greedy as he did before, I would say, and it definitely shows in their gameplay. But also something that March did touch upon was that they were learning a lot. He actually learned a lot from his time in Enigma Galaxy, and he talked about the Eastern European teams, because always Eastern European teams, they were considered to be one of the strongest laning teams in the world. Yesterday, they did shut down Aurora in the second game completely. First game, they kind of lost the laning stage, but now again, they're playing against the Eastern European team, and this is a team that adapts very quickly, I would say, especially mid and late game. Their decision-making might have been the best out of all the teams that we've seen, so this is also going to be an interesting one, if they're going to be able to survive this early aggression from Bedboom.
Well, Flipster Talon was already able to conquer one Eastern European team in our lower bracket semifinal. Let's see if they can make it happen again in our lower bracket final.
My performance in Group Stage 1 and Group Stage 2, including my team, is exceptional. At first, like, we just want to play well and we don't expect much. For me, myself as well, that I keep losing. I cannot even get past group for last 3, 4, 5 tournaments that I played.
I think Talon is a very strong team in terms of like farming and stuff, and casuals see Dota. It's not easy to win against them, but if we're gonna do everything right, our like usual gameplay, I think we have a good chances to win against them.
Spot of his own, blinks aggressively again, clipped by the X-Blast, but he has the BKB to protect him, laying into XM. They've got the damage. 2 dead, 3 dead on Extreme, and with this, XXS is gonna drop the Ravage in desperation.
Playing against Bedboom, they mostly play around mid to late game, like our team, waiting for timing, so it's gonna be a long game.
Yeah, I think all the teams besides Paravision, we have pretty good chances to win against them.
I feel like winning is the thing that I haven't achieved yet in my life. But now I think we play pretty well and it's pretty exceptional for us. I think we have a chance to win.
That was before they even made it through their lower bracket semifinal. Now the chance is even stronger. What are you apologizing
I was on my phone.
You weren't paying attention. This man is bearing his soul to us right now.
Sorry.
He was watching the interview from yesterday.
Give me your phone.
Okay, Dad. Sorry about that.
You'll get it back when the draft is over, because I need you to pay attention.
Okay.
Because for right now, Bedboom team, we're talking about Flipster Talon and their flexibility. The Bedboom team is making things very exciting in their own regard. I am enjoying seeing their 4-position creativity. We saw their CK earlier in the tournament. In their upper bracket final, they played a lot of Wind Ranger. What do you think about how they've been treating the support role?
Well, I think Safe specifically is Wind Ranger's just a signature for him. The way he sets up these shackles, we'll see him like Ato somebody in the river, and he knows the perfect angle for the one tree that's like randomly up the hill, and he'll land these like 2-man shackles in the late game as well. He uses the Gale Force for forcing fights. I think right now, the supports like Naga, who are coming into the meta, are very prevalent because of their ability to pick and choose when you fight. And they use Wind Ranger in a similar way, just being able to disengage by using the Gale Force against the opponent, and obviously keeping people locked in the other way. But that CK, one of my favorite parts about the CK is that the facet that splits the stun. It's cool, like it gives you a multi-target stun on a hero that usually doesn't have that. But occasionally we saw them play it against Bristleback, and he takes the irrationality facet. And I remember asking them in a post-game interview, how do you communicate? Because it's an ability that makes your reality rift 1/3 silence, 1/3 of the time silence, 1/3 of the time disarm, and 1/3 of the time break. And he said that during the late game team fights, he's fishing for breaks on their Bristleback, and he would literally say, I got the break, I got the break! And then they'd commit onto the Bristle, depending on which of his 3
Very reliable way to start a fight, especially in the late game.
I just thought that was so cool, because I was kind of memeing with my question. He was like, no, we were very seriously communicating what the proc on that was. So definitely his signature heroes that the rest of the team knows what it offers them, and that's the important part, I believe.
And that's coming out of Save, who, at least whenever we see him on camera, he's pretty low-key most of the time, but even some things excite him, I guess.
Yeah, he is a pretty chill dude, I think. I mean, if he gets his hero, I think he's absolutely fantastic. But yeah, Bedboom are the kind of... Huh?
He ain't getting winner.
Yeah, there you go. He ain't getting that.
No, he's not, as we can take a look at the draft for game number 1 of our lower bracket final. Flipster Talon are indeed respect banning out his Wind Ranger along with the Terrorblade and the Templar Assassin. Bedboom team, they take out the Slark and the Doom. which has been
Yeah.
probably my favorite flex for Talon.
I'd say so. I think if we're going to be seeing Flipster Talon in 3 games, maybe potentially 5 games after, I don't think they're going to be getting hands on Doom. They play too well with this hero because they can flex it. They have 100% win rate from the carry Doom, and he's just the way he scales is also pretty insane. He's anti-carry at the later stages of the game, AoE Doom, double Doom as well. Just makes it very difficult. But also something to point out about BetBoom team, especially Save, is that his hero pool is pretty small. He only played 8 heroes, which is in 36 matches.
And how many of them were traditional 4 positions as opposed to the CKs?
Pretty much everything except CK.
Okay. I'll give him that much then. Well, he's not going to get his hands on a Bane either, and BetBoom team ban out that Lina that you said was terrorizing the tournament. 100% contest rate, Brian, and instead they go with a first pick Bristleback.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if they potentially respond with like a Centaur. If they don't want to go their offlaner, then you know, you can pick the Oracles of the world that Dispel. I always like Dispels against Bristle, this goof facet, but you also don't want to lock those in necessarily because we did see BetBoom team flex the Bristle to carry, and so did Flipster Talon after losing to it.
Yeah.
So I think Flipster Talon's been taking a page out of the BetBoom's book. They used Bristle flex, and they also used Axe yesterday, 2 things which they lost to BetBoom team with. But the Shaman, I think it's the 15 hex, right?
It's a 15 hex, so you're not going to have that for good 30 minutes. This is pretty unreliable for the good first half of the game, I would say. And Bristleback, as you said, flex. We saw Kiritich play it with Seeing Red Facet. 23 Savage yesterday played it with Seeing Red Facet as well. It gives you a lot of tempo. This hero still can be played. I mean, it depends. I think the way you choose Bristleback, which facet you're going to take. Red, you choose it on Dire. Green, you choose it on Radiant.
Of course.
Which makes a lot of sense.
I played Shadow Shaman last night, and it was fucking great.
Dude,
Did you play with the big ward or the chicken fingers?
Big ward, baby.
Oh,
that
yeah.
thing hits for like 1,400. I was like, what is happening? He is such a good survivable support. He can start fights. He can do tower damage. He farms well. He's just perfect. I mean, I just think the fact that he's getting picked is super cool. This lad as well. Beast mode.
I love this hero. I love the combination between these 2 heroes because you have so much like random shit on the ground that's going to be hitting you. If you drop a tombstone, they can't kill it somewhere on the high ground. Shadow Shaman with wards as well. Now you need some kind of a lockdown to keep them inside of that area where you want to be taking the fights.
Do you think when Undying puts the tombstone down and you put down the giant snake, it's kind of like
it's game over?
It is, but it's like a D&D battle. It's like you enter the tomb, a giant gravestone is spewing zombies, and a huge snake stands before you. Be like, oh man, we lost.
I just want to give props to Flipster Talon. Like, we're the last day of the event, and they're clearly just adapting to what they've been playing against. They beat Aurora Gaming's Undying yesterday, but I would like to argue Aurora, who was ahead by like 9K at 15 minutes, kind of threw that game.
Yeah.
They're like, that shit was broken. We don't want to deal with that again. So they just keep basically responding very quickly in their drafts to what they were playing against the previous day. You know, give them 5 more days. You know, I can't imagine where their drafts would be at. But the Undying, what I think this hero offers so much now, this patch, since he only received a small buff of a few base damage, is that these offlaners are no longer these stack-taking heroes that retreat to the jungle. And so this lane shutting down, also coupled with the fact that so many of the popular carries are ranged, it just makes Undying fit the meta almost perfectly, I'd say.
Great Axe game. Just saying.
Just because of the Oracle dunk?
Oracle dunk can turn around
You can make
Bristleback
Bristol
always.
face you. You can dunk whoever Oracle saves. What have they got? A Rubik? Get out of here.
WS has already played it, so it is in his wheelhouse. What is the Rubik doing in this draft? I know not many...
Not much.
Yeah.
Seems like Rubik's always doing the same thing. Yesterday, 9 class did have good Rubik performance, but this is also Paravision we're talking about, so it's kind of hard to tell. It's always going to be great. I thought Rubik's going to make a comeback since we've been in Shadow Shaman patch for so long, so you can basically win. Like, whatever you steal from Shadow Shaman is going to feel nice. If you steal Shackle in the mid and late game fights and you're not getting contested, this one spell is going to basically win you the fight.
They also don't have great ways to stun Rubik. Like, if he steals Shackles and shackles someone, they don't have, like... Undying isn't going to stun him. Drow could come in and stance him, but probably wouldn't be able to. It's tough.
So Brian,
The only guy I saw have a decent performance on Ruba this tournament was Insania.
Nineclass had some games.
I didn't see those.
Oh, okay. He had some Naga song steals, which were quite.
Oh god,
exciting
yeah,
to
I did
watch.
see that. That
Yes.
was disgusting.
But yeah, Insania also. It seems to be a preferential. If my team has a Rubik player, I'll try to jam it in. And Brian, if I had asked you 3 months ago about the Bristleback Drow Ranger matchup, who would you have favored?
Oh, Drow. I mean, 3 months ago, Drow was just a hero that was really hard to make work because of all these Blink initiators. But when Bristle's in the game, she loves heroes like this that are meant to stand in front and tank and play around sustain. We saw super early Ags come out. I don't remember which team it was, but they were playing Drow against Bristle, and those what do you call it? When you stack up the cold air, hypothermia was brutal for Bristleback.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, Bristleback carry is probably what they might need to swap to, but so many of the offlaners that you hate to play against as Drow in the game, the Centaurs, the Axes, these Blink guys, they don't want to lane against Undying, and that's what makes this such a strong potential duo. But now I'm wondering, is this an off-lane Undying?
It is. It definitely is. Nature's Prophet can't really be played as carry. Kind of missing that facet. I think it can, but the other facet is just too good if you're playing support Undying. So there's going to be a lot of survivability on their heroes. You have Nature's Prophet with the heal, Undying with the Tombstone Shard save, heals coming out as well. Shadow Shaman doesn't also die immediately. So yeah, there's a lot of tempo with these heroes. Drow Ranger, before I didn't like this hero as much, but now that meta has shifted, I feel like she has a pretty strong, I would say, place in meta in terms of what heroes are good right now, especially with these Tusk position 5s, Undying position 5s, makes her laning stage so much stronger.
And she's moving up the ranks in draft priority. We used to, earlier in the tournament, see her as a last phase pick, then it would be like an 18th pick, and now, early in the second phase, flips her talent, have no fear.
Well, I'm a little bit nervous about the Prophet pick just because all the reasons that I think Drow Undying secures Drow's game, not only in the lane, but also just you don't want to pick these Axes and Centaurs. I feel like if they just read this is off-lane Undying, then you can pick something like the Centaur to own the Drow in lane as well as in game. It doesn't mind playing against like these two ranged guys. But then you would have carry Bristle against Undying. The other option is to go something like Ursa. But then they go, okay, so they do end up rotating the Bristle to carry. They've been really liking Nero's summon-based Beastmaster for map play, and it is a hero that can close the gap on Drow, but I'm curious about how this top lane's going to go. Rubik, I haven't been seeing the laning stages for Rubik very much. I think a lot of the reason this hero wasn't picked very much is that portion of the game, and now you're also putting your strength carry into an Undying. Maybe it's going to just snowball in favor of Flipster Talon from the laning phase, but they have absolutely no way to deal with like this Helmdom creep, all the summons. So if you get to that mid game and Beastmaster has a decent start, I could also see the map
Giga Ward and shackle that shit.
Doesn't Drow just blow it up?
Yeah. You have to like feel comfortable standing there and hitting, right?
I think she'll be fine.
Like
she's got an
mid-lane
Undying bodyguard.
That's true.
Yeah.
Grab ally.
Grab ally!
And he's probably going to go early Crimson since it's off lane Undying, so that could very well just be their way of weathering that timing.
I think they need to remove Storm Spirit for Makoto. Like, it just looks like too good of a game. There's no real lockdown for him. And also, damage that they have, this is a pretty slow damage. Like, where's the damage from Bedboom?
Yeah.
Like, who's actually got a Bristleback is some. Oracle and Rubik, they don't really deal as much. Beastmaster as well, this is not Aghanim Scepter Beastmaster anymore, so the damage is coming in slowly from all of your summons, and it gives you just enough time to react as well.
A sniper ban?
I think Betboom are going to pick Puck.
Yeah, that could be setting up for a Puck. They do lack the ability to force fights right now on Betboom. They have the guys that shove lanes. They have a lot of lane pressure from the Beastmaster summons, the Bristleback running at you, but who's going to prevent the Hurricane Pikes and kiting from the side of Flipster Talon? So I think the Puck would be really nice for that. They end up banning the Huskar as a... Maybe they're just super afraid of that Oracle Huskar cheese.
Yeah.
Which is understandable.
I mean, I could imagine us seeing one side getting Puck, one team taking Storm here.
Yeah, I'm surprised if Bedboom team didn't consider that a first priority ban. They take out the Tiny, as Lina hates repositioning. Drow Ranger also hates being repositioned as well. And we'll see if Bedboom team choose to respect ban that Makoto Storm.
I think if you're a Puck, you're pretty happy about playing in Storm, so you'd probably ban like the Shakers of the world, you know, these melee guys that just dominate you in lane. But I'm also wondering, because Tiny would have been a good option for Flipster, I think, as well. So maybe they just felt like it was too high of a priority to leave in the draft. What? Is there any other hero than Storm that we feel good for? Oh, they go Ember.
That's quite greedy, I think.
So then can Talon go Puck now?
They can.
You can also just go Storm.
Yeah.
Either one of those sounds good.
Yeah, between these two heroes, I would say Puck doesn't care much about Ember Spirit.
Oh, my
Storm Spirit
tea!
does
Is that
care
mine?
more.
Is that my tea? God, thank God. I left my tea out there.
We watched your tea casting yesterday.
Oh, good.
It left a lot to be desired.
That was TI.
It was TI.
Yeah. You didn't like their cast? I thought their cast was
the cast was
pretty
great. Putting Fanta in tea, though, that...
Storm. Just for the record, that is not how I make a cup of tea. It was for the
Sure.
bit. I'm English. I have to maintain a reputation here. I know how to make a cup of tea.
Very important.
Makoto has a reputation to uphold as well. That's why they'll give him his signature Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it's a good Storm game. Like, they have some... I would say the damage, again, is very slow on their side. They're going to be relying on snowballing again, which is something that they did. Like the Eastern European teams, they play very fast early on. Flipster Talon, I do like their draft way more. It's just, are they going to be able to survive this Helm of the Dominator? Beastmaster timing is very strong. Both of the supports, they don't like to play into it. But I think if they are not down by like 3,000, 4,000 gold 10 minutes in, this Flipster Talon draft kind of wins.
Yeah, my entire attention is going to be on the top lane. I think it's just that momentum that Beastmaster is going to offer. And I think what Flipster Talon is going to try to do is get that Makoto 6 and make a smoke play top just to shut him down regardless of how good or not his game is. And if they manage to do that, then Drow's going to have all the space in the world. We've seen these Drows just carry games like monsters. And so I would lean towards Flipster Talon, but I also see a universe where this Betboom team draft just snowballs the early game.
Give me the vibe check, Pyrian. I need to know.
It's early in the morning.
That's true.
For Flipster.
Oh, God.
It's game one of a 3-game series.
Yeah.
Betboom will win this game, but then Flipster will win the next 2, is my prediction.
The full series prediction. Lower bracket finals is an incredibly important moment for Flipster Talon if they want to get themselves a grand final for the first time in a very, very long time of competitive Dota. Now let's see if they're able to do it in game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Oh boy! Best of 3 lower bracket finals, DreamLeague Season 26, Sunspan with Cinder, and we got Betboom versus Talon. Gonna be... if this is not a 3-game series, I am gonna be shocked. We have some cool heroes again, Cinderin. We get the offlane Undying for WS. Of course, Makoto, we've seen a ton of Storm, but Makoto Storm in particular has been insane this tournament. We have Kiritich playing the position 1 Bristleback, and then save on Rubik.
Yeah.
I don't think we've cast a single game on Rubik thus far.
Yeah, I wonder what they were seeing with this Rubik pick. If there's some inherently very powerful value in stealing. Maybe it's just the Tombstone. Maybe it's. I mean, Shaman's Kit is obviously great, but we're at a point now with Rubik where I think this hero just isn't good enough unless the steals have high quality. But perhaps, you know, it's a new patch, other supports got nerfed, maybe he can come back and shine again, and Betboom are just a little bit ahead of the curve. But this hero hasn't been an impressive laner for quite a while, and it seems in, you know, current Dota that your position 4 in lane needs to either be able to pull waves or be oppressive, and Rubik is kind of neither. But let's see how it goes. So he's going to be playing against what I would say is a clearly unfavorable matchup in the Nature's Prophet 5. I think this hero is just a monster laner, and he's going to be laning together with a Drow against Beast. That should be a pretty easy lane for them. And also on the other side lane, Talon with a core undying into Bristle. We saw Kiritich pop off on this carry Bristle, but might have his work cut out for him here, as an Undying 3 should be a really rough lane.
Yeah, cannot wait to see the itemization coming out from WS. This hero as a core is so fun to cast. The mid lane, it's going to be the Spirit Brothers. GPK playing the Ember, and Makoto, like we talked about, on the Storm Spirit. Should be pretty even affair, unless somebody just really jumps out of the pack here.
Yeah, usually that lane kind of is just a bit of a wash, I guess. The thing that's interesting about the Emperor Storm matchup is how it progresses throughout the game, where depending on Storm's itemization and how the game is going overall, you have some games where Storm just really overtakes Ember in the mid game when you start snowballing and you get an Orchid, for example, but you also have games where Ember is one of the more reliable catches against Storm. Long range, light chains, some sort of follow through on it, which perhaps is a little bit of a concern here for BetBoom. Like, what do you really have to combo with the chains? You have a Roar, I guess? That's kind of it. There's no, like, big artillery that's going to help Ember find those kills.
Yep, they do have the save for Kataomi onto likely Kiritich. He's going to be up close and personal. Miero went for the Wild Hunt facet, so already indicating that this will be the Helm build, which has been the more popular anyway.
Yeah, I just think it's the stronger one as well. The Axe nerf is definitely noticeable. Kuka will TP to a water and get tips by GPK immediately.
Yep, okay. Good. 23 Savage on the Drow Ranger. So Drow, we've seen him pop off before for 23 against a Bristle with the Aghanim Scepter, which I'm assuming he's going to prioritize at some point of the game. Pretty damn powerful.
Yeah.
And against the Oracle as well. Hypothermia is extremely good.
I think this is a really good Drow game. And that's the good news for Talon here is we've seen from them when they get to the later portions of the mid game as well as late game, they're very comfortable with playing slower games, but they don't necessarily go for it all the time. We also have had them crush into some shorter games. But against BetBoom, I think that's the less likely outcome, that Talon just run over them in lanes and just snowball the game really hard. Knowing how BetBoom drafts and plays, that is probably going to be one of the tougher parts of the game for the side of Talon. But with that said, I just think they've done a very good job this game of giving themselves good matchups in both side lanes to avoid it getting out of control. So far so good for them. And for BetBoom also, this is going according to plan. I don't think BetBoom are expecting to really destroy any of their lanes. They just want to make sure they get their stuff online, and every core in the game, more or less, is pretty happy for now.
I hope this gets to late game, because when you have a Drought that's hitting ridiculously hard, you have heroes that can get to the back line. The Beastmaster with the Blink, Ember Spirit obviously very mobile, Bristle not too afraid of being up close and personal. But then Drow itemizes for that, right? I mean, you don't have to itemize for Gus, but Gus is pretty damn good against the Ember Spirit, so you have to itemize against the Gus. Then you have Glacier, and then on top, I want to see the Tombstone grab ally on the Glacier. That's really hard to kill.
Just hide her completely away. Speaking of Tombstone, they're going to start diving Kiritich. Immediate TP back here from Kataomi should stop this aggression in its tracks.
Yep.
They might snack up a
Gonna have
little
to try to deny it. It will not be. So gold the way of Kataomi, I believe.
I think Kiritich actually got it, which is even better on the Bristle. So yeah, so far so good in this bottom lane for the side of BetBoom. I thought perhaps the earlier levels would be tougher for the Bristle than they have been, considering decay spam, considering Shaman's high base damage. But Kiritich is definitely holding his own. And I'm so happy to see Oracle back. I love this hero. It's really cool that it's becoming popular again. Let's just hope it doesn't get too good, so we only get to enjoy it for 2 weeks. Shout out to all my Pudge enjoyers out there that had a great 2 weeks as well. A couple years ago, that was a good time.
They don't want it to be OP for pubs because it's the most picked hero. You know?
Yeah.
I feel like it's okay though if it is a bit OP. Who cares? Cuckoo.
Pubs kind of self-regulate.
Yeah, I would think so.
The hero's OP, it gets banned every game. both teams pick it, it gets banned. There you go.
Very true. Joken, we mentioned playing the Shadow Shaman. We've talked about this before, of course. I mean, his Shadow Shaman is good. It's just it's not on the same level as the Tusk prototype. So, I mean, could they have worked a Tusk Undying lane? I mean, that does sound kind of fearsome.
I don't remember if Tusk was in the pool at that point.
Yeah, it could have been gone, I suppose.
23.
Savage. I think he's going to die here. Pops the Fairy Fire. First blood for save, so Bet Boom on the board.
Now, this is one of the really valuable things about...
Meanwhile, battle for the 6-minute rune. The zip from Makoto to try to focus everything on this Ember Spirit with the shackle as well, but GPK takes out Cuckoo. Remnants away.
He wants more.
Absolutely. Jokum will be next on the list, so a 3rd kill in the game for Bet Boom.
GPK with a double.
And who ended up getting the rune?
Cuckoo.
Regen for Cuckoo.
Yeah, and then he died.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Great start for GPK in particular now. Those 2 kills are big. And I was just going to say, talking about Rubik's weaknesses in the laning stage, this is why the pairing with Beastmaster is good, because Beastmaster is a monster in lane. When heroes get displaced into you, into the Hawk and the Boar, a lot of heroes just can't fight back, and Drow is one of them. And it begs the question, did 23 Savage make a mistake this game by not skilling Gust on level 4? This is the way Drow wants to build, is the 202, because in every offensive situation, it's really nice to have the extra value point in both abilities, but had he had Gust there, I think he definitely would have lived. So perhaps you got to sacrifice a little bit in the offensive aspect to cover yourself, and I would be pretty surprised now to not see him skill Gust level 5. Just thinking about it. And you'll skill multi-shot.
Greed.
I do find this a bit greedy. It's obviously going to be good when he goes to jungle in every farm situation. It's just, yeah, if he dies another time to not having Gust, I have to say there's no way that's worth it to get this extra point, but suffer the casualties.
Roll Summoner up in the Hizzy. Cinderin inside the Sprout. Already at half HP. Samira with the Helm. He's going to have those rally skellies.
I really like the change they made to Helm of the Dominator with the bigger health bar and the bigger model. Like, it's just...
Yeah, it's nice.
It stands out, and I think it's more fitting for how good the item is. So, it's one of those little quality of life changes that when you see it, you're like, why did we not have this for 10 years? It's just so obvious, but you never really thought about it.
Just like seeing enemy mana bars. What a quality of life.
Not at all the same thing. Miero will keep his little skelly friend, well, not alive, because he blocked himself with Rally.
He got the skeletons out. That's the most important thing.
I think it's more important to keep it alive.
Get those skellies out of there quick.
Yeah. Time to find yourself a little Wild Wing Ripper. Now his Hurricane. That's another displacement ability against the Drow.
Yep, true.
See if they can make a play with it. Miero obviously level 6. He's running a Clarity, so he does have mana for his kit here. If he were to find a dive onto 23, but good coverage is available. Cuckoo is in position, and Mikoto playing at mid-range in the camp in the jungle would be able to help as well. But here comes the play.
Here it comes. He has damage rune on GPK. They're going to run into Cuckoo. They'll take him easily as TP support's coming in. Undying is here. Save's going to be the trade for now. Kiritich in the midst of this tombstone as WS pops his ult to try to force the Bristle back out. The decay's continuing to come on this Bristle, making him way less tanky. He will fall as a result, so great rotation from Talent. Still a 3 for 3 as the fight continues. GPK still has that damage rune as Makoto will eventually take out the creep. A TP attempt, and that's going to be successful for Miero, and it looks like the fight stops here.
Miero never got the roar off. That was a long fight. I think he was fighting the Shaman, and Shaman had level 3 shackles, so he was just locked down for a very long time. Miero doesn't want to roar him after that because he's already killing him. We'll see the replay here and then try to look at the Beastmaster's fight, because it feels like this should not be possible, that the roar just doesn't go off. 23 Savage gets run down by GPK's Amp Damage Rune here. And then you can see to the south, the Beastmaster just busy fighting the Shaman. He's winning the fight, and now Roar is still available. At any point here, you could Roar the Undying. I think it's close. You probably don't kill him, but GPK with the Damage Rune, like maybe? Either way.
Yeah, that is a little
very
weird.
Close fight. But a big spell unused for Bet Boom in that instance.
Jokum will steal away a rune. It'll cost him his life. That was another instance where 23 with a gust on the Ember would have made a huge difference, actually. Potentially.
You know, it's one of the things I like harping on in this tournament is get your value points out there while they matter. We've seen it from Lina's not skilling Light Strike Array in some cases. We've seen Drow's not skill Gust. I don't know. It's like this 4th point in multi-shot. It is good. Obviously, you're scaling a little bit faster, but if it costs you 2 deaths, who knows? I do know carry players do love their money. And Gust don't make no money.
Well, it theoretically would.
No, it just saves money.
That's true. They don't like to invest. They just blow it all. GPK pressuring the tier 1 mid right now. There's rotations coming, though, from Talon. This is with the Siege, although Miero, with his Tomato, will make their presence known.
Standard Beastmaster stuff. Dominator, take side lane. Dominator, take mid lane.
Makoto makes his way over. Searing Chains on 2, and Miero will get the last hit, so tower goes down. Basically from 100 to 0.
It's perfect for them that the Siege creep is still alive mid at 11:30. Makes that push so much easier. So job well done for BetBoom so far. Top 3 cores. Just now Makoto overtakes the Bristle again, but yeah. Not too shabby from BetBoom. And this is a lineup that can accelerate. I don't think by any means that Talon are too concerned just yet, as their lineup is more geared toward that mid-later portion for the most part. Undying will be coming online when he gets this Blade Mail. That will make his fights significantly better. Drow is rushing the Hypothermia. You talked about it. That's, again, is this too little in the way of defense?
He's going to get gone on again. Searing Chains. Save is there with a Fade Bolt. He does get the Gust off, but he's going to get run down eventually.
Ironically, he has Gust in the one gank that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
So 23 now with a 3rd death to his name as Makoto grouped up with Jokum.
This is, of course, the first game of the day and earlier than yesterday, so maybe...
Their first games were way worse than this, so I don't know if that's...
Well, they were also earlier than this. It's like a gradient.
There's the zip. They're going to focus on the support. The save.
Easy pick.
GPK just too tanky. Went for Blade Mail, by the way, first item, so...
Yeah, interesting to see that on Ember here. It is good against Drow, without a doubt, and Storm. But has not been a popular build for quite a while. When you're snowballing, it feels great. Increases your farming speed. In fights, you're a lot more difficult to target for the Storm. In the Drow, if you get caught by a Gust, they can't necessarily commit on you. So, I don't mind it.
Gonna pop the Blade Mail here. And it's Makoto. Will zip away, and the steal was on the Static Remnant, so a little extra farm potential for save, but we know that he doesn't like to farm.
It's not the worst skill on Rubik, but also definitely not the best.
23 Savage. He gets roared up. The Tombstone is placed, but he ends up going down.
Is he gonna get out too?
As the TP again from Miero.
God.
That is a disaster for Talon.
There are 4 heroes here, and he just sniped the Drow and got out.
And 23, he was so close to living too. That was as close as it gets. I mean, that's Ripper's Lash literally got that kill.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Like that's the difference in that fight.
When these new neutral items came out, I thought this was going to be brutally overpowered on some heroes, but it actually hasn't seemed that ridiculous. I thought heroes like Beastmaster, Brood, would just crush with this, but...
Okay, Serpent Ward's placed, Miero.
Yeah, Jokum will be another
end up farming it up eventually. It's going to take a while, of course.
It's kind of just giving them extra gold here. I don't think there was much potential in these Serpent Wards. In the meantime, Save finds Cuckoo together with GPK in the mid lane. Things are starting to really kick into gear now for BetBoom. Accelerating the game. Of course, we're only 15 minutes in, so no big objectives to be taken just yet. I don't think Roshan is on the menu at 15. You're very good at taking Tormentor, though, at 20 with Beastmaster and Bristleback. Kiritich with the Ags could very easily do just that. And of course, Kiritich with Ags 2 does allow you to burst heroes during Roar. You now pose a real threat to the Storm. You pose a threat to the core Undying. These heroes are absolutely killable. even during slight chains, actually. Didn't talk about that, but GPK with the 4-1-4 build on Ember, I feel like that's pretty rare that we see that nowadays. I could just be a little bit outdated. Obviously, with Chain Gang, you can avoid having mini points in Slight because you can use your remnants to get off the chains with. But I still think even with Chain Gang, most of the Embers we've seen have gone priority Slight over the Flame Guard. High points in Flame Guard makes him very resistant to damage from the Storm and Shaman. They will actually just force the Rosh at 15.
Yep, it's a freebie.
Talked about the lineup's good at the Tormentor. I did not think they were planning on this early, but it's why not? It definitely is possible, and they're not. It doesn't cost them anything on the map. They had the waves pushed out nicely, so the side of Talon don't even get their first tower yet.
GPK TPs. Jokum spotted. Puts down the wards again as Makoto making his way over. Do they actually want to fight this, though? It's a shield run on GPK. He's so tanky. The TP attempt. Searing Chains cancels. Another kill to the name of GPK. There's the initiation from Makoto onto GPK, but the Serpent Wards were stolen by Save. And that's going to force the rest of Talon back. They just have not been able to find a foothold on this game at all. And GPK not going to be able to pursue any further. I feel like this is just a symptom of the laning stage where it did feel like either mid or bottom for Talon had to go pretty well to be able to snowball just a bit to create the space for 23 Savage to get farm. But Makoto's lane was dead even, and bottom lane you thought was going to be a win for Talon ended up being more so in the favor of Bedboom, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Bedboom's laning so far and just early play in this game. And this is what's a concern about Beastmaster as a hero, even after some of the nerfs. Is if you let him run over his lane, he's going to transform it into taking over the whole game, right? He took top tower, mid tower, bottom tower, and Rosh, and we're 15 minutes in, right? And all of that stems from the top death that accelerated Miero into this game. His top net worth in the game by over 1,000.
See GPK trying to backstab here. Cuckoo will be the recipient.
Yeah, he's screwed.
23 in the vicinity. He's not going to be able to do too much. 6K lead for Bedboom. Tier 2 tower is theirs.
As Cuckoo eats the poo-poo.
Okay.
Here goes the tower. Keep it going here, honestly. Bedboom, I don't see what's stopping them from going mid-tier 2 as well. Makoto is maybe eyeing up a chance here.
Radiant are scanning.
It's just really difficult for him to initiate. The 4 points in Flame Guard makes Ember an atrocious target. Beastmaster's very tanky. There's Oracle saving.
Yeah, and the supports feel like they're just bleeding out constantly. You're going to see that again here in the form of Jokum.
When Bedboom are in formation, I genuinely think you can't fight. And what a nightmare that is for Koron dying. This hero's bread and butter is just early team fights.
Yeah.
Putting down a strong tombstone, defending it, and taking fight, you just can't right now.
Now a blink from Miero on the way. That's going to catch potentially Makoto off guard. That's the one here that's been difficult for them to take out. Has 0 kills, 0 deaths. GPK on the other hand, 8-0.
Yep.
And again, just feeding off these supports constantly. Cuckoo, TP, actually might be successful here. It's getting close, does get out.
Even with the Arcane Rune, GPK not enough in the tank there. Of course, the long cooldown on Chains, or excuse me, on Slight when you have that. Level 2 on that.
23, better be careful. There's the blink, there's the roar, there's the death. And
he didn't know about the dagger.
Nope, he did not. We talked about potentially on Makoto, but if 23 is just going to lay himself out there, why not? Serpent Wards from Bedboom, so the push even faster.
Such a good steal for this lineup. You have Beastmaster to push the towers, and then you get the free Serpent Wards in addition. Now, these do not get amplified by Arcane Supremacy. They have the same damage, I believe, as they do for the Shaman, so they're not a better version. It's one of the very few spells that Rubik steals that's not better.
That's true.
Than what the opponent has.
I mean, does it act kind of like a summon in that case?
Yeah, it's just like considered a summoned ward, right?
Yeah.
I guess he still has the better cast range on it, but that's generally kind of irrelevant on Serpent Wards.
How much longer does he have it for?
He lost it.
Oh.
But talk about value. 19-minute barracks.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Bedboom in control.
It's Torment time.
Yeah, perfect timing as well. Right on the 20-minute mark. shard will go the way of Kataomi, so you get the little rainbow rain.
Destiny!
And that's just going to expedite their push even more. Now, the Aegis is running out in 30, but when you're up this much with a bristleback, I don't see how Talon can get this kill.
I don't really think I don't think you're very concerned in general.
Yeah,
Any lift?
BK.
Yeah.
They have plenty of stuns for Cuckoo. Rain of Destiny plays just for fun, just to show them that they have very colorful fireworks that they can portray onto the screen.
And save
the
with
final
this
tier
Trout
2 is
deal.
standing here, but not for long. Oh, wow. That's an early Ags for WS, so Decay will be stealing a lot more strength now.
Yeah, you say an early Ags, but in reality right now it's kind of a last chance. Almost. 12k down minute 21. This Ags has to pay off. You need to find a good fight off of this.
Radiant are scanning.
Betboom are not going to let up now. They're just going to keep going. Bot tower is theirs as well. And yeah, here we go. This feels like a fight that has to work now for Talon. They got Ags on Drow and Ags on Undying. But Betboom are aware.
Damage empowers me.
They will retreat. And if they keep good formation here...
Oh, Cuckoo TP's in, and he's just going to die right off the bat.
Well, he did scout them.
Sure. WS gets a big decay. Kataomi finds the distance, though. 23 Savage was being pursued by GPK. Big zip, but now the roar from Miero onto the Drow. That's going to be the death of 23 again. Serpent wards are placed. I'm not sure if Save will steal it this time. He actually takes decay instead, so swapping decays with WS. As 3 dead for Talon. WS will at least find 1, but he will die shortly after. So 4 for 1, although the Undying with the Innate comes back to life instantly.
Conceptually, I actually really like this TP from Cuckoo. The problem is his teammates are a little bit too far away and they're too far behind in the game. But if this were a closer game, porting in your Prophet like that to gain vision and just start the fight off can be a good thing if you get off one Sprout and you tank up some spells. But in that instance, he just turns into a complete free kill. And GPK got mad value out of his Blade Mail there. He does so much damage on the Drow with the Reflect.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, this one looks like it's basically in the bag now for Betboom. A great game 1, really well executed. Just got to ride it home now. Avoid disaster.
Yeah, now that we look at the scoreline at this stage of the game, this is like, okay, that's the game 1 Talon. We've seen a lot this tournament. We thought they broke the curse or yesterday, Cinderin.
Yeah.
They played out of their minds, but now we'll have to, I mean, that's, again, if they go on to lose this game, they're used to being in this position at the very least, which is a good and a bad thing, I suppose.
Yeah, this game, there's just been some things in the lanes that did not go the way they should, right? Or the way you would want to. If this is the expected outcome of the lanes, then you're kind of just outpicked, right? So I think this, in particular, the top lane, the deaths on Drow are very costly. You've had a ton of deaths on Joachim as well, and you and I both agree. His Shaman is good, but it's not his best. When he plays these playmaking 4s that are melee and generally have mobility, like Tusk, Marcy, Slark, which was first phase banned wisely by Betboom. He just seems like an extra difficult player to deal with. In this case, Betboom have absolutely shut down his Shadow Shaman. 1-7-0 the scoreline for Joachim. Pretty uncharacteristic, even in losses. He generally does better than this. Good news for Flipster Talon is Mikoto hasn't died, so that's nice.
Yeah, but he also hasn't gotten a kill.
That's not so nice. He's mastered AC. Oh my god. Look at Miero's net worth. Like, what is this? 16k minute 24.
Yeah, not bad.
He's ahead by over 2,000 against his Ember, who's 9-0-6. This is like, these are dirty numbers. Roche is now alive in the bottom pit.
Yeah, and this should
be the game ender.
It should.
It really should.
Which begs the question, Talon likely will, I assume, have to try to contest this.
Yeah, I think they do.
But it's going to be a tough one.
What's the dream angle? I guess you try to... If you see Oracle, you jump Oracle with Storm plus Prophet. And then at the same time, Joachim has to try to protect 23 Savage from getting mauled. It's kind of the only hero that can save him.
Oh, Makoto.
Smoke break.
Indeed,
Nice
yeah,
work.
okay.
He has a ward, and save will immediately go for the D ward here. Assuming that if there's smoke breaks and they don't find anyone, there must have been vision. He'd be right in that assessment. Nice escape from Joachim, chooses to blink the right way.
Yep, that boom wasting their time a bit.
But now Roche is top.
It does feel like they can just go in there without getting a pick.
Yeah.
Pretty safely.
It definitely does.
There is no wombo combo potential. I mean, the main thing to keep in mind is the Makoto jumping in, stealing Aegis shenanigans. So we can see that he is nowhere close, although the Roshan Belch does come out.
Now, of course, acoustics in the pit are quite good. As you have shown with your Belches, they do work better in more
enclosed spaces.
Closed spaces, such as the stairwell of the studio and
there's
the corridor.
A lot of great alleyways in Sweden as well, I have to say.
Yep.
Belch alleys, as we call them, of course. GPK, Shard incoming now. And with this Aegis on Kiritich, which, I mean, Ember definitely makes use of the Aegis better, but he's not the one hitting the buildings, so it does make sense here. Oh, 23.
That should be okay. It's not rocket science that probably someone is farming in the bottom half of the map here, but at the same time, Betboom can't really get there quick enough to try to go for the punish after they take Roche.
Yeah, and bottom lane makes the most sense. It still has the outer tier 2. You don't want to have a situation where you can finish the game, except, oh wait, you can't because there's still a tier 2 up, so you have to go for Throne.
Yeah.
This does feel like a game that they can pretty casually just go down this lane, get the tier 2, and then take a fight on the high ground.
And if you're Kataomi right now, you want to leverage your Blink Dagger. So you want to stand 2,000 range behind the fight. Look at where he's standing right now relative to his team, just way back. Because he knows that if anyone else gets jumped, he can just Blink ult.
Yeah.
Reign of Destiny them.
Joachim on the cliff. Oh, he gets hit by the axes. Uh-oh. Oh, dear.
Oh, that didn't work.
He's dead. 30 seconds.
Yes,
Does that buy.
Yeah. It's not going to need it, though. The next wave is going to take about 20 seconds to get there. Yeah, you're just going to send in the Bristle to hit, right? He has the banner as well. Bristle plus Beastmaster's units. Step by step should get it.
23. He's spotted. The roar from Miero comes out. There's the save, though. The grab ally from WS. It's not going to matter, though. Drow pops right back out and dies instantly. That is unfortunate. Miero does go down, though, so Talon finding a really valuable kill. GPK stunned up, but there's the false promise, and now he can work on anything he wants in that Reign of Destiny. They get a long shackle on the Makoto. First death for him. And no buyback to come as WS. He is quite tanky. His buyback does come out from Joachim finally.
Oh,
shackle onto the Undying. Kiritich getting pretty low, but still has that Aegis. Just one-shots the Nature's Prophet. There's the Aegis. And GPK, he is running out of mana now. They cannot kill this Undying. The Ag's decay is pretty absurd in these long fights. The Betboom without Aegis any longer. Kiritich, he's surrounded. He is a tanky boy, though. Shackle does come out as these quill sprays are starting to stack up quite a bit. Kiritich, though, left all alone, attempting to TP out, and he does get away.
That was not the worst hold.
Yeah, a successful hold. It cost 2 buybacks.
It was only supports buying back. That
is a surprising one.
Pretty good for Talon, and that was in spite of Save stealing shackles and getting off 2 full duration shackles that fight. You still managed to hold. It's a really big difference now that Makoto is in his own base for the mono region of just going back to Fountain and resetting, and he found a lot of impact in that fight, isolating and killing off Beastmaster, which seems to be the primary target for them. It's easier to kill than some of the other heroes, but still has massive damage output. However, you could argue maybe Kataomi should have gone for the save on Beast. I'm not sure he had to save it for GPK like he did there.
Yeah.
And just let Miero die first. Because I think that there's a case to be made that, let's say Ember is the better hero to save in general than Beast. But if you wait and save him when Beast gets jumped first, you're playing the fight 4vx deliberately, rather than saving the Beastmaster, and then maybe Ember has to play it more cautiously, but at least you have all 5 heroes in the fight for way longer. I can't help but feel like that would have been better, but I'm not sure if Kataomi was being boxed out or countered by something that prevented him from getting there. And getting that save on Beast, but...
Oh, WS gets to the high ground in time. This is the one target that would be a bit difficult for BetBoom to take. GPK, not able to find the connection. WS still kind of isolated. He's already at half HP, and there's the quill spray from Kiritich.
Oh, he doesn't have
Scepter.
five. Oh, no.
He gets his innate, so Undying is actually back.
That's true. He still had that. He had died forever.
Kiritich, though, finds the connection onto 23 Savage. Double kill for Kiritich as they find another on the back line. As Rubik stuck inside the Serpent Wards, but I feel like the Rasta is the one that's stuck here. And now WS with Makoto in a 2 versus 5. He gets lifted, he gets destroyed. Ultra kill for Kiritich as Makoto is going to be the Rampage. A huge fight for BetBoom, and that should do it for game number 1.
Yeah, they have a whole minute. Well, Makoto... Wait, what?
He bought something.
Did he just lose his buyback from...
Nope, it's back again.
Okay. Oh, he started buying his Sanj. He's like, wait, I probably have to defend here. No glyph for now. If he doesn't buy back, this should be a lane, right? 17 seconds? Maybe not. The glyph is actually really valuable here. The fact that Beastmaster is dead does slow down this push. Kiritich, he will still get one lane. Seeing red with Solar Crest. Big damn.
Yeah, GPK will take the bottom tower as well. They're going to group up to take out the range racks, it seems. 23 Savage. Getting a little pokey poke. Yep, Storm up in 15. Kiritich, how comfortable do you feel without the Aegis? Dust is going to be dodged.
Oh,
there's the shackle.
Instant counter.
Yeah, good job from Jokum as they're going to turn this around to save instead. They actually use False Promise on the support instead, but GPK going in deep. Meat Arrow with the roar as well. 23 Savage dead again. As Cuckoo going to get rooted up along with the Storm Spirit, forcing out the BKB from Makoto, but they're going to call it GG. They really lost 3. Make it 4. BetBoom take game 1 pretty comfortably. And 1 game away from meeting Paravision in the grand final.
These score lines on BetBoom's cores are disgusting. Bristleback 10, 1 and 11, Ember 14, 0 and 15, and Beastmaster 9, 2 and 15 in this game. Just absolutely crushing it. And I was unsure about Saves Rubik, just how much it was going to do in this game from on like a theoretical level, but it seems that just stealing these Shaman spells is enough to make this hero feel really powerful.
Yeah, it is kind of fun.
If Shadow Shaman is that good of a hero right now, well, you get your own miniature Shadow Shaman. Steel Shackles, they last forever.
Yeah.
You have the instant lift against Storm into Shackles, so Makoto had to be very cautious for the majority of this game with his initiation into fights. And most importantly, this game, 23 Savage got nothing done. He got completely crushed in the lane. He got killed twice before level 6. And then after that, GPK just had his number together with Nero. How many roars did we see on this drow?
Yep, once he got
Look at his
that blink
damage.
dagger,
Nothing there.
once he got blink, it felt like every time he blink roared, it was just the death of 23. 1 and 9. Rough start for Talon, but they've been here before, Tsunami.
I guess it was, oh man, this game 1s. These game 1s are really the poison of Flipster Talon. Yesterday they were able to buck that trend, but maybe it was because it was a slightly later start than usual. This time, oh no, I'm feeling a little groggy right now. I don't know, maybe just pick me Drow Ranger, I guess. Yeah, but there's a Beastmaster on the enemy team. Don't worry about it. I mean, just give Makoto Storm Spirit. He'll figure it out, but he didn't.
I don't think they won any of the lanes, and they certainly didn't win any of the early engagements. I think, in all honesty, that given that Talon absolutely should have lost that first game to Aurora, we can still maintain that they don't win game 1.
Okay, sure.
And I was correct in my pre-match assessment in terms of them losing this game. And then as soon as we got backstage, of course, everybody started to look at the draft and go, actually, this doesn't make sense. So Brian was like, this Undying, you know, why isn't he up against the Beastmaster? And then the Prophet pick didn't really make sense, so it felt discombobulated.
It did. It did. Beastmaster had too good of a game. Like, this is the hero that snowballed so heavily in this meta, and really like the itemization that he did go for. Of course, you're going to be going for that Helm. You kill the tier 1 tower top, you move to the mid lane, and then because of the Tormentor change, you pretty much don't have anything to do other than taking Roshan, so they're even snowballing even harder, and then going for the drums afterwards. The other drums build has been nerfed, but he can go for the other drums, so building pretty much every single aura.
The Aghanim Scepter drums versus the
with
Drum of
drums
Endurance. Sure.
He had a great game, and also, like, I think Mikoto needed to do so much in this game, but it was just not that the lanes were bleeding way too much for him to have a hero to play with.
Yeah, I think what might have happened for Talon, I'm just speculating because I really liked the Undying Drow pick. Like, I liked the Drow because they had an Undying 5, and the Undying covers for a lot of the offlaners that Drow will suffer against and prevents her from getting ran at like we saw in that game in Dove a lot. What I think happened was they were thinking, what do we want offlane against Bristleback Oracle? And they couldn't think of anything because a lot of these offlaners get owned by that sort of lane. They can't really, like Centaur, 1 base armor, these type of things. So I imagine they couldn't find a better option in the offlane. They're like, well, I guess we should just pick a new 5 we'll take Undying. And that's a little bit of overcooking. We've used that word a lot during this event. I think they were this was their first time picking Undying, this event on Talon. They were using a strategy that worked well against them yesterday. And we've seen several other teams do this whole thing where you take a hero that's been meta from other teams, and it seems like there's like a little lapse in understanding of what exactly makes that hero work and what role and how it affects the draft. So I think that's a little bit of what happened for Talon in game 1. It could also be all that's a bunch of BS and they just didn't play well because they just woke up. It's really hard to tell with them, to be quite honest.
Your skepticism from their draft did start whenever they picked the Nature's Prophet, though.
Yeah,
so I'm with you that it looked like they were trying to stem the bleeding of, oh, now they have a Bristleback, which we still haven't really fixed yet, and now it has an Oracle behind it. I guess we'll send this Undying, who we've never played before, into the offlane. But now your Drow Ranger's in trouble because now she has a Nature's Prophet as support.
A little too many cooks in the kitchen, perhaps, because it's also difficult to keep that together when you feel like you have too many problems to address. But I wanted to talk about some problems they had to address during the game itself on the side of Talon against BetBoom. As we look at these early dives, this is the first one we saw in the highlights. GPK looping behind Kuko on the Nature's Prophet, 23 Savage. Didn't have that value point in the silence. Might have played a huge role there, but he also just gets his ultimate passive disabled by the Ember. He has the amplified damage rune on Ember. A lot of cool usages of the chain gang facet GPK this game. He went for the max flame guard, so he was incredibly durable. And then this was a nightmarish play for the side of Flipster Talon where they get this solo kill, and because they brought everybody top and then weren't able to actually kill him in return, now Kiritich, this is 1350 into the game, is also getting the Wisdom Rune. So this is triply bad on top of the fact that their offlaner just solo killed your carry in front of your entire team. But I want to check out this epic kill steal. Notice Oracle channeling his first spell on GPK. Jokum gonna get gone on. This might be the best Oracle kill steal in all of history. As the Innate's gonna hit, and the Oracle gets the last hit on the Shaman Innate. So yeah, if you guys thought that Fate's Edict, Purifying Flames was a great way to kill steal, you just learned a new next level strat for Oracle in your pubs.
Anytime I have a Blink Dagger Initiator TPing out of base, like an Axe, for example, I will channel Fortune's End on them, and then I'll just YOLO it. I don't know what's going to happen to it, but it's going to go somewhere.
I've never played Oracle.
Oh.
I never will.
He's not as double-edged as he used to be.
I don't care.
You can cast all your spells without worrying about griefing your team.
Boring. How often do you get to kill people?
Surprisingly a lot.
You get to kill them from across the map.
Yeah, it's like, come on. You had to point it out. You wouldn't have to point out a culling blade.
Fair
or an
enough.
echo slam. The whole screen. You can hear the echo slam on the other side of the map. I like showy dickhead heroes. Confident.
At least you know your type.
I do.
Stay in your lane, Ted.
You guys were in the same color jacket, I've just noticed.
We coordinated that.
Yeah, we did.
It's kind of the same color as the sofa.
That was also coordinated, Ted.
And the curtains. It's
We
very
bought
impressive.
You guys are kind of in
Bought
a
it here
similar
in
color
Sweden.
scheme as well, like some version of green and black.
There's not green anywhere on me.
It's kind of.
There's
It's
like a
kind of.
teal-ish.
It's like
pale
it's
blue.
kind of like
You
those
guys
sea
blind or
greens.
what? Zoom in. Zoom in on Ted.
Don't zoom in. Can you put a filter on Ted, make it look a bit more green? Thank you.
Hey, can we reverse green screen? They're doing it.
Oh no,
Ted's
it's
pegging.
coming.
Press 1 in the chat if you think it's green. Press 2 if we're colorblind. Press 3 If you're hoping to see a game number 2 between Flipster Talon and BetBoom Team, although you may not need to press it because no matter what, that's coming up after the break.
Back-to-back deaths for him inbound as a pro strike into the Earth Splitter. This combination, Liquid, playing off of some deep wards.
Welcome back to the Casters International. We have a couple of unknown casters to look at here today, Cinderin. I believe it was a Cap and... Sorry, I don't know the other guy's name.
I think three letters,
S3G, right?
S3G?
Yeah, I think so.
S3G.
Yeah.
S3G.
Yeah.
Cap and S3G we will be rating today.
I believe Cap is the one on the left.
Yeah, I think so.
And to me, it looks like he's a little bit underdressed. This is a major tournament.
Yeah.
So definitely some negative points. It also looks like he wants to take off his shirt. I mean, the shirt's a little too tight.
Arguably, that could be a positive point depending on your perspective, but
that's true.
I would agree with that. I think maybe he might look better without the shirt, to be fair. I'm not sure if this tournament really allows for that, but I will say major contrast between the two.
Yeah, 100%.
SVG looks like he's...
I thought it was S3G.
S3G, excuse me, sorry. I get the name wrong all the time when these...
He looks like a crypt keeper.
It's just a weird mix, right? It's like his top half of his top part is saying I am going to something semi-formal, and the other half is going golfing.
Doesn't
very old
his mouth very much.
No
facial animation, as I like to call it.
I feel like he's weak, not really even participant. I'd say.
Looking at S3G, he had almost no reaction to it, so this must be a common occurrence between the two of them. I'm not sure if they've worked together a lot in the past, but that indicates to me that they have.
Yeah, either that or he's not paying attention at all, which if there's one thing you absolutely have to do in commentary, it's pay attention to your co-commentator. Like, not listening to what they're doing or what they're saying or paying attention to what they're doing is an absolute no-go.
And I also want to make note of that they're obviously not paying attention to each other, which is really important to do when you're a casting partner.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. They look very uninterested in what is going on. Where's the excitement at, guys? Like, Cap looks like he would rather be somewhere else. As a matter of fact, he just reached for his mouse. I think he's tabbing out to play Cookie Clicker right now. This is, all right, apparently he figured out what he's doing now and started to talk about
I think he might be looking up on a merch website to see if he can get a tighter shirt.
Either that or it's talkback because he broke the monitor and he needs someone to come and fix it for them.
So there's actually a committee on this, right? You know, in Washington or whatever.
Yeah.
And the committee determines what that point of contact looks like. Right. What is supposed to be said in the first few sentences of communication, right?
Right. But so when the aliens come, take me to your leader. We take him to bad guy.
Yeah, it's him. Like well, no, you don't take. He's not the leader. You take him to. He's the guy who says, "I understand your request. Here is why you shouldn't annihilate us. I will gladly take you to your reserved meeting."
So what did you think about the conversation that S3G was having about the alien?
This guy's off. This guy's off his rocker, man. I don't know what's going on. I'm surprised they let him in the building, actually, after hearing that.
I'm not going to lie. Based on how he looks and his performance in this, I actually believe what he said. Because that is...
I believe he believes it.
Oh, that's for
I thought this seemed very, like, genuinely... like an insane person.
Yeah, 100%.
So if that is an act, he's doing a really good job at making it a bit to be insane, but I personally am leaning more that he is actually just completely missed it.
Overall, I'd say average. In esports, that's an average couple. 2.5 out of 5.
You'd give them that much?
Well, there's a lot of bad casters.
Yeah, okay. All right, 2.5 is fine.
So that'll do it for the Casters International Championship. Sunsfan and Cinderin signing out.
Have you ever wondered how our homely Rasta the Shadow Shaman came to be? How a simple hill troll discovered powers that would allow him to fight against wizards, monsters, and soldiers? We know the answers. So join us as we open the books of lore and embark on a new journey in Tales from the Lore Keeper. Episode 2, Rasta the Shadow Shaman.
Talon are down 1 in this best of 3 lower bracket semi-final right now. Final. They already made it through the semi-final. They eliminated Aurora Gaming, and they did it playing their own kind of Dota. Now they roll up to this lower bracket final against BetBoom team, and they're doing things that these Eastern European teams are fully familiar with. You think Undying is gonna catch anyone by surprise now? No. But things like Lycan? Ain't nobody expecting that. So if you come this far into the tournament, why abandon your flair? Lean into it. It got you this far.
Yeah, I think it's a tough mixture. I agree with you, but you want to adapt as the meta goes on, but you also don't want to fix what ain't broken.
Right.
You know? So I think Talon, the point I would like to make is that they did this 3 times during group stage 2, where they had a horrible first game, and they effectively had that yesterday against Aurora, and they're 4-0 in game 2 of those series.
Okay.
So we can definitely count on Talon coming back full force in game 2, regardless of strategy.
Okay, that's encouraging to see because yes, this is a earlier game than usual, and the Aurora game that we saw yesterday, Ted, was the type of game that didn't really seem like it was a dominant Flipster Talon performance.
No, game 1, I think Aurora misplayed it quite a bit. Didn't deal with this Enigma, and it was like, what are you guys doing? Like, they jumped the Doom, and we were watching it. Misery was like, what are they doing? Like, he was really genuinely quite angry. But they were on top. Like, they should have won that game. They should have closed it out. Obviously, Talon are very good at playing for these later game positions where they have heroes that can scale and they find their farm. That is an issue. And I think certainly some teams, I can't remember quite what Aurora had, but if I remember rightly, their support didn't really scale at all.
Yes, that's right.
So Flipster can do it, but I think BetBoom played very well in that first game. Maybe this is the time when the 1-1 becomes the 2-0.
Is Bristleback again becoming the hero of the patch after all these nerfs? People were playing it red, then people were playing it on green facet. Now again, last couple of days, we've been seeing a lot of red facet. It just seems like it's not been nerfed enough. Like the damage, the timing that you have. I also think in the previous game, it was a combination between like all the heroes that they did have had a pretty strong timing together, because you had Beastmaster with Helm plus drums. You also had your carry going for Aghanim Scepter plus 1 item BKB, which made him super tanky. You also had your mid laner who didn't have to go for Mage Slayer in this game because there were no spell damage whatsoever, so he instead did go for Blade Mail, which gives him armor, great against pretty much every single hero that they do have, and then opting to go for S and Y, making him super tanky. So all of these things combined, like the great timing that they did have, also made them to snowball this game out of control.
And it's encouraging to see them be able to convert such a clean strategy, because it was Talon who won their series yesterday, and it was BetBoom team that got shellacked by Parivision. So the fact that BetBoom team is able to shake off that loss and come into this game with a basic reset is encouraging to see for this stage of the tournament, especially for BetBoom team, who is known to maybe crumble whenever the chips start going down. This time, though, they come correct in game number 1, and we'll see it if they can do it again as we get into our draft for game number 2, with BetBoom team banning out a Slark, a Doom yet again, along with a Templar Assassin and a Kunkka. Flipster Talon this time opt to respect ban a lot of Game 1's heroes. They take out the BetBoom Bristleback and the Beastmaster, along with Miro's Enigma. They first pick themselves the Oracle, and BetBoom respond with the Naga Siren.
I'd like to see something that, if BetBoom have, that relies on or benefits from the song's setup, because we saw it picked the other day and it was like, what is this for? And it looked like it was just to reset the fight, but sometimes they kind of stand around with the Naga thinking, all right, hold it for a sec, we're ready, and then nothing
Yeah, it was Aurora yesterday where they kind of reset the fight for the enemy team.
Yeah.
They had such low cooldowns that they didn't benefit anything from it.
Yeah, something like some Disruptors, Enigma's banned out, but that Tidehunter, Darkseer.
That kind of stuff.
I'm down. I mean, both of these heroes have been insanely successful. I feel like we've had these 4 or 5 heroes, the Oracles, the Undyings, the Nagas, who have just out of nowhere in 7.39 are now 80% plus win rate heroes, which is pretty insane. I don't feel like we see that all too often. And I wanted to comment on the Bristleback carry, and also illuminating like the archetype of carries right now. You even see Drow on the other team last game. It didn't work out the way that it's intended to, but a lot of these carries I think are being affected by the fact that offlaners are not retreating to stacks. There are heroes that shut you down. They're meant to win the lane, and what happened previously in the last patch was you pick a Drow, right? Your hero's kind of meant to shut down the offlaner. You have this mid-game timing where all you have is like Falcon Blade, Dragonlance, and it's a Sand King epicentering your mid laner. You know what I mean?
Right.
But now it's like, okay, Undying is busy responding to top because his carry's losing his lane and he's having a little bit of a gimped game because of the fact that he's against a carry like Bristleback. So I think that's what's happening in the meta right now. I'm just gonna. This is like the narrative in my head that I'm seeing.
I like
wondering
it. It sounds
if it's
really
playing
good.
out,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna have an eye on Pari Vision also later, whoever they end up playing of these two teams. But yeah, the Oracle also a bit of a weak laner, you know. The innate's super broken, the spells later on. So giving it something like the Bristle that's self-sustaining, I want to see that out of Flipster Talon for 23 Savage.
Yeah, I want to see a hero that is going for these runes. I want to see the other support, the other position 4 on their side that's going to be going for the runes, because with the recent changes, you know exactly and which rune is going to be spawning. So I want to see this type of a play, try to outmaneuver opponents. You have a bottle refill kind of guaranteed if you bring the numbers, but Lina has been left in the pool, and this is most likely going to be their lane partner because you have set up for your LSA. Naga Siren does pretty good job in terms of like setting things up for Lina and also soaking up some of the damage.
Are we going the Marcy Axe, run it back from yesterday?
So what were the heroes on your graphic that you said were... So Axe was the most
Axe is
successful.
#1. Out of all the relevant meta heroes, it was Tide and Centaur were the other
Gotcha.
two on the top 5. I think specifically for the way Yokam likes to play, and Flipster Talon specifically, also considering Naga, I wouldn't want to pick long cooldowns in a Naga, so I think Axe is by far the best out of all these. Magnus is great too. Magnus is a solid option. The displacement factor.
Yeah.
We saw them use like a Tusk Magnus. I wouldn't be surprised if that's their 4 position.
They also used Tiny and Magnus in one
Yeah,
of the
it's
games
true.
that they played against Lina, and it was super effective. Just any kind of repositioning tool works great. Pushing them away from any kind of saves, pushing them away from Song of the Siren could be really nice. And also having a BKB piercing ability. Lina, like, she needs some kind of a protection. So we'll see if BetBoom team will decide to play actually just going for the 2 same heroes. Like, Lina's just straight up not going to have a good time.
Now, does BetBoom team ever rotate mid to GPK? That's the question. If I'm Kiritich, I'm like, just give me something else, you know? I really don't want to play this, even if it's a good lane matchup or synergy with Naga Siren. I just think the way that Lina functions as a carry, it makes her life so much easier if she's effectively a mid and can go more utility defensive items for herself because she's not the sole damage dealer in the draft.
Is there any potential for a support Lina?
You never know. I mean, we haven't seen it yet, but we've definitely seen metas where the layers of the pick go deep enough where they're like, yeah, well, we saw the support TA as like a very, I'd say, outlandish example. So it's not out of the question.
Just because if she's been counted and you're like, oh, this is actually a bad Lina game, maybe just don't make her a core. I mean, it does weaken their draft a bit, but you can make up for it.
I guess that ain't happening.
No, I guess she is a core.
Well, it's a pretty good Rubik game again in terms of spells to steal.
Yeah.
All of Tiny stuff, all of Mag's stuff.
Yeah, we didn't get much of a chance to touch on the Rubik in the post-game, but how'd you feel after seeing the game play
He did
out?
okay, like nothing too crazy. He was stealing shadows. Like he actually stole Shaman Wards in the bottom near the tier 1 tower, which did allow them to push the high ground 19 minutes in with the Beastmaster timing. With the wards, there was just not enough damage to kill those wards and they couldn't get close. But also stealing Shackle, which is pretty much the biggest spell you can steal. He did a good job, but I think there are better heroes out there. And also in this one, I feel like, sure, there's some good spells to steal against Magnus, against Tiny, so stealing Avalanche, stealing RP, or Skewer back could be relatively big, but I also feel at the early stages you are lacking a lot of damage between 2 supports. Let's say you lose the XP rune. On side of BetBoom team, you have Naga Siren, who's under level, doesn't have Song. You have Rubik, who's not level 6. These 2 supports can easily, like, just crumble. So I want to see slightly more tempo from Flipster Talon. Right now, I'm seeing Tiny, I'm seeing Magnus. Big fan of these heroes, especially what they're playing against, because you're going to be able to push out the waves relatively quickly. Both of them kind of one-shot the wave, so lanes are going to be in a good position.
Yeah, just to be a bit contrarian here, for the sake of it, I think Rubik A lot of his weakness is the laning phase. I don't think that's going to be punished by Oracle as a 5. It's not some lane dominator 5 that poses issues. And also, I remember I was on panel with a support player once who said the part about Rubik that's so good against Mag Tiny is not necessarily only the spell steals, but also these two heroes, when they're skewering back, when they're avalanche tossing, there's enough of a window to interrupt that. You know, he blinks in, he horn tosses, and you lift him. So
I mean, this was the counter to Spirit at TR.
Yeah, it was.
LGD. Yeah.
So that's just something to consider, that we may very well see like some game-changing Rubik lift where Lina would otherwise have been RP skewered in, and instead the mag gets interrupted and Lina stands her ground and kills everybody. But Pangolier, flex pick, I guess, could be for Makoto, could be for WS.
That booms Pangolier.
Sorry, I'm like mixing up the teams. Could be for GPK, could be for Miro as well. I feel like that's because we don't know where this Tiny's going. Could be mid, could theoretically be 4, unlikely, but also could just be 23 Savage carry hero, very reliable in lane, kind of with the idea of alleviating the weakness of Oracle in lane as well, so I think that's a good pick.
The off-lane Panga, we haven't seen work very much though, have we?
Nice!
Oh,
Hell yeah! There it is!
Yes!
I'll tell you what we do see work, though. It's the off-lane axe.
That means it's a Yokam Magnus, probably.
Yeah, he had some banger games on Magnus when he cleft 4 heroes with Skewer.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty insane.
That was
But
Gaming
also,
Gladiators.
like, even before Axe pick, it didn't look like Lina's gonna have a good time, but now against Axe with the Blink Dagger, you have BKB Piercing Tool, Blade Mail Carrier as well. This could be a bit tricky. Again, for now, I'm seeing Lina being pretty much the only damage dealer. If Pango's not having a good time as well, like this lineup, I feel like they're already getting outdrafted. I did like what they had outside of Flipster Talon in game 1 as well, but this one, I think the composition, like you can always play the game, and even if you lose the early stages, these are the best heroes in the game pretty much to defend the high ground with, because you will have the toss back, you will have the skewer, so they're not going to be able to push the high ground, and we've seen when the games go late how Flipster Talon, their decision making, how good they are.
It's 3 heroes with repositioning skills on Flipster Talon. This Lina is terrified of being out of position.
I think the one hero that could potentially change my mind on BetBoom's draft, because I agree, his Axe pick, I literally made a segment about Axe versus Lina being very difficult for Lina to play, is if they rotate Lina mid and Kiritich playing what he said in an interview, what he would want to be the defining Kiritich hero, which is Lifestealer. I think this could be a sick Lifestealer pick. It would leave Axe to have a decent lane, but I also see a Flipster Talon lineup which against a consistently BKB target would struggle. And then you also have he's one of the best counter-ganking carry heroes because you TP in and infest your mid. I think if they leave Lina mid here, Lina carried, Kiritich is going to have a tough one.
Yeah, but then your alternative is giving GPK a very tough one.
But I think Lina plays the map better in regards to these vulnerabilities because you're not getting the drow treatment like we saw last game from the mid lane. It's much safer. You're not getting skewered back until later on in the game. So I would hope, for BetBoom's sake, that they do rotate it. I think Flipster, they've said if you play this carry, we're going to shit on you. I can't say it. Like the Tiny Mag and Axe, like all 3 of these heroes are designed to take down the Lina.
Oh, this would have been a great Timber game.
And an Ursa as well, which is why Flipster Talon banned them both out, and BetBoom take out the Razor and the Sniper.
I mean, Puck looks very good. I would say they just need somebody, unless they want to play this Tiny from the mid lane and pick a different carry, but they already showed that they're playing Tiny as a carry. It's a bit on the slower side. This hero doesn't really go in, like doesn't get many kills in the lane. With Oracle, not a killer lane by any means, but he comes online 15 minutes into the game when he picks up his Echo Saber, his Shadow Blade, and he picks up his Shard, so this is when he's ready to fight.
If 23 Savage wants to, so it will be Kara Tiny and mid Makoto Storm Spirit yet again.
Yeah, good matchup against, like, again, they don't have much control. There is net, there is LSA, but considering what you have behind yourself, imagine zipping in, there's so many things that you can set up for, like RPs, Avalanche, Call for Axe.
And the other way around, Storm Spirit has a lot of people to play with. And
Is this like Undying carry or Naga carry? What is this?
Undying off lane.
Undying off lane,
Yeah.
just carry. Oh yeah, mid Pango, of course.
So BetBoom are going to pick the Undying and say, this is how you play Undying.
It does own carry Tiny. I will say that at all stages of the game, it owns carry.
He
Tiny.
was the OG Undying player of the tournament. He did play it 2 times at the start, while everybody else was playing it as a position 5. This draft, I feel like it's going to fall short on side of BetBoom. This is a very scary looking draft from Flipster Talon.
I think if the game is normal at 20 minutes and Flipster Talon, they showered. I assume they did.
Surely.
Then I think their draft late game just functions way better. But we've also seen Miero just completely annihilate the map, not in the same way that a Beastmaster would. But Tiny, where does he go if his lane's rough? So I think 23 Savage could be potentially a liability, but they've got all the answers to Kiritich as the game goes on. And I think he took that
5-man shower during the break, and now they're ready to go.
Let's go.
You got 3 melee heroes playing into an Undying. 3 strength heroes playing into an Undying.
That is true.
That sucks. And a Pango, but they have so many ways to get on top of this Lina, and I fear for her safety.
And that's what Talon are hoping for, to put this Lina out of her comfort zone, or at least her attack range zone. It's time for a game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, with the PogChamp Pandas.
Game 2 between BetBoom and Talon has come. Sunspan with a Cinderin. And again, we have some spicy ass picks. Game 1 went to BetBoom in, well, very casual fashion. Talon have to win this to extend to a game 3. They have the Axe, which we have loved seeing. And then WS is going to be playing that. Jokum playing his melee support 4, which is Magnus this time. But on the other side, and the panel mentioned it, Miero Undying. That was the first off-lane Undying we saw in this tournament earlier, and he took over the game basically single-handedly.
Yeah, there's definitely some major... There's some major things you want to avoid for both teams in this game. On the side of Talon, you want to prevent this Undying from taking over the game, as you mentioned, and really setting the tempo. And on the side of BetBoom, you want to avoid getting to late game. I actually think it's the simple version of this. If the game goes long enough, well, this could be a good start for them, but I do think WS will make it out alive here. Probably, maybe. No, they've Deluge again.
Yep, he's getting slowed to a crawl.
dead.
First blood. Kataomi will likely grab it. Does he have the move speed?
Yes, Delusion 1.
Well, he might be more. Oh, he actually gets a little bit more HP diving the tower. As we have a pause. What the horse happens now? Damn. So
isn't it always next?
Yeah, that's true.
This
I
was
screwed
your
that
show.
up.
He's definitely dead.
Yeah, he's dead. As Kataomi will trade his life for the betterment of BetBoom, who get the first blood. Goodness.
Now, the good news here is for Flipster Talon, Jokum got full experience. So he's actually going to be the first player likely in the bot lane to reach level 2.
That's pretty big, too. He skewers Kiritich away. Not going to get much of the XP in this way. Let's see how many creeps he actually misses here. Looks like it was 2.
So yesterday we saw WS and the Axe and he popped off, but they were playing it together with Marcy, which I think is a 10 times better lane than this one. The way that worked so well is that Marcy had the pick-me-up facet and was able to just effectively vault Axe into the enemy to call them, giving him a mini free dagger for the laning stage. In theory, Magnus can do the same with Skewer, but it's a lot harder to hit. And this should be a lane that on paper is just BetBoom favored. Lina plus melee support against 2 melee heroes, especially when the melee support she's with has any sort of control, such as the ensnare into Relin being a great example. I would expect this lane to go very well for the side of BetBoom. In mid, Mikoto Storm against Pango should be a good lane for the Storm. Not crushing it, but should be winning. And then up top, you have to favor the Undying against the Tiny. BSJ was talking about it. This is a game counter. It counters Tiny in the laning stage. It counters him in the mid game because Tiny can't destroy the Tombstone. And once Undying gets Flesh Golem, if he hits Tiny even once, you just stick on him the whole fight. So
Yeah.
definitely some challenges here, but if Flipstar Talon can avoid this game following the same trajectory as the last one, if it's just slower, I think they have a pretty good shot. LSA gonna miss. But once again, X Magnus, not exactly a very
I'll
punishing
say
lane.
save on the Rubik, because we're going to see more action here. LSA. Shockwave. Oh, the Berserker's call onto both heroes into a skewer as well. Jokum and WS trying to finish off Kataomi. Jokum getting pretty low. Oh, actually, they turn the other way. They want to get Kiritich instead, and actually Kataomi kills off Jokum instead. And if WS can get this, it'll be well worth it. The ensnare holds him in place, though, and both members of Bet Boom get away.
Pretty sure if you were to open up some of the Overwatch cases, there'd be people reporting X for going this skill build, but it almost worked. The 1-1-0 build does not have a point in counter helix. It was the only reason they could start the fight was that he skilled call on level 2.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
But
oh, that, okay, they get the double skewer again from the trees.
Oh,
Kiritich
baby.
dies, Kataomi next, and Talon come back with a vengeance.
I love seeing Axes skill differently. I think there's been so many games I've watched over the years where Axes will default to 0-1-2 every time. And then yesterday we had WS skill 1-1-1, and this game effectively also doing that, albeit in different order with the call on level 2, has really enabled this lane to work. You're not really winning it by a ton down the stretch, but getting those kills there should be massive for WS. Now 1,900 net worth to the 1,600 of the Lina is very good news for
The
Talon.
reel in into the LSA, but WS has come to force Bet Boom back.
Yeah, they have the second point in Deluge now. It's a very big upgrade for the Naga support. But this is, for me, this is already a better outcome than I would have expected going into this game for the offlane of Talon. So this should be very comfortable with this. Early ring of health for WS. Vanguard only 300 away. And they find another skewer down bot.
Yep, into the call as well, and a lot of creeps attacking WS as the counter helix obviously leveled at this point. That Battle Hunger really slows a lot. As the Shockwave will miss, but I think later on in the game when you see a Rubik with Shard, that's going to be an interesting interaction against the Axe call. If he's able to get out of the call himself, that is, as a save. It's WS.
Yeah.
The outskirts here.
Yeah, they have to be careful down bottom now for the side of Talon. They're very low on resources. Ensnare plus Deluge might just be a kill with Lina's 2 spells.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Mid lane Makoto with a slight advantage in terms of CS. Both members relatively low, though. Double shield crash for GPK.
Yeah. Interesting he chose that over Thunderbolt, right? We've been seeing mid-pangos do a little bit of both, but I feel like Thunderbolt has been the more popular mid-pango facet overall, whereas the double jump has been default in the off lane. Now bottom again, Kiritich.
Yeah, Kiritich.
He has 13 sticks.
Should be able to walk away. Mid lane, though, Makoto looks to be dead, and it's to GPK's hands. Dave coming in for the assistance, so first big kill in the mid lane.
This is an exceptionally good time to rotate. Storm was closing in on level 6, and he's going to lose a full wave in the tower, including the siege creep. So this is bonus experience. Down the drain for Makoto. And GPK getting himself a little bit of a lead there. Now he's hoping to find the 6-minute rune. Bottom is being covered by Jokum, and top is being covered by Cuckoo. So good job for Talon. And they themselves obviously should know where the rune is, courtesy of Oracle.
Yep.
So Jokum, I don't know if they forgot to tap where the rune is, or if they were trying to fake them out with Magnus covering bottom.
Ah, yeah.
But effectively a little bit of waste of time.
All right,
otherwise.
LSA. Skewer from Jokum as the rotation from Save comes in. WS, he wants to get aggressive, but the Berserker's call canceled at the last moment. Level 5 right now. Gets telekinesis.
Oh, didn't throw him back.
Throw him back at all. And should be able to walk away as a result.
Seems like a misplay.
I don't think they get that kill anyway, though.
Maybe they could connect an LSA, and even if they don't kill him, maybe they get him to like 10%, which does make a big difference for his ability to continue playing the lane.
Yeah, that's true.
Now that he's on half, he still has the confidence to go and grab the CS, but they are going to try him again.
Dire's middle tower
Save.
attack are scanning.
Good read from WS. He will back off. Joachim will take the Wisdom, and Miero will take the other one. So this will be a lot of experience for the offlane Undying of the Bet Boom team. Almost level 6 now on Miero.
WS will get triple teamed. Already relatively low. The reel in into the LSA. Joachim. Shockwave. And Kataomi, he's going to get skewered. He's the one to fall. So WS survives, and I mean, Cuckoo gets the last hit there, but
they just don't have enough damage into this Vanguard.
Yeah, Vanguard is pretty powerful. I mean, there's one on Miero as well on the other side.
Radiant's middle tower.
But this is what's so important about Axe in any patch, really, is if you don't get bullied out of the very first few waves and you get some good golden experience and you get the Vanguard, the hero transforms a lot. If you imagine the couple of early kills that he got one of the last hits on the kills and 1 assist, those 2 kills in the lane, if they hadn't happened and he wouldn't have this Vanguard, then he probably dies there too, and the game snowballs against you pretty fast, but now he's actually having a quite good game on the Axe. Ahead of the Lina is not something I thought I would say minute 8.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Miero's also farming quite well, though, and actually out-leveling WS for the time being. Not by a huge amount, though, but yeah, they're pretty neck and neck offlaners. Who would you say that benefits more?
I think it's better for on a hero-to-hero matchup. That's not really how I would think about it. In terms of game expectancy, definitely benefits Axe.
23 Savage, good TP.
Because this was a lane Miero was expected to do well in, whereas the Axe was maybe... I'm not saying he was expected to get crushed, but I don't think he was expected to do this well. So you consider that the 1k lead that Talon have now is mainly from the outperformance in the bot lane from
WS gets the Chipper's Vest, though, so that's now an advantage over Miero. Let's see what he gets in the jungle, Cinderin.
Yeah.
The neutral item talk, which we stopped doing with the big patch that came. That changed neutrals into, well, less interesting to talk about items. But the Chipper's Vest, very interesting.
Yep. Very good on Axe.
We'll be going for the phase boots into Blink, as per norm.
Yeah, then it'll be Blade Mail, and then probably BKB, I'm guessing, in this game. You want to make sure you can get all your stuff off against Pango, against Rubik. They will get killed off, and maybe more. Miero would be the bigger prize.
Yep, he doesn't have his ult right now. Gets off a double decay, but the Electric Vortex, GPK coming in with the double shield crash. Will use his ult. They've already lost their Undying, and now GPK won't be able to finish the job, so away he goes. And of course, Miero instant spawns as WS. He's left alone. Takes a Laguna Blade, but they don't do any damage after the fact. Gets reeled back in. He gets whipped. A lot of aggressive things onto Axe, but he doesn't care at all. Makoto snags the Invis rune. We'll have to use it right off the bat. They put a sentry down, though. They're going to focus on Joachim instead because he's easier. They will get him as a result. This might be the first power rune that a non-support has gotten this game.
It's also the 3rd power rune of the game.
That's right. 1 out of 3, Cinderin.
Yeah. We're both making correct statements. Maybe. I didn't fact check you. But I can fact check myself that 10 minutes is the 3rd power rune.
Okay. Thank you.
Feel pretty confident about that one. But yeah, with our expectancy going into this game, I think fair to say this is a great early game from Talon overall. Like, this is a good result from the first 10 minutes. We were saying this is a game where Bet Boom are looking to accelerate out of the laning stage and take good fights around their tombstone. But with the 2k lead now for Talon, just raw laning advantage. It's looking quite solid for them to be able to bridge the gap and buy the time necessary to get their lineup to the later portion of the game where it really peaks. We've seen these late game Magnus plays, the Storm plays. And 23 Savage, who was slated to have the hardest lane of everyone, is more or less tied with the lead.
That's a smoke reveal. Makoto. Well, actually, Joachim is the one that gets the kill. They're going to get Kataomi as well. So a nice gank here from Talon. See if they can pressure the tier 1 after the fact as well.
WS almost has Blink now. 12 minutes in, face blink Vanguard, not too shabby. Almost top net worth.
Radiant's bottom
The
tower
classic
is under
X
attack.
Magnus lane. I'd love to see it.
Might be in some trouble now, though. Miero in that flesh golem. Going to apply some pressure to him at the moment. They get the telekinesis as well. He has to use the call, but he is outnumbered right now, and they finally brought damage. So Miero gets the better of him in this exchange.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower.
How much gold did he lose in that? It didn't look like he lost much. He still has 1,800, so.
Yeah, he lost 150 for dying.
Okay.
The punishment this early on in terms of net worth loss is not that significant. More about what the opponent gains than what you lose most of the time.
He can pop into the jungle real quick, get that blink, and then go for a smoke play. As Makoto trying to take a little stack here. The shield crash from GPK will be applied to Cuckoo, who
nice
brushes off the
technique.
Laguna, but the right clicks will be enough anyway.
Yeah, choosing to conserve the false promise, which is definitely the right call under the circumstances. There was no way he was getting out. This spell has a quite a bit longer cooldown than I believe it used 2 years ago. Now it's 110 seconds level 1. This used to be quite a bit lower back when Oracle was last seen as a very meta pick.
All right, blink coming.
Yeah.
Expect a smoke play right away.
Definitely the player to watch right now, WS on his X with this pickup. Once the Blade Mail comes out, he can solo kill Lina. One of Lina's more annoying off-lane matchups when Axe gets there. A lot of the time, Lina would have been played as a mid and will still go for some sort of right-click or maybe spellcasting hybrid, and she could still die to Axe. When you're playing the true hard carry Max Fiery Soul Maelstrom build, you have so high attack speed when you get called, you're just going to die, and Axe is going to amplify it even further with call out.
Yeah, they're going to bring 23 Savage as well, so this is a 4-man smoke. Oh, that's a nice call. Onto 2. The blink reveal is perfect.
See him
Both
later.
supports for Bet Boom evaporate. And GPK, I mean, Goto still has plenty of mana to pursue. Rolling Thunder will be canceled. There's the RP to follow. Miero, he's going to get caught off guard. He's going to get destroyed as well. They're going to clean up the tombstone on top of killing off GPK and Miero, and suddenly Talon, with a massive advantage, died to the zombies.
He was tanking the tower the whole time. He had all his spells. I think it was just unaware of what was going on. It was funny. But still, this is a great win for the side of Talon. They're going to transition it into mid-tier 1. And yeah, just as much as they were beat down in game number 1, they're looking to bring it back the other way onto Bet Boom. GPK, I'm looking at Cuckoo here. It's full HP. How does he die? Let's count tower shots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That is
okay.
Very impressive.
He took 8 tower shots and a tombstone and cast no spells to save himself.
That's crazy.
I mean, sometimes you tunnel vision. He was really focused on the fight. A funny death, but fortunately for him, completely inconsequential.
Well,
but we appreciate
it wasn't inconsequential to us. It was entertaining.
Yeah, we appreciate the good laugh, but for the sake of the game, I don't think it makes much of a difference here.
6K lead for Talon, so I mean, I feel like we're kind of beating a dead horse talking about this game 1 woes for Talon, but it keeps happening.
Yeah.
And then game 2, they tend to destroy.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't think I've seen anything like this to this level before.
The thing that seems consistent for them is that they're really good at game 2.
Yeah.
Right? The
Well,
game 1, they
game
broke a
3
curse
has
yesterday.
Game 3 has always been competitive as well.
Right, but game 2's, hasn't it been game 2 they crushed every time?
Yeah, game 2 is every.
Game 1 they lost most of the time. Game 2 they crushed every time, and game 3 was competitive most of the time.
Yeah.
A very interesting team dynamic. You don't want to play this team in 2-game series and group stages because you're never getting better than a draw.
Yeah, that's true.
Here he comes, Makoto.
Yeah, they're going to have to focus on save. Avalanche there, 23 Savage, and gets himself the kill. GPK does use the Rolling Thunder. Not going to be any follow-up here, so we'll TP out, but the call actually cancels it, and GPK with the shield crash will be surrounded. Swashbuckle there, but He is dead. What a play from W. That is really hard to do, by the way. They will eventually chop him to the ground.
You took
Very
the words
impressive.
out of my mouth. I was basically going to say that's a lot harder than it looks. Because you need to blink close enough that you call, but you need to also outrange the stun from the roll. So the range, the precision you need to hit this with is probably like 100.
Oh, Laguna was dodged by Makoto. Oh my goodness.
And the LSA
Talon are
missed.
just all over them. This is just outplaying them so hard.
Makoto didn't even take damage.
Why can't you do any of this in game one? Any of it?
He dodged Laguna, the LSA missed, and Makoto ends that kill. He had a regen rune as well, to be fair, so he was going to be fine either way, but style point
Jokum
for Makoto.
So crazy. Oh, Electric Vortex onto the Naga. There's
Nice
the call from
call
WS
again.
onto 2. Chop and chop for WS. Has the Blade Mail. 9K lead for Talon.
Real recognized, real a tip from Miero there. Miero loves a good axe performance.
Yeah.
He's a big fan of deodorant.
I mean, he's top net worth on his team. For the Undying, that is.
Yeah. That's Katomi. Oh, he is.
Oh, that's the face palm.
He has been happier. Not the best game here for
GPK has
Betboom.
used Swashbuckle. Avalanche is going to find him into the toss, into the RP, an eventual kill for 23.
This game is just coming crashing down. This is becoming a stomp. We said that Talon would be happy to be even-ish at this point. Now that they're crushing, the scaling potential of the lineups, the way they interact when you go down the stretch.
Makoto feeling himself now.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't he? Everything is working for the side of Talon. He still has the haste rune to work with.
Double digits now, 10K. Makoto continuing on. Yeah, Miero, he's going to pop the Fletch Golem. He gets put on the cliff now by Jokum. Oh, and the Electric Vortex to keep him there. Oh my God. I want to die. Oh, is there any way for them to get him down? There's no forces yet, right?
Rubik
Surely.
doesn't have shard.
Oh my goodness.
He sent out a courier with what? Oh, he's
no-
trying to branch himself down. He's going to use 4 branches.
Oh, okay. That's not
Nice.
too bad then.
Nice play to get down.
Play of the day for Betboom.
I think he did it with 3 of them. Maybe he needed all 4. I'm not sure. Just, yeah, make sure you buy enough when you try this at home. If you send out 1 too few and you have to send the courier back, when it arrives again, your first branches will be gone. The trees you've planted, so.
Talon styling on Betboom here in game number 2. Gonna
This-
group up for that tier 2 bot.
The speed with which Miero did that made it look like he's been there before.
Yep.
He instantly sent out the courier, and when he got the trees, like, yep, dung, 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 right there.
Very impressive.
He's definitely had this experience. Maybe exactly on Undying as well. Wouldn't even surprise me. This hero notoriously rather slow and would be more likely to get clipped than many of the other heroes Miero
GPK
plays.
again, 23 Savage. If he finds him, he'll kill him.
Soloing. Yeah.
Now he can definitely apply pressure to that tier 2 bot if he wants. As Makoto going to be pushing out the top. And how long until they can do Roche? It's not the greatest Roche team. Watching the dodge on the Laguna here.
And then the LSA misses because he doesn't jump.
Incredible.
Showered with tips
Radiant's
from his
bottom
teammates
tower is
Makoto.
under attack.
Cuckoo looks to be going for the blink before that Ghost Scepter in his quick buy. As Talon will be taking out the Tormy. As Jokum will get it.
Okay, so that's the upgraded skewer. Not really too important
Oh, this
here.
is interesting though. Into the pit, Betboom goes.
If they get countered here, they might honestly call it.
Yep.
This feels already like a bit of a
already
Hail Mary,
slow.
and they're already giving up on it. But they're going to turn it into a smoke fight.
Yeah,
Looking for
WS.
maybe a song setup.
Song into Pango roll, I guess.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Song at all as WS.
He's going to break the smoke. Ward's being
He
placed.
will.
Oh my god, it's
They
an
use
illusion.
telekinesis on an illusion. Miero with GPK's help, actually getting a stun lock onto the Storm Spear, but the False Promise already used. He's going to take a Laguna, so a lot of damage, and he's still stun locked here. Will be zipping away, but there's a huge RP and an even bigger skewer, but they've already lost 2. Make it 3 for Talon. And WS, oh, they actually cancel his Blink Dagger. GPK gets the shield crash as well, and WS might be the 4th death.
Oh.
Gonna dodge the LSA, but as long as they can cancel this Blink Dagger. 23 Savage, though, he's coming in. Oh, the Song at just the right time to disrupt the combo from 23.
Maybe he can blink out here?
Oh, yeah, they mistimed that a bit. So the blink out from WS actually might want to come back in as 23 Savage focusing on Miero. That's a pretty tanky target, though. Gets the Avalanche now as a TP coming from Cuckoo, who's now respawned. Miero, getting some stuff dispelled now.
Oh, he crimsoned before he got purged. That might actually cost him.
Yeah, he's going to get tossed and
Probably
destroyed.
dead anyway, to be fair, but most definitely. But he's back alive. Nothing happened.
No, that's right.
That was a great fight for BitBoom, and I think the biggest story of that entire fight was WS's choice to solo call the Rubik off on the right. He spent his entire fight fighting the Rubik and eventually killing him off. But I think the axe is too valuable to have in the center of the fight for him to go on these little side missions. If you want someone to deal with the Rubik, expend a storm on it, use your Tiny as the opener on that guy. I think X has to look for bigger targets. Now, fortunately for Talon, BetBoom in the end chased maybe a little bit too far looking for that additional kill on Axe and end up getting punished for it. Of course, the Song of the Siren and Snare was on cooldown, so Kataomi couldn't combo them to prevent X from blinking out. And now we're back to the pit. It's the pivotal point of the game where both teams will continue to cover this area. All spells available in a moment for the side of Talon. 10 seconds on RP.
Savage, that's who they want. Opening from GPK, LSA, Laguna as well, but the False Promise comes out and a delete save to start the fight as Makoto, he's going to zip, trying to get Kiratas. He finds himself to the high ground. That's a buyback now onto save. As 23 Savage continue to whack away, but he is slow to a crawl. But Jokum, nice RP onto several heroes, and the cleave coming out from 23. The choppity chop from WS. And just like that, this is going to be a dieback for save. It's going to be a full team wipe for Talon.
Damn.
Ultra kill for the Axe. Beastly performance.
Was that 2 good calls and 1 big RP? It's just too easy for Talon at this point. Gonna see the replay here. So this is right after the call comes in, but he found the Lina plus Rubik, which is already a great call to begin with, but considering it's carry Lina, it's even better. The amount of damage that WS is able to output with that jump. 23 damage. And this RP, the fight is over immediately. Nothing you can do. And they also know this is obviously a result of the way the lineups function. You can't run away as BetBoom. Like, you're never going to escape Storm plus 2 Blink Dagger cores. If you choose to disengage, your only escape is Song of the Siren. So if that's unavailable or has already been used, you're just not going to happen. Yeah. So they have to stand and fight, and they know they can't win that fight, but there's no alternative. Good reaction from GPK will probably keep him alive here. Oh, Koda's still being a little annoying.
Well, Roche is still up. It's actually going to be a much later Roche than would have expected with a lead like this. Of course, BetBoom putting up a pretty good fight after attempting the Roche, I suppose. Kind of delays the take for Talon, but they're still going to go down mid. Take this tier 2. Surely you get the Aegis now. I mean, I guess you do have to worry about Song still. Song, yeah. Tombstone, Rolling Thunder, they do have a good pit fighting squad on BetBoom.
I think as long as Cuckoo has good position, it's going to be difficult for BetBoom to kill more than 1 hero, even in a Dream opener. Cuckoo is going to save 1. The Tiny is really tanky, so he can probably stay alive on his own through the initial opening of the fight, and then you just need to get your turnaround spells off and you should be fine. If you get any half-decent RP, any half-decent call, I think the fight plays itself.
So BetBoom, the challenge here is almost impossible. And if they don't get the Aegis either, it's just... I'm assuming this one goes on the Tiny. How are you ever killing him twice with the Radiant lineup right now? 3,500 HP, 1,000,000 armor, Oracle behind.
Yeah.
Mikoto TPing in.
No contest.
I think you just go high ground.
Oh, for sure. They're going to get saved. Another benefit of taking Tormentor is that save could not have gotten shard. We'll have to buy it. I think it's pretty... I mean, when you're down this much, it doesn't really matter that much, I suppose. But like we talked about earlier against the call, very good.
He now finally has a 27-minute Yules against Mag. Yeah, might be faster than this patch's fastest, but I don't think that Rubik went brown boots. There's very, very little to write home about for save this game. Obviously, you want this Yule against the Axe Call, you want it against the Mag, Blink, RP, Skewer combos, but Axe already has BKB, so you're not stopping him anymore. And the Magnus, you gotta be really fast. If you don't have vision of him, he will get RP off before you Yule him. You kind of have to precast the telekinesis to stop it.
So 23, solo takes the tier 3 mid, the range racks as well. Now a smoke from BetBoom.
Yeah, this is the all-in. All-in move. Well, it's a 3-man smoke, so I say that. Wait, what are they trying to do with this smoke, actually? I thought they were just going to go for a fight, but GPK is on a mission down bottom. Oh, he's going for the Wisdom Shrine so he can get level 18 for the base fight. Is that it? It looks like that's it. Wants to get that extra edge. It is a really big upgrade for Pango to hit 18.
Oh my god, the cleave on the building. Got the almost died to that.
That was not enough to get GPK to level 18. He needs 2 more creeps.
All right, well, mid lane is given up. And now top lane. Got to defend at some point, BetBoom. Lose the tier 3 now. And Miero does use his ult, and there's the Avalanche. He's actually going to toss the Undying into the fray. He gets skewered away on top of that. He gets put back on the same cliff as before. The TP will not be successful. He is chopped to the ground. 50 seconds as 23 Savage was in a 1 versus 4 and is surviving. Cuckoo forced the false promise himself as a double shot onto save. Kiritich gets taken out in the meantime as GG ends up being called. And Talon absolutely pummel BetBoom in game 2. And we're going the distance, as expected.
And he stomped them in that last team fight without using Aegis and RP. Talk about a big lead. Nice and easy for Talon. I have to say, I was not expecting... You know, I'm not surprised Talon win game 2, because that's just, you know, that's at this point a given. But the way in which they did it, I was very impressed with how fast they came off the ground. I did not think they would ever win this game sub 30. I thought this was perhaps going to be some like 45-minute victory, if even that early. But yeah. Just the bottom lane, Joachim once again. When they put Joachim together with WS's Axe, it just seems like a recipe for victory. Not the easiest lane to play, not the most obvious synergy, but they make it work and get off to a hot start. In the meantime, both Mikoto and 23 Savage were also having games of their own, and you can see the final scoreboard here. 9-0 and 10 for 23. Top damage in the game. Solid performance. Not really much to elaborate on. Everything kind of showed itself in every fight, you know? They just outplayed them, and they snowballed their early lead into a great, quick victory for Flipster Town.
I mean, there's nothing more entertaining than watching an Axe start off the game with that kind of performance and then continue to own.
Yeah.
Very entertaining game numbers from Talon. We're going to a game 3 Tsunami.
Which is just business as usual for Flipster Talon. These game 1 merchants, they just hand them out. Take one. I don't even need it. I'll beat you in 2 and 3. And if they're going to be able to do it in such a snowbally fashion, yet again, Pyrion grinning from ear to ear during this entire game.
I saw an Axe Ultra kill. I saw a shitload of stacks. He is the man. In these big team fights, low cooldown, BKB piercing stun. Come on, you can't hit him. he hurts you more than you hurt him, he's a real hero.
I'm calling it now. It's the best axe I've seen all June.
Okay, sounds good. It being June the 1st, today,
Correct.
Of course. Or the 1st of June, as the entire world would put it.
This is a really, really good performance coming up from Talon. I think this one is kind of expected. We talked about some of the draft issues that Boom did have at the start with having this Rubik, Naga Siren, heroes that really don't provide you with that much damage. I think in both of these losing games, Offlane and Dying had a pretty good time, like throughout the game in terms of damage, how they've been playing out in some of these fights, surviving for super long time, being very annoying and dealing the most damage pretty much every single fight. But overall, I feel that they just played that good of a game. I'm also going to throw it out there. I think this Naga Siren is heavily overrated hero, like from the support role, unless you're having some kind of a combo. I think the biggest one is going to be like Disruptor and Enigma, but overall this hero feels very lackluster in the laning stage.
Yeah, I feel like people are doing the classic apply a meta hero but not utilizing it to the fullest, and it's making it look worse than it is. I do think the hero is conceptually broken, but it's also really good in response to these like team fight ultimates that you counter. So it's something that you can see on the opponent team, not just only with the synergy of your own. But I was looking at the history of Talon when they lose game 1.
Oh, yeah.
Horribly.
Okay.
So they did it 3 times during group stage 2. The first 2 times they won game 2 and game 3.
Okay.
But the third time they did it was actually against BetBoom team, who they proceeded to stomp in game 2, just like now. And then they lost game 3 as BetBoom took it. So is history going to repeat itself? We already knew Ted, you already called the first 2 games. Like, we knew what was going to happen before the series started. Talon, they showered between game 1 and 2. They brought their stuff this game. They looked that looked much more like a Talon draft. All these dispositioning guys, Tiny playing off map, Makoto playing Storm. I mean, that was much more of a Talon draft than I feel like game 1 was.
Also a very anti-Lina draft. I barely saw any damage come out of this Lina.
It's been either a pop-off or you do nothing kind of hero. Like we were saying the other day, we saw Quinn absolutely destroy everybody on this hero from mid.
Yep.
I just think this carry Lina, I mean, you're looking at her just tickling these guys. It doesn't, I don't get it. And then the reason they're not jumping her first is because who cares? Like, she's a light strike array, and then she's like, tickle, tickle, tickle. It's silly. And then Naga Siren and Rubik, I don't see what they're going to do in this game. So really just a crushing steamroller from Falcons. Falcons. You got me doing it now. From Talon.
That's the one.
Just never look at their emblem ever again, and you won't have my problem.
There's
But
an F.
yeah, I want to highlight for this game the axe pick, as you love it so much. So for this game, I chose a head-to-head because we saw an overall last pick Dirge come out for Miero, as opposed to the axe for WS, and the net worth. You know, Miero also didn't really dominate the lane against 23 Savage's Tiny as much as we would have hoped for. And WS, they had quite the brawl lane down there. We see the 11-2 and 11 compared to the 4-5-2 coming out from Miero. And we've got some highlights just showcasing WS putting this axe to good use. And this was after they had a death bottom, but they were like, nah, we're not going to let this go. Nice skewer into the double call. Really cool synergy. And that's just the type of lanes that this team has been playing. Manages to cancel that BKB TP effectively with the Pango roll. The radius on that axe call is not much higher than the radius on the impact radius of that Rolling Thunder. So really impressive stuff in regards to knowing exact measurements, as you could say, perhaps in the dates and time. Miero gets the 2-man call on the Naga plus Rubik, gets the double dunk killing spree. Just a small dose of exactly what this guy's going to dish out, as we're going to get this mid-game fight where we're going to wait for him to catch. We already saw him actually bring Kiritich down to half HP.
Look at the damage from Lina, Brian.
It's overwhelmingly underwhelming, Ted, as he then disengages on Joe Camp, gets the 3-man RP into the 3-man call. WS, unstoppable wicked stick, triple kill. And of course, you got to let him get the ultra. Sadly, no one else was alive for the rampage. But yeah, WS showing us he used this hero yesterday, showed it again today. They stomped both games.
They did, and they did it 2 times against Naga Siren opener. One time it was on 8, the other time was on 9. And this axe works out amazingly because he's not afraid, and they also pair him up with Magnus this time around. Like the skewer back that they did, they kept him relatively low. And also something that he did at level 2, something that usually you don't see, is have no point in counter Helix, because there was no Helix on the other team, so no point to counter anything. Because they were laning.
Well said.
They were laying in Kataomi and Kiritich, but overall good way of understanding the hero, and this hero also might become heavily contested in the third game as well, because we've seen as well Miero play it, and he was winning most of his games, and this hero just feels very strong right now, especially with this, I would say, newer tech where they're not investing gold into items. We saw, it was VTune who was actually saving for Ring of Health on his hero when he was playing Ursa twice, and now we're seeing Axe pretty much doing the same thing, Ring of Protection, going for Gauntlets of Strength, one branch, and then picking up early Vanguard, which allows you to be super tanky, allows you to go for this type of a plays, and also be aware of the combo that they did the other day with Marcy. This is something that they might pull off in the third game.
Get him in there pre-blink, just toss the man in. So yeah, I think, as I checked backstage, it is my most played hero, and you just hardly ever see him in Pro Dota, and now here he is. Long may this reign.
He's making it look very, very good, and would not be surprised if this gets ending up being heavily contested for not just the rest of this series, but in our best of 5 against Parivision as well. And now we're left with a 1-1 series right in the middle, just the way I like the competition here in the lower bracket final. Game 3 decider for elimination, and the winner going to grand finals coming up next.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Neil and I's hot take session. It's going to be the hottest of the hot takes. I think French cuisine is the most overrated cuisine.
Whoa. You're telling me the most Michelin-starred genre is actually not as good as people claim?
No, it's not.
Isn't Michelin itself a French thing?
No, it's from the tire company.
Isn't it a French tire company?
Well, we Americanized that a long time ago, so.
And yet you don't respect their cuisine? Tell me why, Avery.
I never said I don't respect it, Neil.
Oh,
I respect it, but I said it's overrated.
You respect what part of it then?
I respect the history and the culture.
Okay, but not the taste?
No, I respect the taste.
Oh, well then it sounds pretty good to me.
Neil, this isn't about respect. It's about the rating.
Okay.
I think it is the most overrated, which means relative to cuisines around the world, it's hyped up to such an extreme that you think nothing can come close. But in reality, a lot of stuff comes close, even surpasses it. And it's just not that great anymore. Maybe in like the 18th or 19th century, I'm sure it was peak, you know? When you're competing against guys cooking out of pots on the street and no one knew what they were doing, yeah, you can be number one. But in a modern world with modern technology and modern ingredients and fresh ingredients, Papa John's, things...
Better ingredients, better pizza.
The world has come to a better point, Neil, and they just aren't keeping up. That's my take.
But you said you respected the history and the culture.
That's right.
I would imagine that adapting to modern ingredients like technology would be diminishing their culture and their history.
Maybe it is. That's a pretty hot take.
So you're saying that the world has moved past the need for French cuisine?
Not yet.
But
maybe one day we will.
As the upper echelon?
Maybe one day we will.
Avery, how do you pronounce the file extension .gif?
GIF.
It's pronounced GIF.
Yeah, I know it is, but no one cares anymore.
Well, I care. It's pronounced GIF. The creator of the file extension specifically chose the name because choosy web developers choose GIF. It's a play on the peanut butter, JIF, as choosy moms choose GIF. That was their catchphrase back in the 90s. And so that's one way that you pronounce it GIF, because the creator said so. I'll give you another way. Why exactly do you say GIF with a hard G? What's your reasoning?
Graphical.
Okay, so you're saying that there are other words, you're saying the acronym.
That is correct.
Because it's a graphical interchange format. Okay, how do you pronounce the file extension JPEG?
JPEG.
Okay, do you know what the P stands for in JPEG?
Photo?
Correct. So then, if that's pronounced with a soft P, a photo, then why do you not pronounce JPEG as JFEG?
I'm not gonna repeat that.
But then how do you not pronounce the alcohol GIN, Avery?
Gin.
Okay, thank you.
Gin.
That's correct, yes. And so...
Thank you.
On all three fronts, it seems that there are multiple examples of GIF being arguably, not even arguably, undeniably, the correct pronunciation.
I think either is acceptable. I'm more interested in why you feel so strongly about it. Why do you care?
It's the same reason why
Nobody cares, Neil.
I was immensely frustrated whenever AEGIS was being regularly pronounced or mispronounced, depending on your perspective, as Aegis. And then Ice Frog came in, added the tooltip. It's pronounced AYY-JIS. It's Aegis.
Yeah.
God himself said so.
Yeah, that's language.
It's
malleable.
It's not malleable.
It is malleable. That's the entire point of language. None of our languages would exist if it wasn't malleable.
That's why even like the website GIPHY, you pronounce that Gippy?
Giffy.
So you're doing a soft PH and
That's
you want
right.
to do a jiffy?
Because I'm a gentleman.
Because it's done in a jiffy.
No.
I'm working with heathens.
You do agree about the Bitcoin mines, though.
Oh, absolutely. All right. Send them in.
We found
boys.
common ground.
Send them in.
That's what's important.
In the mix right now with DJ 31. Killing the ones and twos. It's DJ Set It Off. He makes your body rock. DJ D-Rock is in the mix. Haters, step back. DJ Spin Man. DJ Willie D's in the building. Go. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster, harder, higher, go. In the mix right now with DJ 31.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
So glad you could all join me for this game number 3 of Flipster Talon versus a Bet Boom team, where elimination and a passage into grand finals is on the line. Flipster Talon, they give away the game ones every single time. No big surprises there. And then they come back strong in game number 2. But then it's game number 3 that is sometimes inconsistent. Sometimes they dominate it, but against a Bet Boom team last time they met, Brian, what happened?
Bet Boom team took that one, but what happened before that was Flipster took that one, but they won game 1. I would like to illuminate the history of these two teams in this event. The last 2 times they played, the first time game 1, 41 minutes, game 2, 35,
okay.
Game 3, 71 minutes. So the game 3 is almost the sum of the first 2.
Okay.
Then the previous time, game 1 was 21 minutes, game 2 was 26, and game 3 was 47 minutes.
Yo.
So we're due for they're just gonna crush the
Get hydrated.
We're in for at least a 61-minute game.
So game 1 was 29 minutes, game 2 was 32 minutes.
At least a 61-minute game, Neil. That's what we can expect this time
We
around.
haven't had many long games on this side of the patch, though.
That's true.
We've had a lot of stompy one-sided games, and I think part of it is that teams are still figuring out the draft, and we've seen a lot of outdrafts where one team just runs over another. So I'm going to say that I don't think this is going to be a
Over under? You're going under?
I'm going
on
under.
this?
I'm reckoning about 37, 38 minutes for this one. And Talon are going to take. Yeah, Talon are going to take.
He already said that at the beginning of game number 1. He already predicted the whole series.
I will plant my flag on an opinion and stand by it under
We are
enemy
very
fire.
aware of this.
Under withering enemy fire.
Well, so far, the history is on your side, Ted. Lacoste, how you feeling? We get into game number 3. Lessons have been learned, perhaps, by both teams?
I hope so. I don't want to see these heroes that don't have any kind of damage, especially from the support role. And BetBoom will pick Kunkka. Kunkka was not able to be picked in 2 of the first games, but this has been one of my favorite heroes in the patch. Allows you to pretty much go to any role, 1, 2, or 3, and allows you to scale. One of the fastest farmers in the game, builds Radiance from the mid lane. He can build into Blade Mail, and one of the overall better scaling cores. Like, you are just so tanky, it's pretty much impossible to burst Kunkka in the team fight.
Yep, I'm surprised he manages to slip through these Phase 1 bans. As we get into the final games draft, BetBoom team do indeed start out with a Kunkka pick after banning out a Slark, a Doom, and this time they ban the Lina. And Flipster Talon ban out the Templar Assassin, the Bristleback, the Beastmaster, and Oracle gets taken out for the first phase. And they respond to the Kunkka with a Tusk.
I don't understand the Lina ban. When was the last time Lina won?
What, the Flipster Talon won with it yesterday, but that was against Aurora.
And Parivision
won against BetBoom team.
That's also a little... these
They
are
kinda
hard
beat
to
everybody,
indicate... Yeah, Parivision, whatever hero they... Pudge is 100% win rate this event. You guys know that?
Exactly.
Sick hero.
Venomancer too.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, but I'm just saying that this might be the strongest hero. So does Troll, 100% win rate.
That's true.
Heritage did play it.
It was actually a really good troll game.
It was.
This Tusk for Yokem, I think he loves these disruptive fours like the Slark, obviously getting signature banned. That's how much respect it's been given. The Magnus we saw last game, the Tusk. I think this guy's he kind of gives me Jerax vibes, you know, with the way he likes to play for. Him and WS have probably been my most standout lane duo that I've enjoyed watching the most this event compared to like what I knew about them going in.
Agreed.
And I love that they can pretty much make any lane work. And there's been several times where even Cinderen's like casting, he's like, there's no way they win lane with Slark Lycan. And then they win. So you just never know what to expect from these two, but in the best way possible, not in like the Kiyotaka way.
I mean, I think this is itself a really nice opening pick because he's just a useful guy.
Yeah.
Tusk. Tag team is great in lane, and just the fact that he has catch and, you know, he can bring teammates with him. He has stuns, he has BKB piercing stun, which is nice, but he can also use those things to save. He's a very, very good, flexible, good roaming four.
We have seen the flaws of a Tusk, though, because it was Boxy's Tusk that was playing against a Kunkka that proceeded to roll up his entire team
into double tide.
Double Tidebringer. So
yeah, that wasn't great.
The Tusk can giveth and it can taketh away as well.
They had a lot of success with this Tusk on position 4. They did win like 83% of the games that they played so far. One of his best, if not the best hero. And also Tusk allows you to play like different kinds of position 5s because Tusk pretty much gives you everything. It opens up the draft so much, having, as you said, the BKB piercing tool, the block, the save, ways to kill tanky heroes. You can take Roche, take Tormentor as well. So now Bane's gonna come out, which is something that other teams also use. Like Cuckoo did play it before, I believe only once.
It was
did win
yesterday.
That game.
It was the lower bracket semifinal against Aurora.
Yeah, and Kataomi had a lot of success with that one.
We should almost certainly be looking for a summons hero for Miero against it. I think this Bane has also been set up for, because of the Enigma ban, the Beastmaster ban first round, perhaps we'll see something like a Miero Lycan, something that, because I think Bane will win every lane except for those because of his one-on-one trading. Now, Windranger, I would say on paper probably loses trades to Bane, but this is save Windranger as well. I'm gonna have my eyes on that lane to see, you know, exactly how that. I think that one's gonna snowball one way or the other, despite whatever cores they're gonna pick.
I mean, as a Bane, you really never want to see a silencer picked.
That's very annoying.
So it kind of messes with grip. Obviously, if the silence comes out, then you can grip afterwards. But if they just hold the silence until anyone dares to try to get grip, then it is really, really annoying.
How does it work with Bane Axe? Do the illusions also get silenced?
The silence is everyone.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it'll also cancel the grip. Okay. There's no counterplay from Bane.
No, it just sucks.
Has the shine come off Undying? It lost both games this series so far, and it's going completely ignored in this draft so far.
Yeah, I don't see where it would really pop up at this point. All 4 supports being picked. It's like, in theory, a fine hero against Kunkka, but I would just give WS. He does have a pretty wide hero pool, but I'd give him one of his playmaking heroes. He seems much more comfortable on those, and he always seems to find the openings.
Bane was fine, like, as a response to Kunkka, because it gives you save against his combo. You can remove quite a lot of damage if you time it right, but then again, Silencer came through as a response, so 2 supports are not gonna have a good time. Makes it very easy for them to initiate with the X-Mark into Torrent Power Shot. Like, X-Mark is just gonna be such a powerful tool in this game, because it's a setup for Power Shot with the kill shot, which makes, like, you're always gonna be having enough damage to kill the heroes between these two, I would say. But again, Flipster Talon having great success with Magnus and Tiny in the previous game. You said it, Brian, this game's gonna be 61 minutes long, and they are definitely prepping for it. So quite a lot of ways to, let's say this game goes super late, like Tusk gets maybe Aghanim Scepter, you're playing into Skewer, into Tossback. These are the hardest hero in the game to siege the high ground against.
Yeah. I was thinking they might pick something like Tidehunter or some other kind of Blink initiative. They've gone for Magnus because you can get in there, get your RP and skewer off. Maybe you get the Silencer and then you don't have to worry about him getting the global off.
This is the exact hero I wanted to see Kiritich on, just given the success of the hero, but also I just think Kiritich looks way more comfortable on these bruiser melee guys like the Bristleback we saw previously. We've seen his Ursa several times already. I think it might have a bit tough of a lane because Ursa doesn't deal well with heroes like Tusk and Mag that can kind of nuke you and poke you and then eventually kill you if you're like half HP, like they can commit onto. But in the game itself, yeah, they have a lot of single target disables, but they're very awkward to cast on an Ursa. He may even be able to go for like an Ags, 3rd, 4th item and make it so there's an unappealing Mag RP target, Bane sleep target. And this furthers the narrative that this game will probably snowball from the lanes, but I also feel like both teams struggle to end the game right now.
Yeah.
So come on, 61 minutes. We tier 5 neutrals.
Well, Makoto's looking for a way to potentially clean out the game if he gets the final pick of the draft. We'll have to see where Flipster Talon want to send their Tiny. And the same situation most likely for BetBoom team. The Kunkka could go mid, but we'll see if GPK wants to take something else there.
I'd be a bigger fan of the mid Tiny than carry Tiny this game. It's not a great scaling matchup against Ursa because your innate reduces damage every time somebody hits you, but that doesn't apply to Fury Swipes, so you should have no problem taking him down. But then mid Tinies like to go this, like, maybe not as much anymore. We've seen mixed damage from them, but they do enjoy the Octarine, Yule Scepter, Wind Waker, and that seems like a really good game for this. Yeah,
absolutely. And I was about to mention, like, Razor maybe potentially as a flex as well, because I'm scrolling through the heroes. I'm just trying to find a hero that could, like a range hero from the offlane paired up with Tusk that could cause issues, that should not give the free lane to Ursa. And this is something that WS played. Some of the other ranged position 3 heroes is Death Prophet, Razor, and he also has not enough games on Viper, though. If they really want to ruin this Ursa's lane, and if you're going to be playing, you know, this Tiny Mag, maybe as your other cores, it could work out, but I think they're going to keep things simple here.
If they move Kunkka, I wouldn't mind something like a Puck for Flipster. I think even though you have global, Ursa does hate these hyper-mobile mids that can apply a Witchblade to you, which makes it difficult for you to run anyone down because of the slow, and then eventually give his team the information. Because like right now, I feel pretty good as Ursa, not playing into any silences, not playing into too much burst until later on in the game when I already have my defensive items. So I would love some mid-game threat from Flipster Talon. Or the other option is obviously these ranged lane dominators. Slow down his game or give him mid-game silence control issues.
Do this.
Let's do this.
There's no Terrorblade in this game.
Dead.
He's focused. He's in the zone.
He's in deep thought. He's just
figuring
thinking
out.
about, is the axe going to be for BetBoom team or for...
How do you work an axe into this draft?
How you doing, baby? Have a good cut. Love him.
The synergy's on display here. Let's see if these teams can bring it out as well with a 23rd pick Omni Knight. Who's going mid?
Kunkka.
Yeah,
Who's going
Ursa
offlane?
offlane, Omni.
It's Omni offlane.
The core Omni is the most encouraging, and we'll see if he's going to be going up into a Tiny or Flipster Talon want to get a different hero for 23 Savage.
I think people forgot a little bit about this Omni hero, and they shouldn't have.
I think Drow could be really strong again for Flipster Talon. I know it lost game 1, but I don't think that was because of the Drow.
And you're okay with it into an Ursa?
Yeah, it's because your items are like Mantas and Hurricane Pikes.
Yeah. This matchup is much better for Drow Ranger than a lot of people would probably think of, because also the silence, something that Ursa doesn't. Like, sure, he has Omni behind him this time around, and he also has Silencer, but this is the matchup that works, I would say, in most of the games in favor of Drow Ranger.
If you're going a carry, that's what I like. They might just leave this tiny carry and go something mid. Okay.
That's the DP.
Okay.
Is that an offlane DP? Are we going to get that ranged matchup against the Ursa? 23 Savage takes the carry Magnus.
Yeah, it is.
Wow, that was a cool
DP.
call out there.
I did not see that.
Yeah, I just wanted to have, like, you want to have something, because Tusk has so many good laning partners, something that you can play with. And first Exorcism with the Collector, whatever, Spirit Collector facet, it gives you such a strong timing. It's also into Kunkka into Omni Knight, so it's not like the greatest with the damage mitigation and everything, physical as well. But I think that this lane is going to cause a lot of issues for Ursa.
Is this the Death Prophet talent where if a hero dies, they
it's
turn
the
into a
fun-looking
giant
one.
ghast? I love that shit. That's so wacky looking.
And this is the Southeast Asian flair that we were hoping for coming out of Flipster Talon. Are you rooting for it to get the win, Ted, or you think Bet Boom Team with this Omni Knight that everyone forgot about might get the upper hand?
I haven't seen a carry mag in a hot minute, so I'm curious to see how that goes. I think Bet Boom's team makes more sense on paper, but we'll see. We will see. I really love this. Both these teams, I really want to see how this goes. There's some good team fights, some fun changes around DP off lane and carry mag. I can't call this.
This should be the closest game we've
This will
had.
be very close.
I don't need a draft estimate, Brian. The time limit, you said 61 minutes.
Yes.
You think that's still on the agenda?
The DP, he really wanted to go with Ted's under there. I think we're looking at more like a 45, 50-minute game. I think it's going to be a good one. I think both teams have some cool ideas here.
Brawling gonna happen no matter what. Lower bracket finals, elimination, and the journey ends for one of these teams here at DreamLeague Season 26. And for the other one, the day is just getting started. We, however, are just getting started with our band, the PogChamp Pandas.
Between Bet Boom and Talon. Winner of this goes to the grand finals to face off Paravision in a best of 5. Loser is done. Speaking of losers, Sunfan here with Cinderin. How you doing?
I'm that loser.
I was grouping us together for that, for your benefit, of course.
Yeah. This would be really interesting for sure. I think this is the first carry mag of the tournament. We've seen very little DP in general, but especially off lane.
Yeah, we get to see Joe come on Tusk, which we've been raving about even in games where he's not picked it.
Plays a mean Tusk.
But then we see Miero, Omni Knight. Last game we did say, hey, the Undying, last time he played it, he took over. We've seen this hero take over, usually from the core role. So see if Miero can continue that.
So, in a way, ironically, I think this Bet Boom team lineup, some of their worst games that I've seen for Kataomi has been on Silencer. We've cast some of the games where he has just become like a punching bag on that Silencer.
I think that it's the X factor of the entire game is actually Silencer. So if he gets off to a decent start and doesn't get run over by this off lane of DP Tusk, which, to be fair, is very dangerous for Silencer, so you've got to be very careful.
Is it spring already?
I think Global Silence is the spell of this game. You look at how the Talon lineup functions. They have 2 saves between the Bane and the Tusk with Nightmare and Snowball.
Yep.
You've got the RP into Skewer combination. All of these ways of interacting with offensive and defensive moves from Talon get interrupted by Global Silence. So whether you're initiating with Kunkka into an X-Mark combo, you can global on top of it to make sure Tusk can't save the Magnus. If he's the one getting caught, he can't skewer out, etc., etc. There's plenty of combinations, and what I'm mainly looking for with the Silencer 5 is that other heroes can make moves so that you can use global offensively and you're not stuck just using it when you get jumped. And you have Windranger with the Shackle and you have Kunkka with X-Mark, but that's it. So it's not one of these super obvious games like Storm Silencer or Bat Silencer that we've seen other teams run this tournament.
Yeah, when's the last time we haven't seen Storm in the game?
It needs to be a little bit more clever from BetBoom to get value out of the global, but it is the spell that could potentially win them the game. And conversely, you look at it from Talon's side, if you can play around global well, I think your spells are just going to have really high impact inherently in this game. There's not a lot of other stuff that's going to prevent you from hitting RPs. There's not a lot of stuff that's stopping your DP from running over the other side. So very interesting game to say the least.
He's only showing for himself right now, but yeah, BetBoom won't come close.
He'll recognize there must be an obs here, and he will get the D ward, so a little bit of a good head start.
You talked about the Silencer. Do want to give a shout out to Save on the Windrunner. That one game we were casting, that might be the best performing Windrunner support I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Just insane value.
It had one particular base defense fight that was unreal. I'm trying to remember which game it was. I think it was 2 days ago, but Windrunner on Save has been incredible. For sure. Now,
Kiritish trying to block the creeps, but they go under the tower.
That's
Talon
good enough
get what
for
they
Talon.
want.
Yep. Of course, this is going to make the wave push into DP, and if there's one thing Death Prophet side lane is good at, it's when the wave is on your side, so you get chase down potential with the Siphon. Wants the lane up there.
Yeah,
And
I mean, Death Prophet, it does feel like one of those heroes that can either be amazing or just fall completely flat, and I just have to wait and see how this one goes.
It's true. That's one concern here for the side of Talon is in many of their games that they've looked the absolute best, it's been WS in their face with like Axe or Timber.
Yeah.
Those have been heroes that he's really been shining on. Death Prophet, by nature, also runs at you, but
it's not the same.
It's not the same. It's less bursty. It's more of an equilibrium hero. And also, you wanted to avoid this Ursa matchup for Magnus so badly that you put it on carry, which of course is a bit of a pivot too. I don't think we've seen 23 play Mag at all this tournament. So maybe also a little bit of a worry, is he in shape with this hero? Is this something he has been playing in his pubs? Well, no. Based on that, might have been a couple years. That was not even close.
Do you think this is a good Mag game? Like, you have the global, you have Omni. I mean, obviously there's 3 melee cores, but I feel like Ursa doesn't care that much about...
I do not think this is a good Magnus game. Guardian Angel, Ursa with the Enrage against the RP as well. You've got Boat.
Yeah.
X-Mark is annoying for Mag. Global is annoying for Mag. It's genuinely really tough, so... That makes it even more interesting that you choose to upgrade it to position 1, right? If we think it's a tough matchup for the hero in general, that's pretty bold.
Yeah.
Good news for the side of Talon for now is Mikoto is doing a great job mid against GPK. We've seen this lane go both ways, but primarily in Kunkka's favor. These early waves of Mikoto just outplaying GPK quite significantly, being 18-2 at 3 minutes. It's really good in this lane.
Yeah, they're going to need it. They're going to need the mid lane to pop off. If what you say is true about the Magnus being, on paper, not the best in this game.
Magnus is the type of hero where even if the game isn't the best for it, you can find moments. There are some heroes where when they have really bad matchups, it's hard to envision how they get a good teamfight impact out of it.
Yeah.
With Magnus, you can always find that dream RP when the enemy is pushing, when they're out of position, when they slip up.
You get the dream RP, but the only hero that really has a lot of burst after the fact is the Tiny.
And yourself.
Well, sure.
Carry mag hits hard. He hits very hard. But yeah, in a traditional sense, I know what you're saying, and you're right. It's like for carry Magnus to truly kill with the RP, you need.
I mean, what kind of build did you want to see on 23?
I mean, depending on whether he wants to buy Blink or not, you. Oh, try for Skewer again. Warming up. I think you go Harpoon at the very least. It looks like he's also queuing up Mask of Madness, but I think Harpoon treads. Optional Mask of Madness. Oh, there's the Skewer.
There's the Skewer. Mira's already done a lot of damage. 23 Savage. Cuckoo with the Blood Grenade now. The power shot coming now. 23 Savage has to be careful. The Hammer of Purity brings him out of the fight. It's going to be a trade. But now a lot of creeps being missed now to 23 Savage as well.
And Cuckoo is completely dry. He has no resources left in this Bane. The Healing Lotus is sitting on save along with a Clarity. So when these two cores return to lane, this lane is kind of a pseudo 2v1.
Blood grenades being thrown everywhere. Kiritich chasing down WS. Will be able to find him. A nice attempt on the tree.
Easy breezy.
Not good news for Talon, though. Kiritich right now.
Not yours.
Yeah,
having pretty good lane.
If you're picking offlane DP to win this lane, I'm not sure if that was what they were intending, if they were very lane focused with the pick. But so far, so bad down here for DP. And now top. We're going to see here just how much value. So Cuckoo got a lot of experience. That was the good news there. He's level 4 on the Bane after getting the Omni Knight solo experience for the kill. He did send out a Clarity, so he has some resources. But yeah, you'd think on paper this is a lane that Betboom should probably just win, courtesy of the upgraded Hammer of Purity. The non-stop harass onto Savage. You can only retain it for so long. That might be why he's queuing up the Mask of Madness as well. He feels like he needs the lifesteal to sustain this lane a bit better.
It's one of those heroes that you probably end up in going back and forth between the jungle anyway, I would assume.
Yeah. Magnus has to jungle to be impactful enough.
The eternal empowerment facet which we've been seeing most of the time for the cores, at least. I mean, actually that's not true. We see the Shockwave one quite a bit as well.
But that was on the fours, right?
Yeah, the supports.
I don't think we saw a single core mag not go eternal empowerment. It's just too valuable.
6-minute power rune. Well, save. We'll grab it. Cuckoo, good attempt.
Calm yourself.
And Makoto against the GPK Kunkka. Kunkka's actually gone ahead a bit on CS. I'm not sure how many of those are in the neutrals.
He's ahead of net worth too. So
okay, so he's bounced back.
It's a minuscule amount though. All the cores in this game. I think this is the closest we've seen all 6 cores to each other in net worth in the majority of series in this tournament. Like,
yeah, that's true.
Pretty small distance between number 1 and 6.
Good news for everyone. See a nice competitive game 3. Miro, of course, working on a Radiance. This hero, what was changed to, like in the bigger patch? Do you remember to bring him back into the scene? Because we forgot he was a hero that existed for a while.
When you say the bigger patch, you mean 739?
Yeah.
Hammer of Purity, 0 mana cost.
That's right.
0 mana cost, more attack range with your Hammer of Purity. And it got a slow. So slow, longer range, 0 mana cost. And then it immediately got nerfed in the B version, but it's still really strong.
Oh, Nightmare.
Into Skewer.
Skewer from 23 Savage. He's the one taking the damage, though. They get the power shot off of the Shackle. 23 Savage will live unless Save can get another power shot connection.
Double Lotus there.
Won't go for it.
Miro had the option to skill GA there and go for the dive, but he's holding the skill point. Now Kataomi will join, looking for a backstab onto Cuckoo, and he'll walk him to now. He's taking some tower shots, though. This is a bit awkward for the Silencer.
Yep, gets the Arcane Curse off Miro. Actually not going to dive here. And Makoto makes his way over, so good decision from Betboom not to pursue. 23 Savage had to walk all the way back to base.
Yeah.
His game, I wouldn't say it's complete garbage. Like, you can see the net worth is not that far away, but definitely not ideal still.
So if it's not garbage, would you say it's cabbage then?
Yeah, probably 23 Cabbage for sure.
The tier list for him, the less good games are Cabbage, and the really bad ones are 23 Garbage, is what I've heard.
Yeah, okay. That's fair.
And of course, when he becomes a very famous actor, he will be releasing his own perfume called 23 Sauvage.
I'd wear that. If I wore cologne, of course. Not the case.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Much the chagrin of you. Bet Boom. Grouping
Yeah, it
up.
smells.
GPK. Oh, the X not in range. He gets the
Nice
torrent off, though,
torrent.
onto the Bane as Cuckoo will get the Brain Sap off, but this will be an eventual kill for Bet Boom. Miero takes it with a Purification. 23 Savage. A little greedy.
Katome is just going to leech here for now, but Torrent.
Yeah, and they're going to use Boat as well. They get the Shackle, and that is going to be the death of 23 Savage. His teammate died nearby, and he continued to farm. And now pays the ultimate price. They're going to lose the tier 1 as well. 23 Savage is so greedy just in general.
Yeah.
I mean, that was not even like a huge camp either. Not that valuable.
It's a rough start now. Now we're starting to see some actual separation. Yeah. Magnus now behind by 1,000 to the Ursa. Death Prophet behind by about 600 to Omni. And finally, Tiny Mid behind by 400 against the Kunkka. So every Radiant hero is ahead of their Dire counterpart right now, including the supports. It's not massive amounts, but it's starting to tell a story of a Talon that will need to find some good comeback fights. And it's not
It's off the back
easy.
of this guy right here.
Necessarily.
He has to
yeah,
set things up.
Mikoto is in a position in this game where he has more responsibility than he would like.
WS with the Exorcism, gonna get slowed, and now Kirita jumps in. That is a lot of damage. Jokum has the snowball, but where are you ending up? It's gonna be on the neutral camps, not that much distance as the Kunkka comes to play as well. WS with the Spirit Slapping doing quite a bit of work against GPK, but eventually will melt. Jokum able to get out, but again, that's a core dead. Although Makoto has made the transition over now. Still has that haste in the bottle. Avatos, so Kataomi will be the trade, but Jokum is still really low. They do get the kill. Nice save. Is it going to be in time? Yes. Dodges the ship, but it's still going to be the death of the Tusk as Makoto gets a toss up onto GPK, wants to finish the job. The Shackle's going to not be enough. Makoto closes the gap, and now a Fiend's Grip, draining all the mana of save, but Kiriti's just with a casual paw to the back of the head.
That's such a funny end situation. One of them is sleepwalking away, the other one is gripped, and no one can help. Cuckoo is just disabling 2 heroes for 5 seconds, but there's nothing left in the tank. That wasn't too bad, I gotta say, for Talon overall. I think that was a decent trade they got in total. But it did also showcase a potential issue that Death Prophet will face for quite a while in this game, which could debate whether the pick itself is even that good. When you think about how Death Prophet plays fights, it's a lot about equilibrium. You're like you're taking damage, but you're out healing it and staying alive on, you're like floating half health or whatever a lot of the time with Spirit Siphon. When the fights are long enough, eventually Ursa just eats. Like, he got so many Fury Swipe stacks onto WS that when the fight was about to really look interesting for Talon, he just can't sustain it any longer. And that's hard to itemize your way out of it fully.
Yep, Nightmare to GPK. There's a regen. He's actually going to end up grabbing Makoto with a nice Avatos. Not enough to find a kill yet, though. Now the Purification from Miero as Jokum getting run down. Power shot, kill shot, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Yeah, it might get
Takes
Cuckoo
out
too.
one. Cuckoo in the trees. Only has the Brain Sap to work with. Another pick off for Beppa. I mean, this is kind of what we've been seeing in both series to a degree, is one team comes out a little bit ahead on lanes, and then they keep getting these kills on supports, and they keep adding up over time, and then you have a lead that is actually pretty significant.
I think these
Talon need to do something to stem the bleeding.
These smaller scale fights for Talons are so hard without DP ulti, I think. I just don't see very much damage. You've got the tiny combo, and that's kind of it, right? Tusk and Bane are... They're not going to be your big output supports in terms of the damage department. And in contrast to, say, having 23 Savage on a Tiny. His Magnus, it's a lot different to show up to fights with this hero, because the spells early on when you're playing carry mag are going to be low level because you're maxing in power.
Yeah.
So your relative amount of assistance you can offer compared to many of the other carries we've seen the players play. It's like night and day, right? If there's a fight breaking out and Ursa joins it, you know something's going to go down. Whereas the mag right now, a little bit on the slower side. This is starting to become a pretty big lead now for the side of BetBoom. It's about 3,500 up. We're approaching the 14-minute wisdoms. Looks like
getting there.
BetBoom not interested in trying to contest. I actually think they were able to. They have global silence and they had multiple heroes bottom, but they're going to play it safe. Let Talon have their side of the map.
All right, this is where something for Talon, it feels like something has to happen. Even if it's just a support kill, something. You got the Blink Dagger and Makoto, joke him.
It looks
the smoke.
like they might have been anticipating BetBoom were roshing with Ursa Omni, and I don't blame them for that call, but obviously not the case here. The smoke. I'm going to try to find something else now that Ursa wasn't there, but BetBoom with a good read. That would have been such a good play call, actually, if the Rosh was being done, and that was a possibility for BetBoom.
He has a shield rune.
They can't kill this guy. Shield rune, blade mail, and global silence.
23 looking for the first RP of the game. Yeah, this is already just impossible, it feels like.
It's 14-minute Radiance.
Yeah.
Miero is going to farm up a storm here. And we saw the other day, Omni Knight late game is a monster from the offlane. You become another carry. You go Harpoon, you go Refresher, you go Dagger, and BKB, and you just blink into the enemy team with Repel on and say good luck. If they don't have a Purge for the Repel, of which there's very few in the game. The only two that come to mind are Demonic Purge and Doom. Neither of which, of course, in this game. You can Fiend's Grip him, which is nice. But you're not going to remove the Repel with that.
No.
Radiant are scanning.
And through the gate they go. Miero already exiting this area.
There's the
Talon
now.
Gonna group up now, but you can see BetBoom shadowing Miero as well.
If they open an Omni here, this is going to go really poorly. They'll just be able to instantly global and turn it around. You can see Talon are very timid.
Yeah,
seem to have the read. There's a lot of heroes missing. It's what you sometimes it's what you don't see on the map that can give it away. Like the creep wave mid was uncontested, 5 heroes missing. You have a little bit of a you can kind of rule some plays out because of the wards you have in the bottom half of Talon here.
23.
Process of elimination.
Not save. There's the avalanche. Makoto with the toss back.
Nice,
nice X from GPK, and he actually not blocked by the shards as Talon will try to regroup.
Damn, that was a very fast reaction from GPK on that. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, now the X on the WS. We'll see.
Not going to use the ghost ship, though.
Yeah, they're not going to... I mean, all the time in the world for Kiritich to farm away with that Battle Fury.
I feel like we almost never see this play of Xmark pulling back toss targets. We see it against other mobility stuff, but against toss it's generally really difficult.
Yeah, that's true.
But if you start with Avalanche, of course, there's going to be some reaction time for the Kunkka. I thought they were going to global. Just save there.
I mean, that Talon, that's the best case scenario is to try to bait out the global and then reset and then actually go for a fight. Or just kill a silencer right away and hope he doesn't have buyback. Only 3 kills, though, for Talon. Kata Omi. I mean, right now, he only has 1 death. So much better performance than the last time we cast.
Yeah.
And it does feel like BetBoom are just dodging ganks consistently. And Talon have wasted a decent amount of time. They're going to group up bot at the moment.
And Kiritich should be able to stay ahead of Mag now that he got this fast Battle Fury. This is a matchup where Magnus can create some distance to the Ursa if the laning stage doesn't go too well for him. But as a matter of fact, for Kiritich, he's 4-0 and won his lane. Now he's going to get an Aegis. And continue his growth, looking for a Basher next rather than a BKB, maybe relying slightly on Repel from Miero, the Guardian Angel. An early Basher will allow him to destroy Death Prophet. Yeah. She has the Yules, but you have to be able to get it off in the opportune moment. And of course, if Ursa is repelled when he jumps in, you can't use it offensively. You can only delay on yourself. It's been a quiet game from WS. There's 1 assist. This guy has been
that is Death Prophet.
Impressing people all over the world in this tournament, but
I wish
not the one.
I wish they had picked something else. This hero just does not feel like it to me.
I definitely think at this point they would agree with that sentiment. Like they just didn't get the value out of the Death Prophet, and it begs the question what they were anticipating would happen here if they were like, we'll take the L bottom so we get Magnus away from the lane. But if what you pick instead also doesn't win, then you could have kind of, with the plays that WS has been able to make on Magnus, you could have put him in a bad lane and he would have still come up big later, right? You would think so, that he would find opportunities.
Cuckoo. Shackle's not going to hit, but I mean, he's still going to die nonetheless. I mean, what is Death Prophet good against this game exactly? Ursa is a nullifier buyer. Omni, Guardian Angel just hard counters your ult.
Yeah, I don't really see it either. I don't think this pick is inherently obviously good. Time for a Hammer of Purity.
Continue to fall here.
No, he's just gonna die to Radiance.
If they keep running in the right direction.
1 second on Blink.
Oh, yeah, might. Oh, no, that was the Arcane Curse. Okay.
Well, there's some more brain drain, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, we've seen games like this from Talon where they get behind early and it snowballs out of control. 5K is not insurmountable. That's for sure. It's just...
I would just have a lot more confidence in them in this game state if the Magnus was on WS and 23 Savage was playing a more quote-unquote traditional carry. Not because he can't play Mag, because he very well can, but it's about what WS is going to do.
Oh, Cat Domain, this would be a big kill. Avatos, he gets silenced.
GA.
He's actually staying alive. WS going to try to continue the pressure here. Pops the Exorcism. You have to use the Yules as Miero is going to get grip with the instant global and the instant death of WS. Now the TP from the Bane.
This is
he gets bashed,
bad
and they're going to lose the Tiny as well. That is disastrous for Talon. And now this just got way harder. You can't even kill the silencer. That's rough. And Kataomi holding on to the global for so long too. Very disciplined.
It was perfect. He got it off the moment the global, the Fiend's Grip came out on the Omni. Obviously, the only thing that's going to stop Nero in his tracks right now is Fiend's Grip and RP when he's running with Repel. And now you're going to get this as well. So save getting the free Gale Force. They're even high rolling on this one. Absolutely want that over the Brain Drain upgrade.
Yeah.
Everything going right for BetBoom. 10,000 lead minute 20. And unfortunately, as it looks right now, for fans of close Dota, this has been a very one-sided series in the sense that every game has been one team just being better than the other. See if Talon can find a way to bring it back. But
Kiritich, he has the Aegis. They can burn it here. Not a whole big commitment from Talon.
They need to get
nice.
out. They need to get out.
Absolutely. As Miero jumps in, trying to focus down the Tusk. And they will.
Shackle and?
Oh, that Shackle. Do they have the Force Staff to try to keep some distance? Power Shot not really going to do too much. GPK can't get the X he wanted, but he'll find out 23 Savage. Maybe a better target. Forces out the BKB. The Skewer hits absolutely nothing. As now he's just going to get bashed and destroyed shortly after. Does get the RP off, but really does nothing. And this is just getting worse for Talon. As the Bear coming for more. Get another support. As the Death Prophet stuck in a 1v3 will easily be dropping to the deck. And they're going to find the Makoto Tiny as well. And all of a sudden, in about 3 fights, this has gone from doable to close to insurmountable now in BetBoom's favor.
And this reminds me of my favorite song by the Bee Gees.
I Started to Cry?
No. Is that a song by the Bee Gees?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm not trying to remember the name of the song I'm thinking of.
Maybe you would think of Tragedy before I started to cry.
I need to look this up now. Shit. That's a lyric in the song.
It was a good guess. Well,
I'm gonna look this up real quick. 1 second.
This is not looking hot for the
Oh, I Started a Joke.
Oh, that's not remotely the same thing. Although if the joke is bad enough.
The lyrics go, you start to cry as well, though. So
okay.
It wasn't that crazy, though.
All right, fair enough.
So what was the song that you were thinking?
Tragedy.
Oh, is that a song? Okay.
You don't know Tragedy?
No.
All right, well, I think it's maybe their most famous song ever. Or
I prefer I Started a Joke. Great song.
Yep.
One of the best ever made.
Speaking of starting a joke, 2 more kills for BetBoom to hit the epic meme number. Or 1 kill for Talon. So very likely. The only way we avoid
Is a 1-1,
meme number is a 1-1 exchange in the next skirmish or team fight. And with how this has gone so far, statistically speaking, that is the least likely outcome. Well, the least likely is 2 kills in a row for Talon, let's be honest. But
Radiant are scanning.
down 20-3. Enormous disadvantage. And there's only one way back into this game, and
they're
that's fighting.
scanned as well. They know this is coming.
To fight. There's nothing else you can do. You have to find a moment of opportunity. You have to surprise BetBoom, find an angle, get a skewer, get a tossback, whatever it is. Because the more organized the fights are, the harder it'll be for your lineup to function. This could be something.
Yeah, Avatos.
He gets
grip. There's the global.
I don't know.
They do trade that as Miero repels himself, and it's just going to TP out. But the RP doesn't. They're able to cancel. They use a lot, but I mean, we get the 420 meme at least.
Nice. All right, there it is.
A lot used to kill Miero, but that's what it takes at this stage of the game.
And didn't have any teammates reinforcing him, so insta-TPing out after the Fiend script started would definitely have been the play. But he looked like he wanted to fight. He's like, oh, I'm getting a global. I can fight back.
Yeah.
But no one near to help, so it's dead in the water. TPing out too late. But he forced the RP
in this game.
Okay. Forcing out RP is not too bad, though, I suppose. Gives BetBoom a little moment of opportunity. There's not many objectives to claim, though. Roshan is still not respawned. They've already killed the Tormentor. Now the BKB Heritage. How are they going to stop this Ursa? If he just pops all his stuff and goes in, I genuinely think he's immortal. For the entirety of his BKB, there's no physical damage with the exception of a little bit of exorcism damage and a Magnus that has some growth to go through. Of course, you can pretty much rely on getting a GA if you're in deep as Ursa. He's just going to blink GA you, and you'll be just fine. So the name of the game for Talon has to be displacement. You're going to need these tossbacks. You're going to need the skewer backs. You need to break the fight up so BetBoom lose formation. Because once again, if things are structured and coordinated, it's hard to imagine a type of fight that Talon can win that does not involve getting heroes out of position.
Dire are scanning.
5-man gate from BetBoom. As Roche could spawn in 3 seconds, which Karatic would be very happy about.
With this early nullifier as well on GPK, he's going to be able to counter Death Prophet's Force Staff and Yules, the Tiny Yules. The Harpoon of Savage will still be useful at the very least, but...
Karatic. He's going to get nightmared. They're going to wait it out, and Cuckoo will die shortly after. Meanwhile, WS feels like every little engagement, BetBoom just get the better of it.
Yeah, if you...
Showing off that nullifier there, like you said.
If Talon's heroes split up and get caught, it's just not playable. They need numbers, they need vision, and they need to get a displacement. It's easier said than done, but I can't really think of any other way to solve this problem. You're not going to win by playing keep away. There's no big item timing that's going to totally change the course of this game. It's all going to come from 23 and Mikoto. And that's an awful spot to be in for Joachim on arguably his best hero of the tournament on Tusk. We're used to seeing this guy making moves and being clutch, and he just has to wait.
I don't know if it was at this level. I think we saw one game, I don't know if it was Talon though, where one game with a big comeback. Where the score, remember, yeah, we were casting that one where it felt like the game was over for 30 minutes, and then the other team came back. Who was that?
That game state was definitely more salvageable than this one, though. That's, again, not to say they can't come back, because they can. But I think it's just to be fair. This is a very low probability game, and you need some heroics. Let's see. Smoke up. Talon, once again, making sure to bring the numbers, but all spells are online for both teams. Global Silence, the spell to look out for here. Kataomi, can they find a way to get around the silencer problem so their Bane gets to play Dota?
Yeah, a bit of a later spawn for Roche, but you can see Talon obviously want to contest.
Kuko's going to show himself destroying the sentry, and that is an immediate notice for BetBoom of what's going on. So we have a standoff here. Roche will spawn in, give or take, 20 seconds. Joachim getting impatient. And he's going to leave.
Oh. They don't have vision here. They will likely deward these pretty shortly as Betboom now take the smoke.
This is a really good rune for Kiritich as long as he doesn't get Yuled off of it. Having the shield rune for the additional 1,100 barrier.
Yeah, why not?
Going into this fight, if he just opens it with BKB, he will survive everything without any question. Talon, they know Roche is up, but...
Yeah, it might be the death of a support again here to tank a gank.
Kuku's good position.
Wrapping around.
It's a deep wrap. This could work really well because Kuku didn't spot them.
Makoto, he blinks. 23 Savage is spotted though. He gets off the RP onto 2, but the Enrage already there. He's going to get eaten up. The nice snowball to save him for the time being. 23 Savage continue to be pursued by Miero. Company gets X back into death. That's 2 dead already. No buyback for 23 as WS attempting the TP, but the burst is too much from Betboom. They get a 3rd member as Makoto. Well, he gets a nice Avatos on the save. Oh, no, he's not even going to be able to get this potentially. Save finds the distance, and now GPK going to set up the Torrent, although gets the blink off. And the Gale Force making it very annoying for the big bad Tiny. Gets off the BKB, wants to find some kill on the save, but the GA comes out. And Makoto, the X will bring him back after the BKB. 4 dead for nothing. And Betboom can get a free Aegis, as well as Roshan's banner. And Talon just put in a deeper and deeper hole.
It is so difficult for them. They find a 2-man RP and they just can't use it for anything. They just have, they're still gonna have to bother with Global, they're gonna have to bother with GA. Really feels like, I mean, when you see this game play out, it feels like a kind of a genius draft from Betboom in this game. The way each of their heroes clearly counteract a key part of the enemy's draft. Everything Tusk and Bane want to do difficult to do against Silencer. Everything Magnus and DP want to do difficult to do against Omni. On top of that, they had very functioning lanes. They have some of their individual best heroes. Talon were trying to be creative here with the carry mag offlane DP. Definitely has not worked whatsoever. Oh my god,
the shackle to follow.
Oh,
on the toss.
boy.
Trying to save 23 Savage, gets off the BKB, but Kiritich, he wants the kill and he'll find it. 70 seconds of no 23 Savage as Kiritich continue on his rampage here. Gets a second hero as Makoto is controlled, taken out by Miero. And again, 4 for nothing. GG's come out. Betboom completely dominate game number 3. Which means Betboom are going to be in the grand finals to have a rematch against Paravision.
You gotta hope that Betboom have learned some valuable lessons from the series last night as well as today, because the final bosses are still remaining. Paravision have barely lost a game in the second group stage, so they will definitely be the team to beat. And of course, the series they had against Betboom last night, pretty damn one-sided all in all. The 2-0 blowout from Paravision. The games had a little bit of promise for some early portions of the game for Betboom, and then they got run over. This series, 3 one-sided games. We didn't really get any thrilling action.
No.
Felt like all 3 games were decided by the 15-20 minute mark. Just one team better than the other in their individual games. Better drafting, better laning.
I will say it's great to have SCA in the top 3. Was hoping, honestly, for them to get to the finals, because the more representation from more regions, the better.
Yeah.
But faltering a little bit here, and I'm sure they have a lot that they can learn from all the games in this tournament so far. But they adapted to the patch pretty well.
Yeah.
And hope to see them more in the future. And of course, they do get to go to EWC.
Yeah, and now that we've had an SDA in the top 3, of course, that paves the way for the next big tournament. We will have an NA team in the top 3.
Yep, sure. Sure thing.
I'm sure they can do it. One of the 1 teams from over there.
That's right. Yeah. As Betboom take this series 2-1.
All right, one step at a time, Miss Cinderin, though I will still have a smile on my face for SDA making it this far, although 23 Savage is no stranger to this. Top 3 placement at the Animajor, top 3 placement at Riyadh Masters 2023, and a top 3 placement at Lima. But unfortunately, getting into that grand finals is just ever so slightly out of reach. And it'll happen again here in DreamLeague Season 26 as Flipster Talon's journey ends here after being taken down by Betboom in this game number 3. Did you hear something, Ted?
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what a whipping. Brian was like, this is going to be a 68-minute game. No problem. And I went for the under.
You took the under.
I say you won by a nil.
Boy, was it under.
I thought it was going to be a closer game as well. This net profit pick didn't actually work out for them. There's just so much damage mitigation with Ursa, both Omni Knight as well, like Global Silence. If she doesn't get it off, like she can get jumped, she can die definitely. And Kiritich Ursa, like the way this lane started is that he was getting all the CS under the tower, and DP was sitting at 0 while Ursa had pretty much all the CS, so they pushed out the lanes. This is something that you want to play slightly more aggressive on Ursa at the early levels, but yeah, I guess they just misplayed the lane.
I guess there's something that rubs me the wrong way about giving Kiritich Ursa, which meaning like BetBoom picked Ursa for Kiritich, the player that's new, lacking experience in this setting, but also this game means a lot to make it to the finals for him specifically, and that's like his signature master tier. And it's not meant to take it away from 23 Savage, but I would have loved to see him on a much more 23 Savage signature hero for the sake of, the old TI8 OG strat where pick your signatures and say, if we're going to go down swinging, I'm not going to be on a 23 Savage carry mag, And it's not that that's like purely his fault or something like this. It's just, it felt like the DP was an experiment, and it's great that the patch is new, but when you're experimenting at this stage and you fall flat like that, I just imagine it does not feel like a good way to get third place.
I'll give them the perks that the growth that they have shown in making 23 Savage such a flexible player is what got them this
Absolutely,
far.
that's true. Good
and
point.
so, like, him being able to swap so easily with Makoto, not take priority of, I have to be 24th pick all the time, he's willing to have a worse game, and that's not something that I would have considered 23 Savage to be very compatible with for the majority of his career.
I just don't understand the mag carry out of nowhere. Like, it's not like it's a thing that they've done and that we've seen in this tournament anyway. I haven't seen it. I didn't get it. And I felt like getting Omni last pick, this hero was like super contested. He's very strong. Ursa as well. It just felt like the draft started getting worse and worse for them. And I mean, BetBoom just didn't let up. It was every time I looked up at the screen, half of the team were dead. So you get 4 kills in the semifinal. That's got to suck.
And you had mentioned it earlier that WS and Yokem has been one of our favorite duos to watch. This was a rare showing that we saw them get handled in the lane.
This time it just didn't work out. We saw a lot of stomps as well. Game 1, Game 2, now also into Game 3. But they had some really nice performances showing that they can play different heroes, especially been, I would say, pleasantly surprised with WS, because when he first came to the scene, like, he showed a good amount of promise that he's going to be the top tier player, and I think he's reached it, and now he's been looking so stable, I would say. Had some really nice performances. Hero pool is also very interesting. He did bring that Lycan to the table as well. He's playing Mars, heroes that other players don't really want to touch, and overall, I think they had a good showing, but unfortunately for them, BetBoom was the better team today.
Yeah, and the last 2 players, I think Makoto definitely has not missed a beat ever since we saw him at his peak. His synergy with 23 Savage has been beautiful to watch, and to see Cuckoo take the mantle of seemingly now one of the most reliable captains in Southeast Asia after probably Mushi is the last time I saw someone be able to consistently take teams to top 3 podium finishes.
Yeah, when I look at this team, March was talking about it in his interview. I kind of think of them if I was in a cuisine, like a fusion cuisine. They have, their Southeast Asian roots, but with him bringing back the European mid-game aggression style, they're still playing for the late game. But I think it's inevitable that when you're kind of making that transition in play style, that there's going to be games like this one where you just don't get there. The vision of getting there is still being refined, and I think this team's going to be a much scarier version of the same thing. And when come EWC that they've qualified for because of their performance here. So that says a lot about how far this team's come and giving hope to that region in terms of actually placing in the top 3.
And in contrast, perhaps the refinement that BetBoom team have shown, because they got rocked by Parivision in their upper bracket final yesterday, for them to come back and recover and deliver 2 stomps in 3 games has been admirable.
Yeah, I'm sure they're still bricking it. I would be worried. Facing Parivision in the final, you're like, well, we beat Talon, but this is a tough one. Like, you're winning this series, and then what do you have to look forward to as the final against a team that has soundly thrashed you? So yeah, maybe they can step it up. They've had a nice warm-up series, but stompy games like that, I think maybe is not a great warm-up, because when you win that hard, what have you learned? You know what I mean?
Well,
what
thankfully,
have you really learned?
They'll get a little bit more time to review these wins that they had, and maybe the loss as well, because they will get some time to prepare for their grand final, the best of 5 against Parivision. We, on the other hand, have some other games to play. They'll still be Dota related, and we'll get prepared for that grand final coming up next.
Welcome to Hot Takes with me and my Habibi, where we're gonna share hot takes with you.
I filmed quite a lot of content with pro players where they have to see how mortal people like me play Dota, and they assume that anyone that uses wards and sentries, smokes, understands how to play the game in any way. Oh, this guy's clearly pretending to be a low rank when he's actually like a divine at least. The content piece that I filmed last week was pros playing against each other, but they didn't know they were playing against each other. They thought it was against an old lady, right?
That was a good piece.
But as soon as they turned it, they're like, okay, this guy's checking to see if there's a ward mid by running up. And I was like, people do that in like legend bracket. And he was like, no, this guy's a pro. But really, I think they just believe that they're so much better that we just don't even know how to click our buttons and just walk around aimlessly.
I would actually agree with that. I think Dota in general has gotten a lot higher skill over the years, but so has the audience or the demographic playing it. Like the entry point to like higher level play does not have anything to do with words or checking uphill or like doing any kind of movement inside of Dota. It's just knowledge. It's like knowing what to do and when.
How about this one then? I think that when they changed the map and made it bigger, they killed any chance of this game ever being even close to balanced ever again.
I can see how that's a hot take. Because like I do think making the map bigger created a lot of problems in Dota, but I don't think it's something that can't be fixed. Actually, my hot take to fixing that is that almost half of the heroes in Dota need to be reworked. That's my hot take.
Half?
Almost half of...
When you say reworked, you don't just mean buffed or nerfed, you mean a total rework.
Reworked. So, for example, supports, if they don't hit like 3 key things, they don't see play anymore. And the 3 key things to me are like laning, number 1, 2 is like damage, and 3 is farming. And I think if these heroes are reworked to include farming tools, or like every hero in Dota is reworked to include farming tools, then it makes it that every hero is viable in a map this big. So I feel like the 2 solutions are give every hero a means to farm at some point, or like make the map smaller again, remove some of the jungle camps.
Yeah.
One or the other. Do you remember what you were telling me that you think vegetarian food is boring?
So I said vegan food was boring. Now I don't have a problem. I'm saying if I had to go to India and become a vegetarian, I could do it no problem, right? Indian vegetarian food, love it. Middle East, same. There's so many good dishes that don't involve meat. Amazing. I'm talking about living in the UK. Okay, where when it comes to vegetables, more often than not, they're trying to dress it up as meat and say, oh, this mushroom is just like a steak. No, it's not. Give me something else. This is ridiculous.
First of all, steak does not mean a piece of meat. Steak
it does.
No, steak
yes,
means...
it means it came from a cow.
No,
it's part of a cow. They cut it off the cow. It's still alive when they do it. And they cut the steak off and they cook it, and that's delicious.
Okay.
And there's blood.
Sure. So from my knowledge, the meaning of steak means a flat cut of something. So then when we use
or pork, you're right. It could be pork or chicken.
In culinary terms, like they'll use steak to describe a flat and like thick cut of anything, and that's just a way to use it. So if I go to a restaurant and order a cauliflower steak or a broccoli steak, I don't think I'm getting a piece of meat. I know that I'm getting a flat cut of that. And
so they charge the same for the cauliflower steak as they do for the steak, and they only call it a cauliflower steak so that they can sell you on the idea that you're getting a steak. That's why it's 50 quid. It's a steak of cauliflower.
I'm gonna Google this.
You look it up.
They do say a high quality beef taken from the hindquarters of the animal.
Yeah.
So that is the official definition, but I do follow a lot of like cooking TikToks and stuff. And
don't try and fool me with your chicken fried steak, which is made of mushroom. They're trying to con me into thinking that it's all good, but it's not.
Okay, this is a hot take for you, for sure, because I just think that like, all kinds of food are nice, and if they exist, I have no issue with them existing.
Of course.
But we can agree on like overpriced vegetables. That's fucked up.
Well, there you go. We agreed to agree on most things. We disagreed on one thing only, which was that steak is steak, which is beef, Mira thinks otherwise. Other than that,
That's not what I said.
she said it's either.
I mean, whatever
said
Ted
it's a
says.
cauliflower.
Whatever Ted says is
That's
true.
what she said.
Gonna be a cold winter, baby, without your loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. Don't keep me waiting, I need your company. Ooh, I know I did you wrong. I'm hoping it won't be too long. Oh, come back. Tuesday, you took my heart and then you ran away. Now it's been 16 hours and 7 days. And now the hardest part is begging, baby, begging, baby. People say it's just a waste of time and we don't care. But I'm holding on and hoping that will be another chance for what we had, what we had. No more windy days. Gonna find a way.
Welcome back, everyone, to a little bit more Dream League Season 26 action, where we are closing things out. Only one more series of real Dota remains. But we have some more fun games to play in the meanwhile while we're getting ready for that grand final. BetBoom team need a little bit of time to prepare, and we get a time to enjoy the pro Dota, but we also get to go down into the trenches, because there's a game that we like to play around here in a Dream League called Guess the Rank. I have 4 panelists on the couch right now: BSJ, Lacoste, Pyrian, and Cinderin joining me for this game. Cinderin, have you played this one before?
Yes, I have.
You
But
have?
I am terrified of Ted because he has been through 5 of these ranks. So he will be able to detect them. Of course, I'm talking about the bottom 5. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But
I've played with people in all of these brackets, so I am well
What's
aware.
the most enjoyable bracket then?
Herald. It's hilarious.
In terms of comedy potential, Herald is definitely the best. Lacoste, you mind telling me the order of all of the ranks?
Yes, I have written it down because I actually don't know, Tsunami. So it is Herald, Guardian, Crusader, Archon, Legend, Divine, and Immortal.
Perfect. So those are the options that you guys will have. I'm going to show you some
what about
gameplay.
Ancient, Tsunami?
Did he not say that one?
You didn't say Ancient in there. He says you
Wait,
got
where's
Legend, and then
Ancient is
Divine.
between Legend and Divine.
Lacoste, I gave you one job.
Legend and then Ancient.
Literally just one.
Don't worry,
There
we've
you
got the
go.
fact
We're gonna
couch
squeeze
over
it
here.
in.
All right,
We got
squeeze
this
it in.
covered. That's
And then we're
right.
gonna put Ancient.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to show you some gameplay. Oh, there you go. It's right there. Those are all the
Ancient
ranks.
got destroyed, that's why.
I suggest that
Nobody
you take
defended
the
it.
context clues. Take a look at the gameplay. Look at the synergy between his teammates. Look at the itemization of these players, and I need you to guess what rank of gameplay that you guys are watching. Are you ready?
No.
Well, too bad.
But you already started it.
Watch this Primal Beast. Tell me what he is in terms of a rank.
Well, he has 13 CS minute 8.
This is a good sign.
Brown Boots Ring of Health. He's going Vanguard, I guess.
He's
That's
got
all right.
3 points in his queue. That's
yeah,
the interesting
Yeah,
part.
3-2-0 build.
Definitely not the high rank.
Trampling away from a kill. All right, he went back.
He's
That's
moving
good.
nicely.
Going in circles.
What's he doing now?
How about this item build? Boots, Ring of Health, Mango Bracer.
The Mango's casual. It's good regen.
Yeah.
What's he doing? Oh, okay, that's it. Okay. I thought we were gonna see more.
Now, based
Are
off
we
of
working? Are
that,
we 2 teams?
Are we together or
No,
not?
no.
No,
Separate.
no.
Separate.
it's free for all.
Free
Okay.
for himself.
All right. Oh, maybe that's why we have a whiteboard each, actually. Now, come to think of it.
Damn. Resourceful.
Ted is always the most amusing to me because he's always very. This is like the most focused I ever see. Pyrian is in Guess the Rank. He's not bantering at all. He's laser focused on figuring out what rank these players are, and he's got it.
Okay. I hope I match Ted.
Everyone locked in?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Let's flip them and reveal them.
Crusader.
We got a Crusader from Pyrian Flex. We've got a Guardian from BSJ. We've got an Archon from Lacoste. And Cinderin says Harold, Paltmeyer, Axel F.
Close enough. Harold Faltermeyer.
Oh, I see.
It's a Herald. Let's get it over with.
Well, Cinderin, You are correct. It is indeed a Herald Primal Beast player. You guys are overestimating the
I thought it was a
capabilities.
slightly higher rank that didn't load up the guide. So he's just like, yeah, maybe he leveled up during the fight and he's like, yeah, my trample's on cooldown. I'll have level 3 in my queue.
Giving a little bit too
baited.
much credit. All right, Cinderin, off to a good start.
Yes.
Let's get our second clip online. It's going to be a puck that we are watching for this one.
Okay, Fairy Fire. Bracer.
It's a good one. Thank you.
He's got good CS though, 32 and 7 at 7 minutes. This is Quinn.
He did not
Dodged
phase shift
the Shadow
the screen.
Strike?
Or the Shadow Strike.
He dodged the Shadow Strike.
That's true.
Coil. Or
Yo!
Whoa!
This is a good sign. This is a great sign.
Okay, why are we guessing the puck and not the queen here is the question.
Well, they're both in the same matchmaking bracket though. So you can use the queen as maybe a point of reference.
Have I seen this clip before?
It might be you, Cinderin. It might be you on Quap.
There have been occasions where we have taken
remember this.
replays from the talent. I don't know if this is one of those.
Bracer puck.
That could mean several things. Could mean that it's like a very high-level adaptation.
Or
Herald.
We're in a post-pro tracker world. These mid laners don't know what to build anymore.
I flipped mine.
Divine for Brian, Archon for Lacoste. Pyrian is saying Ancient for Cinderin, and Pyrian is saying Ancient. No points on the board. It's a Guardian puck.
Wow. Nice
What?
plays.
That was insanely good CS.
The bracer, man. That was the giveaway. But
trust your
that was
instinct.
good CS for puck.
Yeah, that's
32
what I
and
mean.
7
He
minutes
had
6.
bottle in his backpack. This guy's
did he?
actually not Guardian.
Okay.
All right, 0 points on the board for that one. Now we get an opportunity for yet another mid laner. We're watching a Void Spirit this time. Oh, Jake, I
Wrong.
lied. He's not in the mid lane.
Well, he's a
Here
mid
he
laner.
is.
He's just TPing.
That's true.
48 and 13.
Down by 14 kills right now.
Electric.
Making plays when losing this badly. He's definitely not immortal. He'd be buying a Midas.
He has Manta in his quick buy against these heroes.
Yeah, it's very good. Dodges hook, dodges blink.
Brilliant.
The
Strike.
hard read on the sniper with the with the remnant. That was some pretty competent gameplay. And the synergy of the teammates. You got to consider.
Yeah, teammates were fine.
Everyone is in the same bracket together, and it can give you some.
My pen is dying, Tsunami.
It doesn't write on the board very well.
Your pen is dying.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we got some flips. Let's see them. Flip them. We've got Legend for Brian. We've got Ancient for Lacoste. Divine for Pyrian Flag.
These two are coordinating.
And Divine for Cinderin. Gentlemen, it's a Crusader.
Wow.
A Crusader Void Spirit was making plays like that. His Grimstroke, probably even lower rank.
No wonder everyone is stuck in elo hell.
I know.
When everyone is so good. How can I climb?
Well done, that lad.
Any points
1
for the person
point.
that's closest?
If it comes down, I mean, I'm kind of quite disappointed in all of you. Only so far, Cinderin has gotten 1 correct.
We suck.
It's okay. You may have more opportunities. Let's get a Pudge on the board.
Oh, here we go.
Perhaps
Easy.
you might be familiar with a Pudge.
Now this is
is
immortal for sure. That's the bracket this hero's picked the most.
Maxing Bloodright, huh?
Wait, is it a Pudge?
This is
No, there's no
Bloodseeker,
Pudge.
baby.
This is not how
Oh,
Pudge
sorry,
usually
Bloodseeker.
looks.
My bad. It's a Bloodseeker.
Okay.
Okay.
So starting with branches, but then putting them in the backpack, never finishing Wraith Band.
Oh, he's getting body blocked by skeletons. But he gets the kill.
I mean, surely this clip isn't over yet, right?
Oh, he's going back in. This boy's thirsty.
Okay.
He's got the Lotus.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah,
the
let's see
Lotus.
if he drops the circlet.
He's leaving. Oh, microing the courier.
Okay, he's not immortal.
Yo.
Goes through the twin gates. This clip's still not done.
Wait.
Oh, that was a terrible clip. That was a really
That
bad
was a
clip.
very underwhelming clip.
I will say his camera movement. He was looking ahead of himself very clearly to see where to cast the spells.
You trying to bait us right now? Or are you trying to mislead us?
Probably.
This pen doesn't do shit.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I hear those squeaks. This man's trying to inscribe it in.
Worse than mine.
All right.
Just say it out loud,
Let's
okay?
get some flips.
Archon.
Archon for Brian, Divine for Lacoste, Archon for Pyrian, and a Divine for Cinderin. We're looking at a legend, Blood
Oh, we're
Speaker.
so close.
I don't think Trolls has written anything other than Divine the entire
That's
time.
incorrect. I wrote Herald on the first one.
Oh, that's true.
And he was correct on that one.
It's probably better to write
Keep it up,
Herald
boys. We're
every-
doing really good.
It's good.
Fantastic.
Not bad.
All right, now we'll get the Pudge. I was getting ahead of myself. I
Now
was
it's
just so
Divine.
excited to see a Pudge.
Arcane Boots.
2 smokes.
10 CS. He's a support.
Max and
hopefully.
Cook.
He's waiting
Mana
patiently for the surge to be used. No, he's
Oh,
not.
thank you, Dan.
That's okay.
Has Trusty Shovel, so this is from the previous patch.
What's he doing now?
He's getting the hook. He's lining it up. He's looking.
God damn.
First try. Dismember's up in 15.
Trying
Oh,
to
the
kill-
fort.
Trying to kill the glyph.
Look at the dodges. Another hook's gonna be ready.
Oh no!
What is this guy doing?
Damn.
Although I'll give him credit, he's still moving his camera after he dies. A lot of players just go up and eat a sandwich after they die. This Pudge stayed in the game, kind of. But what rank game?
I'm ready.
All right, I'm ready.
Brian has a confident immortal for this Pudge. A Guardian from Lacoste for this Pudge. Archon for Pyrian Flex. And what is below Herald? Cinderin is wondering. Well, if you go below Herald, it's like an integer overflow, and then it becomes immortal.
Yeah, it's League of Legends.
Which is the correct answer. Brian was right.
You think I don't recognize an immortal Pudge? I've been that PA way
are
too many times. Where I'm like, what the hell
joking.
is this guy doing?
You are joking.
Jesus.
A point on the board.
My
Well, Cinderin does not get a point
Yeah,
for
some
that.
of these Guardian clips that we've seen are doing better than the Pudge.
Way better. What was that?
That's why we've known this for years. Lacoste MMR is just a number.
It is.
Yep. Oh, maybe it was Dendy Pudge.
Maybe. Giving us the long con. All right, gentlemen. We got another hero on the board. Let's see a lion this time. Blink, what is with these double smoke players?
Okay, 4-1-4 build.
Pretty good.
A little bit of stacking with the Hex in this Earth
He's
Spike.
3 and 10 this game.
Whoa, my man is channeling all the way. Oh, calculated.
Nice.
The Tranquil Boots kicking in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Enter Troll Warlord. Exit Troll Warlord. Hex Troll Warlord.
Deal all his mana. No ulti.
Remember, I will remind you again, the Troll's performance can also be indicative of the MMR bracket that we're in.
That's true. He was there.
And he's helping us
Man,
with
He managed to
Medusa.
Medusa.
This guy's good.
He can't be immortal.
There's too much team play for Immortal.
Yeah, this is either him and Medusa being in a stack together, or this is a relatively high rank, I would say.
Relatively high.
Trying to
Pyrian
mislead us,
again.
guys.
I'm ready.
Let's flip them. Archon for BSJ. Divine for Lacoste. A Divine for
Oh God, it's all
Cinderin,
in for me one way or the other.
And a Divine for Pyrian Flax. 3 points on the board for the Divine!
No!
Yeah, baby.
Oh,
That
it's a
is
disaster round for me.
Divine Lion. Because if you go too high in rank, then the...
This was like Divine 5 land. He was close to Immortal, I would
Yeah,
say.
this was his promotion game.
Yeah.
He was trying his hardest.
Yeah, once he gets there, he can be that Pudge.
That's right.
All right, Pyrian, I hear you are an authority on this next hero. How many Dawnbreaker games do you have?
0.
Oh, bad luck. Let's take a look at this Dawnbreaker coming up in our next clip.
Good items.
Good, good.
Crimson
Very
Guard,
nice.
Oh,
Blade Mail.
it's Ace.
A Witch Doctor in this game.
Where? Which one is he?
I mean, he's on
The Doc
Dawnbreaker's team.
Brian, stop yourself.
Juggernaut in this game. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is the meta in this bracket?
Good camera movement. Instant blade mail. Well, he. Okay.
He's got ulti in 7. Is he going to TP base first?
This is nice. Got stuck.
Oh, he's done the CM.
You got the CM stun.
Dude, TP home and ult back in, dude.
Oh, I just took it.
Oh, no. Had his Quelling Blade in the backpack.
150 CS, minute what?
My
22?
pen doesn't work. That
Yeah, you can use mine. Hold on.
What was his item build? Blade mail, plate mail,
Crimson Guard.
Crimson.
And he was building a Lotus.
Make a note, production. We need new pens.
New pens.
For whoever is working the next Dream League, because these ones?
Over budget, over
These
budget.
are Herald pens. This is an Immortal pen.
Yeah? But what's this Dawnbreaker, though? Oh, pen delivery.
I've got my sign
shushed
open.
by production for trying to help. Here, look at me. Look at me right now, production. Here, there's your fucking pens right there. All right, I went Immortal.
Immortal from Pyrian Flags. We got a Immortal
Oh
for
my god, am I
Lacoste.
gonna get clean swept again?
Immoral.
Immoral.
That was an Immoral Dawnbreaker. And Brian thinks this is an Ancient. You all have too high expectations. That was a Crusader Dawnbreaker.
Wait, what? This guy knows how to build items. This is the same Smurf we've seen in the previous clip.
I think this is a trick question because Dawnbreaker is always a Crusader.
We're talking about like, it's like a paladin kind of thing.
Yeah, how do you erase?
I just used my finger and then it's gone.
Yeah, use it in my as well.
All right, gentlemen, we got 4 more heroes left on the board. Let's see if anyone can start to.
Is this one worth 2 points?
Make a break for it. You know what? Yeah, let's make it worth 2
What's
points for
this
this one.
rigged shit?
Just you. If you're confident in your game, Synderen, what are you worried about?
Even if I win, I never win at anything.
But then get
Finally.
good. This sounds like a skill issue.
Oh, yeah, well, it is. So.
All right, let's take a look at a Pangolier for this next
Oh,
clip.
this one's gonna be funny. Oh,
I love the item build.
items. I
The
see
moon
Mjolnir.
shard in the backpack. That's sick.
What? Huh?
Huh?
He's decent CS.
He does. 46 minutes in the game.
Fudge just finished Heart.
There's a Necrophos in this game.
This is a high skill game.
Okay. All right. Swaps in the Moonshard as soon as he dies. That's good. So we can get that passive nothing.
Wait, did he have Aegis? Did it time out?
Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, he
Yeah.
just came out.
Okay. I mean, enemy team made pretty good timing to kill him right when that Aegis was timing out. But what does that mean? What kind of players are capable of such synergy? Maybe I'm overthinking it.
Only these.
Only who, Brian?
I'm waiting for them to finish so they don't copy. Only these level of players are capable of that synergy.
Only Herald players is what you're saying.
What the Herald was that?
What the Herald was that is what Lacoste is saying.
I'm going 1 up.
Guardian and an Ancient from
he forgot his
Synderen.
Moonshard. He forgot he had it.
You guys split
Actually,
the wickets. You got to get right in the middle to an Archon Pangolier. One of the forgotten ranks.
That's my rank.
Why would you ever buy Moonshard?
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Or Mjolnir.
More pens.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Moonshard.
That's very kind. Pens. Pens for all. Who wants pens?
I've got a great pen right here.
I'm gonna write with all of these pens at once.
The Pen King on his Pen Island.
Do you want to? I love Penis Land.
Ah, he said it.
I got. You want another pen?
Do you want to swap?
Yeah, you can have that one.
Oh, nice. Okay. Can I have one more?
You can have that one.
Which one's your favorite one?
I'm not giving you my favorite one.
Can I use this as a weapon?
No, it's a pen.
It's like a stun.
It is mightier than
We each get 1 stun. You can throw a pen at someone else while they're typing.
If you throw a pen at me,
Writing.
I'm going to throw a television screen at you.
That seems like a fair trade.
Yeah.
All right,
My
let's-
pen is getting
all right,
harder to
let's
write with.
just play the game, okay?
Perhaps with these
Bad
new
idea.
writing utensils, you can get some good answers on the board. All right, gentlemen, it is time to witness a Queen of Pain for our next clip.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh.
Or a Night Stalker, perhaps. Oh, nope, it's Queen of Pain.
Okay, scream the
Is
ground.
this the same co-op from the other clip?
We never had it. Oh, on the other side.
93 CS.
1 in 5 score right now. Double null tally.
Oh, that is some atrocious camera work.
Double null tally Dagon. And dead. Granted, it's in a stop situation.
This could be the Pudge on a different on a different hero. Oh my god.
Any estimates? Are we looking at the upper half of ranks or the lower half of ranks?
I mean, items are fine. Like,
Yeah.
everything
Double
looked
null
good.
talisman Dagon.
He had Trusty Shovel. Didn't use it immediately. Maybe he could have dug up the rune, but
Bad CS, F tier
bad
camera
CS.
work.
That's
I like how your go-to is camera work, Cinder.
I think it's
I've gone for a
quite the
drunk
tell,
divine.
actually.
All right, an inebriated divine,
Mine's
an
a sober
ancient from BSJ, a crusader for a Lacoste, and Cinderin is saying a herald. It's actually a Guardian.
Close.
Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's bad.
See, Cinderin, what were you worried about? You're still in the lead, and only one question remains.
That's worth 2 points.
That's worth 2 points.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
You know what? I'll make it worth 50 points.
Nice.
Uh-oh. I'll really incentivize
So I can
you guys.
really lose hard.
Yeah.
One of these pens wasn't a whiteboard pen.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Use the other finger.
Permanent marker.
Whoops. Let's go.
You gotta
Next
spit on
question,
that
Neil.
thing.
Next question, and the very last question of our Guess the Rank for Dream League Season 26. Let's take a look at a Wind Ranger.
Awesome items. Love it.
This is fine.
Yeah. That's what you see in the
Oh, what a power
high
shot.
bracket.
What a shackle that doesn't latch.
That should have latched, but the power shot killed the tree.
Immediate misses a spell, immediately starts diving the tower, but he's gonna get him with power shot. Might get a double.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What a bait.
What a bait.
All right, the alt chat was pa ha 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 ha.
Immediately, yeah.
Makes it statistically more likely to be Immortal because about 2/3 of the players in Immortal are, of course, from Eastern Europe.
That would be the case in every rank.
That's the Eastern Europe laugh.
I'm sticking with this guess.
Remember, gentlemen, 50 points for this one. Oof. You really got to take it seriously. This could be the
50
make or break.
points.
BSJ says that it's an ancient Wind
defended it.
Ranger. Lacoste says it's a Legend 3.
Thank you for 50
Specificity.
points.
Legend for Pyrian Flax, and an Immortal for Cinderin. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a Crusader Wind Ranger.
my God.
Well done, trolls. You
Never
win.
been so happy to be wrong in my whole life because you guys were equally wrong.
You got 2 points, mate. Well done.
Yes, I'm
That's twice as many as any of us.
Yeah, out of 55 points. Good job, Cinder.
Lacoste, I had failed one of your games earlier, and it seems like you're returning the favor. I have high expectations of you.
Yeah, my boys from Herald, they did me dirty this time around. How many Heralds did we have? 2?
One.
Only
But
one.
a couple, 2 or 3 Guardians, though.
Yeah, we had 2 or 3 Guardians, 2 Crusaders.
We had 1 Herald, we had 2 Guardians, we had 3 Crusaders, 1 Legend, 1 Ancient, 1 Archon, 1 Divine, 1 Immortal.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think there's enough of a step up between Herald, Guardian, Crusader, and Archon that you could definitely say, oh, that's 100% Crusader over 100% Guardian.
Yeah, he might just be having a bad day.
Right.
There's that copium I see on Reddit all the time. Why can't I climb? My teammates are holding me back. I'm as good as the...
For this
No,
particular
I-
reason.
Those 4 low ranks, there's really not much to it. That's like casual players like me.
Yeah, I mean,
And then once
I
you
guess
get
Immortal for a Guardian.
the next few levels, I'm saying that is obviously better, and then obviously Immortal is obviously much better.
Well
Maybe
said, Ted.
next Dream League season. You said you're Archon right now, Ted?
Yes.
I can't wait to see you enter the upper echelon of Dota ranks then.
What? Crusader? Herald?
Legend, man.
I'm losing.
You're going Legend.
I am losing a lot of ranked games with my boys, so I'll be lucky
You're
to be
not
lost.
kill stealing with Oracle or playing Dawnbreaker.
Are you
Well,
not
you're playing
doing
with
the
your
10 guard
boys, though.
Huh?
You're playing with your boys.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Yeah,
It's not
their
really
fault.
on you then.
Exactly.
Well,
I've
Cinderin,
seen the boys that he plays with. These guys are not good.
Yeah.
Cinderin, congratulations on winning this season's Guess the Rank. And now if you want to see who's going to be winning this season's Dream League altogether, well, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for our grand finals. It's going to be Bet Boom Team versus Parivision Best of 5 coming up next.
Our tale of mysticism and mimetic mercantile unfolds near the Bleeding Hills. Its namesake derived from a strange, highly flammable tar that oozes from the earth as if from a womb. Coveted by the hill trolls for its ancestral spiritual properties, but largely ignored by the citizens of the Hoban below, much like our plucky protagonist. But our story does not begin with him. It starts with a con man. Welcome to Tales from the Lorekeeper, Episode 2, Rasta the Shadow Shaman. Narrated by the Lorekeeper himself. That's me, Mr. Xslax. But it's brought to you by DHL. Magic, spiritual, medium, medicine, he did it all. Or he claimed to, but his pictures lacked a certain pizzazz. He had traveled here to bolster his act with the exotic, but what he found was an eager assistant. An orphan outcast, half hill troll and half who knows. The child lacked any skills, but what he lacked in aptitude, well, he made up for in eagerness, despite if the con man wanted him to or not. Eager to leave his situation behind, the young Rasta pledged himself to be the ward of the con man, an exotic hill troll bringing the perfect mix of the unknown to their sham shows. And it worked! Rasta's mentor would teach him every trick in the book, and what began as a business soon became a bond. From escaping a town swindled patsies to swapping stories from father to son, it was a never-ending adventure of friendship, skill, and a whole lot of lying. For Rasta, the perfect life. Until everything changed. It was a stressful show. Traveling marauders are tough crowds. It was fine though, until one tiny problem. Their switcheroo had flown the coop. And with this crowd, well, there's no talking your way out of swindling at a gloaty horde. Something had to be done or they were finished. Rasta focused with all of his might, awakening a door and power from within. Whispers of hexes and shocking power when the combat revealed the trick. I was shocked to discover it was no trick at all. Rasta had real magic within him, and with the comment showmanship, they traveled from town to town, kingdom to kingdom, as they dazzled audiences, raking in a fortune for years upon years. To many, hill trolls are strange, but humans, in some ways, well, they're even more odd. Rasta could not understand why his father, after finally achieving his dreams, would grow more, well, empty as the years went on. Why do humans, when they grasp everything they've ever longed for, find themselves emptier than before? Rasta would never get his answer. He awoke to his master missing, tracks leading to the nearest town, one that they had hit back in the old days. And there, among the rubble, he found his father's stage, ruined and burnt. He had no chance to escape. Rasta found his master with his curtain drawn. Grief for his lost father quickly boiled into rage as the townsfolk gathered around him. They recognized him as the meek assistant, but now he would show them the true power of shadows, using his skills to do harm for the first time. That was many years ago. Rasta still travels from town to town, performing his acts of mysticism in the arcane for any really willing to pay to see his show, making good but strange friends along the way. His audience never truly knows if his powers are for entertainment or something more. But to any that would seek him harm, the great traveling shadow shaman can quickly show that his magic is very real indeed.
Your votes are in, and the next episode of Tales from the Lore Keeper will be Hoodwinked, premiering at DreamLeague Season 27. But now is your chance to vote on what hero you'd like to see next. You can choose between Silencer, Lone Druid, Ringmaster Razor, or Dawnbreaker, and win a free trip to ESL 1 Winter 2025. Brought to you by ESL and DHL.
My head, got the whole world at my feet, and there ain't a cloud ahead. There are stories I need to tell, there is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around, I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. Nothing at all.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
It's the Puck Chat Pandas tumbling in the grand finals here for DreamLeague Season 26. We got a best of 5 between Paravision and Bet Boom. That's right, we got an upper bracket finals rematch. And we're really hoping that Bet Boom learned a little bit from the series they had yesterday, Jenkins, because would you like to refresh people's memories?
Yeah, it was a pretty big shellacking. I went back and I actually watched those replays because I was curious how this dismantling happened. And to be honest, it was close up until like 20 minutes. So I think if BetBoom can just get the early game together, it's not going to look as bad as it did yesterday. Paravision is just a very clean team. So when they win, they execute you.
I think it's also the drafts, perhaps, that BetBoom needs to work on today. It feels like Paravision always gets the tail end of that draft. So I would say that's the most important thing for BetBoom to work on today.
Yeah, they definitely have their work cut out for them, as they already had a 3-game series earlier. They'll also need to save some strength here against Paravision, as a best of 5 can be quite daunting in terms of length. There's a lot of different elements you have to consider when playing a game. Itemization is probably one of the most important things when it comes to playing a Dota 2 game. And for that, we're going to learn a little bit more about the Crimson Guard and how important that is on this patch with these games with Purge.
Thanks, Cheever. Yeah, the Crimson Guard was extremely important in that one of the 2 games last night, and I think it comes down to the Undying pick. You pick Undying, your opponents are like, oh, we're going to grab Gyrocopter, and we're just going to kill your Tombstone while we kill your allies. But there's something kind of OP with Crimson Guard right now in Undying. Namely, it is the fact that Crimson Guard gives you damage block based on how much HP you have, and Undying gets free HP whenever he presses his ulti. So in this fight here, where the Beastmaster went on the Rubik here, take a look at how much damage he's blocking per attack. 131 damage per attack is just being blocked right off the top. That means every single time that Beastmaster here is attacking, he's doing like 20 damage to this guy, and his magic damage is being reduced by Glimmer Cape and his high magic resistance. That was Beastmaster's entire initiation. So the Crimson Guard plus Undying, it's Giga broken, and it actually hard counters a Gyrocopter in almost all ways. Gyrocopter is supposed to be attacking like twice per second with his Aghanim Scepter, but he doesn't even get to utilize that basically because all his damage is being blocked. This Banner doing a very similar thing in this bottom fight. His Flak Cannon is not killing any creeps. His Rocket Barrage is being soaked up by the creeps. His Flaks that are hitting the TA are most of the time just being blocked by Refraction, but when they do go on her, the Crimson is up. So he's not even getting lifesteal because he's not doing any damage either. It was like one of the most futile looking Gyrocopter attempts despite him having the same net worth as the TA. And that all comes down to the Crimson Guard, the abundance of auras that they had, and the bonus armor. They also did a really good job with their Lotus Orbs here. In a lot of cases, Miero on the Beastmaster ended up roaring himself. Watch this one. They jump on Satanic. They think, okay, we got to kill him or we're going to lose the game here. They go on him, and at the last second, Miero says, I have to roar this guy. And watch what happens to GPK here. He's going to end up getting pushed towards the outside of his circle here when he gets roared because it gets reflected. That ends his ulti. They're not really doing much damage anyways because of all the Crimson Guard and the BKB from the Chen that he's giving and all the heals. They could not break this lineup, and a lot of that came down to playing Gyrocopter against Undying with the Crimson Guard. So I think they should have learned their lesson after this. We are not going to see this reaction to Undying later today.
Thank you very much. It seems like, I mean, at this point, obviously banning Undying seems to be a simple point, but maybe if there was ever a patch banning an item, that would be quite the quite the progression if we're ever having that ban the Crimson Guard in this case. Let's focus our attention on what we can expect in this best of 5 series. Effie, welcome to the panel as well.
Hello.
What is the most important thing that you're going to look at in this best of 5?
For me, I guess it's whether or not BetBoom can solidify the kind of drafting that they have, because it feels like when they've got the good drafts, they look very strong. But if they falter around their like mid-game timing, they don't have enough of one thing to counter what Paravision is doing, they get stomped. That's pretty much what happened yesterday.
Yeah, is it that simple though that we can track back, because BetBoom has never won a series in 2025 against Paravision.
I mean, they were winning that game.
They were until the
smashed.
one fight.
It was like 3 fights. They were up like 8K or 9K or something. But their heroes were just so bad against Crimson Guard and all of the Chen ores. Like, Chen was running around with like 2 regen ores. He was literally pumping like 30 HP per second into his teammates. So like, even if they get past the Crimson Guard damage a little bit, it's just being offset by the heal anyways. And like, as Undying's HP goes up, even after he's pressed Crimson Guard, the block number goes up. So you can like you can do Crimson and then use ulti and get Decay Strength and things like that. It's like Giga broken.
I feel like it's one of those things where your read on a hero is that Undying gets countered by Gyro if it's in the 5 position.
Yeah.
But when you play it from the 3 position, it's a different hero. Like, you can actually build a Crimson Guard, you can afford the Crimson Guard, and then it works the other way around. So sometimes you just have a misread on it like that.
Well, at least I'm hoping that Bedboom also looked through the replays of yesterday and maybe came to the same conclusion that that Purge just brought us as well, with maybe just ban Undying so that you don't have to deal with the Undying and the Crimson Guard combo that looked definitely very strong. But how do they feel about going up against each other? Let's find out.
We performed even better than we expected, for sure. I mean, we're playing with the stand-in.
Yeah, I think we definitely got better as a team through this tournament. We got better communication, we got better vibes, we got better hero pool, and we're improving every day. I'm happy.
Of course, we're gonna be underdogs against Paravision, but I think we can win anyways. Yeah, but it's not gonna be easy.
I think Bedboom is a really great team. They're having a good core roster, which they're capable of playing against the best teams in the world. And even with the standing, they're doing quite well. Obviously, when we're playing, we're having a lot of fun, because we're exploring something new every day. And that's a wonderful feeling. It's like a kid who is exploring the world, but we're just exploring some new Dota heroes.
No, it's gonna be a 5-man Requiem boat! They get off the BKB on one of those heroes, but Ghost doesn't have a BKB. Noob is shredded by the physical damage. Satanic is walking him down.
We for sure made a few conclusions after series against them in the second group stage. Of course, we're gonna play better against them.
Taking a lot of damage. DM trying to focus on it. That's a dead. Oh, he dies again. That's a triple dieback effectively with the black hole. Meanwhile, the grab on Amiro here, trying to stop this RP. It's up in a second. He got it off just in the nick of time. Locks down 2. Now they're in big trouble.
Let's see if Bedboom's Cinderella story can continue, or rather, I should say, let's see if Kiritich's Cinderella story can continue as he comes in as a last-minute stand-in and makes it all the way to the grand finals. And we've heard from him how happy he was just to play with the guys. So this is surely a treat. Bedboom has shown that they deserve their spot in the grand finals, but Paravision has seemingly been on another level. A lot of it is going to depend on the draft, and we're right into it here with game number 1, Bedboom on the Radiant side, Paravision on the Dire side, Misery. And we already got our opening picks on the boards as well.
Yeah, classic trade-off, I would say, in the meta right now, the Darkseer and then the Oracle follow-up. Paravision should definitely be aware of this, so they are consciously giving away the Oracle in this case as a quote-unquote counter to Darkseer. I think one thing we didn't talk about in the pre-show is that I think what Paravision are so good at is always getting enormous amounts of teamfight in their drafts.
Yeah.
And they always out-teamfight the enemy because of that. So I think that's a very big thing. They're very good at picking a lot of teamfight and ending the game around this 30 to 40 minute mark, like we just saw with the Kevin segment. So maybe that's a way to abuse the Oracle, where they just group up and Oracle won't be able to, do much in that phase of the game.
I agree with you entirely. That's where I think Bedboom went wrong yesterday. Their drafts just were not equipped to deal with Paravision's timings, and they probably learned something from that today. Like yesterday, their Oracle lost to a Magnus and a Brewmaster. It just felt like at no point could the Oracle walk into a fight comfortably.
Yeah.
So if they pick some kind of really disruptive team fight of their own, in the case that I'm making, it was a Tidehunter, that's just not nearly enough to play into Brewmaster and Magnus.
Yeah, maybe with some damage, like something to follow up the Tide, because it really felt like in that game they didn't do anything. And once again, I went through and I watched these replays because they just felt weird when I was watching them from the perspective of the OBS, and I wanted to see what the actual players were doing individually. And something that I noticed that Paravision does is they have a real understanding that 20 minutes is now the new timing. They will win the offlane, And instead of going and fighting and 5-manning or TPing to towers, they just stay there. Like, DM will literally just stay there and farm until 20 minutes until he gets some like Radiance timing. Then he will fight. They'll even pull the creep wave back using the hard camp, like 17 minutes into the game. It literally looks like nothing is happening, but they're just out farming you. And then 20 minutes, boom, that's when they fight you. So that's one concern I have about picking Oracle against Darkseer is, yes, in lane, Oracle's good against Darkseer, but Oracle is not a hero that kills Darkseer when he's just farming on an island. So I think for BetBoom, they need a hero that's actually doing shit. They need some Storm. They need something that can hunt DM when he's just taking all of this space in the offlane, because he will do it. This is their formula to winning games.
Or they could maybe try to do the same thing themselves, where if they're playing for a 20-minute timing on Paravision, because that's when the Tormentor spawns and the first team fight happens, they can also build a strong 20-minute timing of their own with an offlaner that's also going to farm,
true. Yeah.
show up with a big team fight item, and then they can try to out-team fight them.
Or a mix of both. Maybe they pick something that has some ganking, but then also an offlaner that can be left on his own. You know, you can definitely have a little bit of both.
I'm curious about so yesterday we saw the first big Oracle into 9 Brewmaster, I believe, as a counter to Oracle, which has always been very good against it, because the split just finds the Oracle every time. I'm curious if we're going to see some kind of a brew again here, but from a different position. I think that could be an interesting development, and maybe a 9-class Brewmaster, but it's a long shot. But
I would agree with you, but I think the downside is that there are enough cleave heroes right now, maybe not in this draft now that Kunkka and stuff are banned, but it feels like if you play brew from a support, like you're going to get slayed on the brews for the majority of the game, because even hitting level 20 is hard to get that extra HP.
with Darkseer as well, you know, you're begging to get Sven or something like that that counters both heroes.
You could just keep it simpler than brew and just go Naga Siren support, right? You just press the song, you find the Oracle, you set up for the jump on him, and that also makes the team fight.
What?
Or you could just go fudge again.
What?
You could just go fudge again.
I swear to God, in my head, I was like, these are 2 squishy supports. And I was looking at the Spectral GG, and I'm like, he did play Pudge. Pudge loves playing against squishy backline supports. Pudge Darkseer.
I feel like we got to give some context, because we did see it hasn't even been played twice. It's 2-0 in the hands of Paravision, and has not been picked by anybody else. But the time that they played Pudge was when they were already locked in the upper bracket, and winning the series that they played the Pudge in did not mean anything. They still won, of course, Purge.
They did still win, and it was extremely convincing enough where you're like, oh, they are just so good compared to their opponents.
I feel like that game though, can 9-class pull that off? On average, I feel like maybe not. I think that's also the fragile aspect of Pudge, is that if they replay that game again, I think Gaming Gladiators wins that game at least half the time. They were looking really strong in that game. Of course, this is the first game of a BO5. You can afford to go with Pudge, but they're not looking like they're laughing or anything. They're taking it very seriously. So I mean, it is good against Oracle. You hook the target. Oracle can't ult, can't save, right? You know, I think it's an okay answer to Oracle, honestly.
You make a good point, because in that series versus Gaming Gladiators, it felt like if 9-class wasn't hitting those hooks, the game would be over. With that being said, we said that about that game 1. And game 2, he did miss more of his early game hooks, but he did something really cool. He just bought phase boots, and he just ran into people, which made setting up the hooks a lot easier. Like, you could just play on this like hyper-aggressive phase boots, Ion Shield, Surge, Pudge, and that by nature will have you hitting more hooks because people are like closer range to you. So he has like a take to this hero.
No, it's definitely nice to see Pudge come back as a 4 position, even though people in interviews in this tournament said that, please buff Pudge, give him the shot back, give him something, right? He got nothing, and yet he's still here.
He's just an aggressive hero now. Like, he's not this defensive. They have the weird, like, if you hook an ally, the cooldown is halved. It just is not a thing. I don't think this is ever gonna work. It's purely to kill these like squishy backline supports. And I think it kind of prevents a lot of the carries that people like to play right now. Like Kunkka, or Pudge does not like to play into the Kunkkas and the Ursas of the world. These like really tanky or heroes that are like kill you really quickly through low armor. But like you can't Drow Ranger anymore. It feels bad to play
Lina Drow.
Yeah, any of these like turret heroes just feel terrible into Pudge. So it forces a specific archetype, which maybe the idea here is that Darkseer is good against melee carries and Pudge is good against range carries, so you kind of solve both problems with one lane.
So what could we see here? Maybe a Sven?
Yeah.
Maybe
After you mentioned Sven, it just looks the most obviously good here to me. Doesn't it? People pick it already against Darkseer. Tiny kind of works too. I mean, and all the cleave is good against Chen also. I don't even think it's going to be that easy to hit hooks in team fights because there's going to be wall illusions and Chen creeps all over the place.
The reason why Tiny's better here is that it's flexible, right? You can put mid and carry, whereas the Sven is just like, this is our draft, this is our strategy, counter it with whatever you want.
You would have to be careful with the Sven pick like that because Pudge does not have to go for it. He has the rot fast that you could I could see Satanic cooking something with carry Pudge because he said when we interviewed him about the Kunkka, he just feels like the hero is good. Like he's a feels player.
Yeah.
I would not like to see the carry Pudge, honestly, but I could see if there's a team that's going to do it, it's going to be Paravision for sure. But I do like how Bedboom responded to the Pudge in the Centaur and Tiny. Like, yes, Tiny's great against Darkseer for the reasons we've seen all of group stage, but these are heroes that if they get hooked, you just stun and run away. So there's like
or
a
you kill
concept
Pudge.
to,
That also.
Yeah, it's like a concept to protecting yourself with both of these picks that came after. And then Paravision picked the Ember into an Oracle, actually. A lot of people consider Oracle one of the better supports versus Ember because you can purge off the Flame Guard, you can also dispel chains off of your teammates.
Yeah.
But they needed some kind of backline jump tempo hero out of Paravision.
So looking at the games of Paravision, usually when they get their auras, like the Chen, the Darkseer, right? And then looking at the Bedboom draft, are we lacking a little bit of damage from Bedboom right now? Because Windrunner, Centaur, Oracle don't exactly put out much damage that Darkseer doesn't just cover with one Greaves, right? Or one whatever pipe. So I think they need their last hero to deal a lot of damage in this game. And like we talked about, the heroes that do a lot of damage consistently are not that happy playing against the Pudge.
It's like Lina, Sniper, or something.
I think you still need to go for something like that and just rely on playing good.
Ooh, they pick Sven themselves.
Even more auras, right? The armor from Sven now.
Yeah. It's going to be hard for them to die. They do tons of damage. If somebody gets hooked out of position, it's going to be hard to save them because Sven's going to be there to like two-shot some of your heroes.
Can you just play Leshrac or something here?
Racer? I don't know.
Well, they don't really have a lot of time to think of this one. It's a Slardar in the end of the day.
It's mid Slardar. I mean, if they fall off, like Slardar already suffers from this issue of like if he doesn't continue killing people and snowballing from a good lane, he can't farm creeps anymore, so it feels really bad. So but in this case, we're saying they have major damage issues, and now the damage has to come from Slardar, a hero which can fall off. Like, Bedboom is taking a big risk with this pick, but they're confident GPK can win the lane and continue snowballing, I guess.
That part's great, and the minus armor is going to help them do more damage, but Crimson Guard hard counters their damage output because it blocks before the minus armor is taken into account, and they have a Sven on top of that, and they have a Chen to give armor to the guy that's dying. So I feel like they already have a lot of this Slardar stuff solved, but hopefully they do snowball with it.
Pudge is solved, though. You don't want to hook any of these cores. It feels like shit. But he's a bad hero, so I don't feel like it needed to be solved.
Also, for Bedboom, they just have a lot of pick-off, too. Like, they have all of these in-your-face, I'm going to go in first, quickly burst the target, and get out heroes. So their gameplay is just going to be about playing these side lanes and getting these kills as opposed to outright team fighting, which, if they can snowball their lanes, they can do that quite comfortably. But if their lanes don't go well, I don't see that happening.
I think their lanes are pretty strong, though, right? With the Centaur Windrunner, the mid Slardar countering the Ember, and then your Oracle countering the Darkseer, right? With a solid carry like Tiny. They have the potential to win all lanes, and then they suddenly don't like the damage.
We're going to find out what's going to happen. It's time for game number 1 of this best-of-5 grand finals. We're going to head over to Cap and SPG, but we're going to kick this grand finals off with an extra dose of PUBG and Pandas.
There is no doubt in anybody's heads here going into this series that Paravision are the clear favorites. With an overall score of 26-4, this is perhaps one of the winningest teams going into a grand finals. The question is entirely left to Bedboom. Do they have what it takes to bounce back from an incredibly long losing streak against this team, against a upper bracket final that went horribly for them, and for a history of underperforming when the pressure is highest. Can they finally step it up in a grand finals and give contest to Parivision?
Very tall order ahead of them. Very tall, some might say. Though, this team does have a record of performing with a stand-in when it matters most. They have that on their side. And they had the benefit of learning from that upper bracket match.
We're going to start things off with an early Pudge hook. Night Class not going to be able to get first blood for the team, but already showing that you got to be scared of the Pudge in this one.
This hero is a real pick. We have seen 9 Class do serious work on it as a hero that can displace fights, ruin positioning, and I feel like that has been the bane of BetBoom a lot this tournament. This team does not play well when their formation gets broken. We saw it in the upper bracket match as well, versus particularly the No One Magnus in the game 2, the Brewmaster on the backline. I feel like that draft was one of the biggest outdrafts we've seen for BetBoom, and they did not react well to it at all. So here, they got to start stepping up, especially early on in the series, to find your footing and try and take away some of the picks for Parivision that have just been doing insane work for them.
Kiritich already taken 2 hooks to the face. Do you agree with Jenkins that Pudge is a bad hero?
No.
9 Class is just a good player, or do you actually think this hero has viability outside of Parivision?
I don't think this hero's that bad. In fact,
he's blocked in by the creeps. He's going to have to Fortune's End to try and keep DM and 9 Class off of him, but it looks like he's just going to get run down.
Yeah, he's dead. This is going to be Flesh Heap, first blood.
3-0 on the hooks. The Fairy Fire goes off DM.
Tree.
Oh, nice tree plant. But he still hits the hook. 4-0 for the 9 Class Pudge. It seems that his previous performance on Pudge was not an outlier.
And just like that, you gave him an early boots if he wants it. This is a nasty hero in terms of what it can do to your mentality. You start getting hooked in the game, you feel like there's nowhere to run. There's nothing you can do. You're just getting outplayed. It's not a draft issue. It's a skill issue. Do you even belong here? Are you even supposed to be in this series at all? And we're 1 minute in.
Psychological damage is immense. I don't remember who said it in the green room, but I totally agreed when they predicted they're probably going to play Pudge in the grand finals, and they're probably going to pick it up game 1. Because if you're Parivision, you're coming into this with so much momentum. Why not take it in game 1?
If you're going to pick Pudge in a grand final, you pick it game 1.
A la Wings. Na'Vi, Wings. Plenty of teams have done it, and it's worked out for all of them, even if the game itself didn't work. Maybe it has something to do with psychological damage.
It's the confidence, right? If you're a team willing to pick Pudge in a grand final in game 1 or game 2, it just says you're extremely confident going into the series, and it likely means you're going to have a psychological edge overall. Now, you might not win that Pudge game because it is Pudge, but yeah, I feel like most of the time it works out. I will say I kind of like the starter pick. Not because I think this hero is broken or anything, or that GBK is going to run this game over. I think it is a mixed bag. You're going up against the Sven armor, Chen armor. Pudge can, if he gets utility items, he can buy Lotus Orb, he can buy some of these annoying items. But this should be a matchup in a lane that goes well for GBK. It's a hero that puts a decent amount of pressure on Ember Spirit because he doesn't get an early armor item or a super early Dispel item, particularly if he wants a Mage Slayer buildup. And it is a hero that I feel like it's just slightly outside the box, and I think that's a good sign going into game 1. Like, just pick something a little different, get the ball rolling. It has some okay-ish synergy here with Tiny putting in the physical damage. Even the Wind Ranger Slaughter is always good. Yeah, it's support, but this Focus Fire can still do a lot of damage in the right situation.
We heard in lower bracket final, Suns fan extolling the virtues of GPK and commenting how he feels like this guy has rounded a corner when it comes to his play, in particular throwing games. Would you agree with that?
I mean, Suns fan is a one-of-a-kind Dota 2 caster, some might say. I don't know what his fixation on GPK is.
He really likes it.
I don't know if we'll ever know why he has such a fixation. I feel like it's been some time since we've seen GPK throw games.
Yeah.
I think he's just consistent now. I've always rated this guy pretty highly in terms of skill. I think BetBoom's problems have honestly lied elsewhere. If you look at the matchups they've gone down against in this tournament.
Yeah. Like what?
I think the drafts have been a little on the weaker side. I think their support picks in particular are very hit or miss in terms of it's a high reward, high risk. Like when you pick double single target supports that can't push waves,
A sneaky hook from 9 class set up by the Chains. GPK was winning this lane, and the Pudge will push the Stales the other direction.
I mean, Chains guaranteed setup. This is the downside of the melee hero in mid. That Pudge roam is guaranteed. He's going to get some stacks. That's going to give no one.
They're going to get a second, third kill out of this one.
Well, if your idea was to come in and win lanes, that idea is already gone.
Yep.
Because you are now losing 3 lanes effectively.
And DM didn't get punished at all. If anything, it's now going to be Kiritich who gets punished as the Pudge comes back in a lane. They are going to get really good Fortune's End over that Avalanche. That purges out the Ion Shells, but Kiritich can't stand the heat that 9 class is bringing into this grand finals already.
So much of this is you gave that Pudge first blood. He gets boots. He can make these plays around the map.
Got the shackles on him. Hit him with the stomp. Oh, overlapping the stuns. A little ugly there from
Power shot will
Miro
kill him.
and Save.
You want to go for it.
He needs to land it. He's going to go outside of vision to see if he can land it. Ooh, Satanic, a back and forth. He was just patrolling. And now he's still alive to hit the Stormhammer on Miro and help Tukalis finish him off.
This is such a nice start for Tukalis. I mean, you can say Satanic's getting a decent amount, but more important here is the levels on this Chen. He's already level 4.5. He has access to the small camp. He's about to be level 5 at
Got him again. 9 class, yet to miss a hook. He'll die for this, but well worth the trade-off as GPK falls again in the mid lane. Can't even get his 6. When he was having that little 1v1 against the Ember Spirit, he was still level 5, and the Ember level 6, all because of this Pudge.
I mean, I wish I had this Pudge in my pub games, I'll tell you that.
True.
Like, this is the Pudge everybody thinks they're going to be when they pick the hero.
Uh-huh.
And it is not the Pudge they are when the gameplay comes through. But right
yeah,
now,
you guys listening at home right now, thinking after this grand finals you might queue up some pubs, this ain't you. This ain't you. You don't got what it takes.
Don't tell them that. Maybe they do. There could be
they don't.
There could be a 10 class out there. You don't know.
Let's just look at the overall net good for the world. It's better to discourage all of them not to play Pudge.
So you think 9 classes
and to inhibit 10 classes career?
9 classes winning his team this series, but losing the world on a moral level.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Has there been a player who has done so much damage to the scene as 9 class in recent history? Probably not.
Probably not. Not in the modern age of Dota, no.
There's no way. I mean, he's #1 public enemy. Who's even up there? Dendy Pudge? He was too good of a, he was too good of a person.
That's true.
His Pudge
he
wasn't even
offsetted
toxic.
all the terrible things that he did by getting people to pick Pudge,
Well,
by
that's not
also
what-
just being a good role model.
That's not what I implied there. Just saying. Everybody loved Dendy. So when he picked Pudge, it was like, awesome, Wasn't, you're ruining my games. This is a nice start for Parvish. This is really nice. It goes without saying. And you're playing a Darkseer lineup with 2 melee cores who have insane synergy with the Shell Surge here. This game can speed up really fast.
Here comes 9 class. Here comes DM. Here comes a guaranteed hook. As he's gonna wait to the last. Okay, he got power shotted down. Never mind. Bet Boom bring all their heroes into this bottom water rune matchup, and they clean house, man. They just took 2 heroes out of the equation. Sure, you got saved. Congratulations, but they're gonna get 3 heroes out of this one. The Chen and perhaps some of his army too. I mean, look at everybody that Kiritich walked down the river just to be able to join in on this.
A nice rotation from him. You need numbers in these early games. Need to swing the lanes back to your favor. And could see a hook come out here on Miro. See if he can put Satanic in between him, but Satanic might just kill him straight up. Okay.
Satanic's just gonna finish
That's
him
one way
off
to do
that
it.
way. Nice try with the power shot. It hits this time around, but not enough damage.
Save getting a little taste of his own medicine. Pudge player himself.
True.
Maybe we'll see him pick it up after this game. Pudge could become the most contested hero of the series.
There
almost.
ain't no way.
It's possible. Still, that was a great turnaround fight for Beppu. You got to play around Slardar in this game. He's so much to your early team fighting, so much to your damage. But there's still a concern with how many levels the Parvision support duo found here and the damage they can do around the map once this Chen starts to farm up, once he starts to heat up, pressure some towers, give him the auras in the fight. Like, this is a dream start for this kind of lineup because you don't have to be ahead here. You just have to stabilize the game and get to your first 1 or 2 items on the Darkseer Chen, and you're going to be unkillable. We've seen it before. Like, what happens when you bring ice armor into the equation? What happens when you bring purges or lotus orbs or armor items into the equation? The damage for Bet Boom is going to go down significantly. You have Sven armor on top of all of this. There's a ridiculous amount of EHP built into this Parvision lineup, and we saw it with their Chen yesterday with that Undying. Something very similar can happen here. So if you're Bet Boom, you need to get as much out of this Slardar amp in the first 20 minutes as you can. And you get hooked again.
Try to get him away from the shield rune, but it's picked up anyway by GPK. He's in good fighting shape, but does he feel like he can chase down any heroes? Doesn't seem like it. Parivision and Bet Boom. Again, 4 heroes into the mid lane. They are not being shy about just brawling in the middle part of the map.
I do like their emphasis on bringing the numbers to these middle skirmishes. But the downside for Bet Boom while all this is happening is you are giving Satanic free farm. So if you're not finding something in these trades, you're bringing the tiny mid, whereas Parivision are not bringing this Sven. And he's going to start to pull ahead here. Could potentially have a lot of stacks built up for him eventually as well, though a lot of the early stacks did get claimed from the Darkseer. But this is kind of a Centaur who's just been left to the wolves. 0-2-0 start for Miro up here. Not a lot of pressure going into the Sven. Not a lot of gameplay around the Centaur. This is not a hero that is going to scale tremendously in this game.
But the time has finally come. We're probably going to dissolve this 4 versus 4 mid lane matchup now that GPK's got a Blink Dagger. I assume you want them to head for the Sven, or do you feel like helping out the Tiny and killing that Darkseer is a better option?
Nah, it's way too hard to go with Darkseer here. You are either bringing the gank mid, if you believe you can chain the lockdown and kill this Ember into the tower, or you're kicking heroes out of top and hitting that tower. Those are your 2 plays here with this Slardar early.
Well, maxed out return on Miro. Maybe they feel it's better just to head for the mid lane again and let Miro just farm up neutrals. I mean, GPK's here, but
you just need
you have
all
the damage between the 2 of them.
Yeah, you need all the lockdown is the problem. It's not all the damage, it's you need stuns for a long enough duration to kill this guy. And Shackle is kind of enough if you can land it.
He can precast Fortune's End on the Slardar when he blinks it. Okay, didn't go for that. Oh, the hook separates the 2. The Shackle shot missed. Everything goes wrong for Bet Boom on their first play with the Blink Dagger on GPK. They do manage to get off the false promise to see if Katomi has healed him enough. Very likely he has. He stays alive, but Katomi does end up getting run down by DM in the end.
We saw this in the series yesterday. Parivision will bring the numbers mid. They will always back up no one. That's why you have to overwhelm on this play. And the second that Shackle doesn't land, you're screwed. Lucky to get out with everybody there as Blade Mail arrived for no one right as that sequence is happening. This is a nice build-up for this game because this is the pseudo-armor item instead of the Mage Slayer. It's going to help you tank against the armor. It's going to reflect a lot of the early game damage, give you time to survive, give you time for heals to go out. Obnoxious item for Bet Boom to play into. And that was your Blink Slardar move that was supposed to yield you some momentum in this game. Instead, you lost your mid tower off that because the Chen can come in, give you the counter game potential. And now you're really far behind because this move also did not go into the Sven. And we are seeing Satanic's net worth. He's almost 2K ahead of your Tiny. Yeah. One of these cleaves is not like the other.
No, and with recent nerfs to carry Tiny as well, that's going to slow the hero down.
I mean, look at the level difference between these 2 carries. Level 11.5 Sven versus 8.
It's just playing inside of their jungle area, and they can't even feel like they can go after him. He very easily gets back to his side of the river. That is going to be another smoke gone wrong.
This is where the support duos for Bet Boom are just very hit or miss. Right? If you can nab some of these kills, you're going to be okay going into the mid game. But if you don't, Parivision supports will outfarm you every time. They don't have to make plays. This Chen is not pressured to go gank someone on the map. He's just farming. He's pushing lanes. He's hitting towers. He's getting fat. He's going to scale the whole lineup up. We're already seeing that net worth disparity open up between the 2 support duos. This is why there's so much pressure on Bet Boom to look for these kills because their supports are not getting anything off the map unless cores are falling.
Yeah,
especially with an Urn on save early. You need charges for this guy.
At some point, the team synergy of Parivision and the net worth disparity between the 2 teams will result in no matter how good the initiation is for Bet Boom, it won't be enough to break Parivision and all the armor and all the utility and auras that they have. It's rough. It's rough right now. 6,000 lead for Parivision. Not too many people expected anything different.
But it's an okay position. If you can get the team fights going, you can absolutely swing this pretty quickly, especially if you get a Roshan off the starter line.
He's got the angle on him. Wait. He went for the Oracle at the same time, and 9 class, can he still get... Oh, he's going to wait for the slide chains. Can no one hit the slide chains? Is he in range to do so? Got slide chains into the hook. There it goes. Got the dismember off of it. They just play so well around each other, diving into the tier 3s. And the punish, very minimal. In fact, if anything, Kiritich got to be a little careful. Stampede does go off. A little bit grouped up, but pulled back into the vacuum. Kiritich cut down. Satanic already online as this Sven, Mask of Madness, Blink Dagger, Echo Saber, level 13.
This is such a fast timing for this Blink to come online, and you can play aggressive here because you have the Darks here to back you up. You have Hand of God. You have the auras. You get another tower off this Chen. Ducals is just mowing through this map. Every time you win a little fight, he gives you another 1k net worth off of it. And you're just going to have to go back here. You're going to have to de-ward. You do get the obs. But the game plan is not going to change here. You got to continue to try and find some openings with this Slardar. He's your only playmaker. No blink on the Centaur. It's fine. Helps you in the team fight. As long as you can start the team fight on good terms. And maybe take some tier 1s in this game. I mean, all 3 tier 1s up for Pari Vision.
Yeah. It's part of why they are 8,000 net worth behind. GPK, Katomi, and Save, the trio. 2 supports moving around with the Slardar. Not finding anything for it, though. GPK, and he really all-in on initiation. Blink Dagger into buying out his shard.
Why can't we be friends?
Big committal. A very strong message saying, I'm going to find kills in this game. And if you don't, you're really going to get out-farmed here. Scan goes out on Roche. Interesting. I mean, that's a Radiant scan.
Yeah, if you're so so far behind, you feel like you have so little map presence that you think that this lineup that really doesn't have the greatest Roche taking potential is doing it at 17 minutes. It says a lot. Managed to get the crush into Shackles.
Oh, nice.
Into the Fortune's End, and a bash to follow it up. They got the kill.
That's huge.
Now, the Slardar is going to be... Oh, no! The vacuum grabbed Katomi right as he was trying to help out GPK here. GPK still has a chance to be able to blink out of danger. TP away, and he stuns.
Oh, nice spot.
Oh, the hook comes a little bit too late from 9 class.
Just hook Ducals over. Give him a high five, but there's that chain stun potential. No one not expecting it. Gets caught off guard by the last tree throw.
Did Chen have his ult? Because he easily would have lived with just a little bit of a bumper there.
I think he did, but I also think he expected him to remnant out of there. Like, there were little gaps. I think it's more thinking no one is going to live than he needed to pop it. Big pickup in this game, though, just momentum-wise. Gives you the confidence to go for a little more here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to look for the play down mid.
Try it again.
Power rune for no one. He's getting baited into the river.
Recast in the Fortune's End. It's going to shoot out. GPK not finding the opening to blink on it.
You would have liked that amp damage in his bottle as well. Would have given you a lot more damage threat on this starter to look for the pickoffs. If you can't get the kills, you're not going to get the towers in this game. The one thing the Pudge does is he makes pushing these tier 1s casually pretty scary. There's a reason these towers are still all high HP. You can't just sit here and tank it with Centaur and dare Pari to go on you. You're just going to get hooked behind the tier 1 and the fight's terrible.
Yeah.
So you have to win the fight to get the towers here. That is the Pudge effect.
Satanic over 3,000 net worth ahead of this Tiny.
Yeah, his BKB is done. It's flying out right now. This gives you confidence to just do Roche here. With this Sven BKB, you already have Greaves on the Darks here as well.
Yeah. It also makes this Crimson Guard of the Centaurs look pretty pitiful. Well, BetBoom was right to be worried about Roshan. Satanic is indeed so farmed that they can do it pretty quickly. BetBoom not going to be in position to contest. We'll just push out the other lanes, complete their S and Y for the Tiny. Try to get to Blink Dagger on the Centaur.
At least they get a tier 1 in this game. That is worth something. But not the trade-off they were hoping for. As that ward on Dire Secret Shop was also scouting them on that play bottom. That boom lingering around this area for a while, but not aware that they're just being scouted the entire time.
Yeah, Satanic, he's not going to get picked. This is a bait.
I mean, there's no way you can go for that play anyway.
That guy's way too tanky. And they do not have the stuns to deal with the BKB, that's for sure. Going after the Centaur. It's going to take a while to bring him down. And he also still has Lotuses and Stampedes, so they can definitely back this up. Party Vision, they just kind of have a poke at him. They force some rotations. They back away. They're going to do Tormentor.
Objectives just keep rolling. I mean, this is Chen in a nutshell. The onus is on you to do something about it, or he just extracts gold continually from the map. A little shard for the Pudge. Why not? Not as good as the old one, but some decent damage.
They did the Tormentor and the Tiny on the other side of the map. Granted, they can come through the gate and everything, but they pop Stampede to try and get Kiritich out of there. Which, I mean, it worked, but...
Oh, they smoked back here, but this is on another OBS. These wards have just been absolutely on point. They're ruining every setup play that Boom were trying to go for.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because it's not like they have supports that are really good at getting on the enemy side of the map and sneaking in wards everywhere.
It's just the Pudge.
They've got a Chen Pudge.
Yeah, it's not the greatest.
They're going to jump on Satanic. They baited this out. They get the hooks, taking hook, but he's still shackled up. They almost finish him off. They're trying to now, but the BKB God Strength goes out, and it all goes wrong for Bet Boom. As soon as that is cast, it's done. They run out of damage. And they will scurry back to the base if they can. Satanic not slowing down for a second here. One save as well.
Why would
triple for him. Back to the tier 2.
Oh, that was so close to being amazing, but that hook makes them run in deeper. It does hook him into the shackle, which was pretty unfortunate for Pari. Sick play from Save. This is just a hard go. Don't get hits in with the Tiny here. That's what makes the difference.
Fantastic vacuum from DM.
Oh, yeah.
Grab those 3 cores as well.
The thing is, you still have a lot of heal here, right? Like, you throw in the Hand of God, you throw in the Greaves. The Sven is not as low as he looks.
Yeah.
And the second he pops BKB, there's no damage going into him anymore.
He's got so much armor. The Chen regen starts kicking in.
4-man shield on top of all that.
Yep.
It looked promising, but it went oh so wrong. And now you're down 13K. A lot of that on the Satanic Sven.
Another series with no Curios, by the way.
Oh, another great shackle. Can you finish the hero off?
Do you manage to get the darks here? 1 down. Pushing after Dakalis.
It's a great
No
target.
one. He's trying to stop them as best he can. He's got the Aegis after all. It looks like he actually does manage to bail out Dakalis for now. GPK, Satanic on the side is going to pop his God Strength. They spot him, though. They're not going to be caught by this initially. The Tiny's going to try and challenge this Sven, make sure he doesn't get an initiation off here while GPK chases after kills. But he still blinks it, still blows up the Oracle. Casual 2-shot, gets his BKB off before the stomp and punishes Miro for daring to try and stop him. Now GPK caught in the river. He's not going anywhere. Chained up, hooked out. Satanic will find his 3rd kill of the fight. Stalled. He doesn't even... There it is, triple kill. Finally going out.
Just
David,
routed.
Kataomi's buyback for last year. No one will not give chase.
Just cannot connect their cores on the right targets here, and the chase down takes so long. Just so much early tank on this Chen. Solar Crest already done. Solar Crest already done on the Pudge as well. These early utility items for the supports. Put some extra little evasion in there on top of the heal, on top of the barrier. It's brutal to try and get through.
I find it funny how, like, Party Vision, they're winning the game, but every fight is Bet Boom starting it and it going bad. Party Vision are so good at just, like, suffocating Bet Boom and saying, hey, you got to take this initiation.
Because they
Otherwise,
know
you're
they're
getting out-farmed.
They know they're getting outscaled in this game.
Yeah.
They know they're getting out-farmed on the map. They know they're losing objectives. And their lineup only does one thing, which is jump on people and kill them. And when you can't do that, as we've seen, the game is very frustrating.
Denied. A TP stopped. Kiritich, can anybody save him here? Not a chance. Not with Daedalus up on Satanic.
Absolutely no chance. I don't know how you deal with this guy right now. He is 12-0.
That is Stampede used.
You're going to go high ground with this. Or they're just going to completely run you off the map.
The remaining God Strength halfway through the duration. Satanic sets his sights.
Look at the auras on this guy. It's just stupid.
Yeah, they're going off the chart here.
It's just straight stupid. The amount of buffs he has.
And Bedboom will not contest. This is going to be one lane of barracks. Can Pari Vision make it two? Or are they just going to back out with God's Strength now on cooldown?
Oh, they're just going to chill. 40 seconds for that ult. It's not a big downtime here. You can always just wait for next Roche too, if you really want to secure this game.
Oh, yeah. GPK is about to get an item. I don't know if any one item can save his game, but it's an Aghanim Scepter. Problem is, in the game of tank versus tank, I do not think you beat Pari Vision. You're not going to outlast them.
I mean,
the Crimson Guard,
what
the
else
Aghanim
is he supposed
Scepter.
to buy, though? Like, the armor is good here.
Oh, yeah. No, I think it's the right item. I'm just saying I don't know how impactful it's going to be.
No one just remnants it and then breaks the
Oh, man.
Of course there's a ward there, too.
Yep.
There goes your Roche contest. Now you're going to have to fight this on top of this ward as well. 9 class sees you. He wants you. He hooks you.
They're going to get the jump on a 9 class first, though. Easy little pick up, perhaps.
Is it that easy?
Oh, God. The chains on the 2 supports of the vacuum. It got them both locked in. Satanic now finally closes ranks with his 9 class support here, trying to help him out. He's actually taking a good amount of damage here.
He's losing the fight.
He's going to wear out. Yeah, he's going to lose this fight. Stomp hits on 2. Miro. Good setup there. Kiritich, trying to run him down with the Ion Shell. DM managed to do so. Miro, looks like even without Satanic, no lacking in damage for Pari Vision, as no one will do his best to clean up the rest of this fight. It's slight, though. Blink away just in the nick of time by Miro. Starts running down the river, but he is heading nowhere fast at this point.
I mean, we see the tip come out. I think that's the tip of how did you die, bro? How do you die in this game with this spend? I'll tell you how he crit into that blade mail on the Centaur. That took half his life pool instantly. And then you got crushed with Amp, and Tiny finally is able to connect on you. Surprise amount of burst damage coming out right there. Still not a fight you can win. That's the sad part. And, I mean, Save's laughing off because they know, like, they jumped this Pudge, and they cannot kill the Pudge.
Yeah.
There's too many auras in this lineup.
They got 2,200 team gold off of that Satanic kill, though.
That's a one-team fight right there.
That's right.
We'll ignore the no one triple kill. You know, that's not as relevant here.
Yeah, who cares about that? Those are all small numbers. We only care about big numbers. If it's not 4 digits, I'm not paying attention to it. How many new armor items do we have? We've got the Shivas, Lotus Orb, almost done for DM. So that's going to be fun for Bedboom to deal with.
Itemization here for Pari is just, it's so straightforward because there is only one type of damage source in this lineup.
I mean, on the upside, the Lotus Orb doesn't really do that much as soon as you get 25 on Sardar, so.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good point, Austin.
He's just 9 levels away.
Definitely going to hit the 25 on Slardar here before something really bad happens to them.
And that bad thing is coming very soon.
Yeah, it's a very bad man here. With a lot of damage, a lot of auras, and a lot of HP to work with, as long as you don't kill yourself on the blade mail. Bedboom want to take the fight on the high ground ward, try and
oh no, he spoils another initiation. And now Satanic's like, well, you got GPK in a corner. Good shackle shot, though.
Maybe
they go after no one. Might be able to kill him here. Toss up in the air is not quite enough. And a vacuum almost put them on the cliff. Not quite, though. Kiritich has got to get out of here. They already used the false promise. And maybe they have to leave the Centaur behind. Another great shackle shot. Sage is keeping the spend back as best as he can. Another hook back on Amiro, and Satanic goes for a different initiation. Goes after the Oracle once again. Ghost Scepter's gonna bail him out a little bit here, and finally gets his hands on the Wind Ranger, cuts both him and GP Geek down pretty quickly. That is going to be a very one-sided GG call.
Oh yeah.
Before the 30-minute mark, we close out the first game of this series.
I just looked like the upper bracket final that existed between these two teams yesterday went the same way. Parivision just slowly grinding you out of the game. A very kill-oriented lineup for BetBoom against a team that is not going to give you a lot of those openings, and you just lack damage. Now you're really concerned about giving them this Chen, because it's been 2 games you just did not build the right answers against this hero, and it completely shut down your team fight. And when you're in these style of games, it's really demoralizing, because you feel like you just cannot beat this hero unless you make drastic changes to your lineup. And BetBoom has kind of been picking the same heroes, particularly the support duo, throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah.
This is the crux for me. Are they going to be able to figure out some different support duos, some different solutions to what Parivision are doing? Because the current duos they're picking are just not bringing enough firepower to the table. Like, you need a better direction, right? You either need to put Pari in a position where you are out-farming and out-scaling them, or put them in a position where you can continue to take team fights as the game progresses. But if you are this dependent on a strong early game, on early pickoffs to fuel your support duo and getting levels and being a large factor in the game, it's unlikely you're going to out-execute this team in that area.
A game where BetBoom failed to be able to kill Satanic, No One, and Ducalis more than one time. BetBoom struggling to find a hold against Parivision.
Lucky for them, it's just game 1 of best of 5. Plenty of chances to come up with a better solution to what Parivision is bringing to the table. I'm here with Misery, Effie, and Jenkins thought that Pudge sucked. He didn't. He was pretty good.
No, that was great this game. I mean, 9 Class played exceptionally well. I'm also realized in retrospect, like, oh, of course, they have the Pudge plus Ember combo. This is a classic. The steering chains into hook setup is something that makes it way more reliable. And when you're winning with that combo, it looks completely devastating because anybody steps remotely out of position, and it's an easy steering chains into hook. His early game rotations were amazing, by the way. Like, he legit won the mid lane. DM was totally fine in the off lane. He was only going ever when the creep wave was pushed in.
But that's the scary thing about it, right? Is that they had the hook setup, but he was hitting these hooks even without a setup in the early game. Like, the thing is, the difference between Pudge being impactful or not is just being able to make those key early game rotations and have them go well. Because if you don't land those, then Slardar is winning mid versus Ember, and your Darkseer absolutely has no lane. But 9 Class just seems to pull this off so effortlessly.
Yeah, I mean, he just knows where to be on the map at the right time, all the time. Like, he's always at the right time, right? He hooks the Slardar 2 times, and why is he there mid? You know, like, he's just there hooking him. It's so weird. He's just always at the right time, the right place. So I don't know. Maybe Pudge is worthy of ban. Who knows?
No way. No way.
It's mental damage.
Mental damage, I think, was done.
That's definitely true.
But this game is like, if you're BetBoom, what are you gonna ban next game, right? There's all these. Darkseer has a big problem. Chen is a big problem, I think, as well. It's hard. I think you have to adjust how you're drafting your own heroes. I think you need to match it somehow, match this team fight, match this healing or damage.
I think Chen is worth a consideration. I mean, not only did it get this new Ags, and Chen's win rate in general looks very good. It looks like a strong hero. It's also Ducalis' best hero probably. So I think in terms of comfort for them, it makes a lot of sense. Pudge is this is just 9 Class cooking some shit. He's gonna have a new hero every week. You'd much rather him play this than a Slark or something like that, you know. But Ducalis Chen is this is something formidable.
Yeah, I mean, he's 3-0 with it though, and if it's let through the next game and he does the same thing, that is irreparable mental damage for the game 3. Maybe BetBoom can try playing the Pudge themselves. Like Avery mentioned, the support duos that they've been running haven't been working. And honestly, I don't really take that much issue with the support duos so much as in general. It feels like BetBoom, when they draft, they're way too afraid of losing lanes. You look at their heroes, they pick heroes that they think will just win the lane, but don't actually give them a timing to play into. You see this Darkseer, you see this Chen, you see this Sven. and you know they're gonna run at you at a really early time, but then you pick Centaur because you don't want to lose the offlane. You pick Slardar mid because you don't have anything, but you want to win versus Ember. What team fight are these heroes giving you? Like, what is your entry point into the game if you lose the lanes? Nothing. You've got nothing at that point.
Well, good news for Bedboom is that if I was to choose any other Pudge player in the whole tournament, I would think Save would be the other Pudge player, so potentially that is on the table. I wonder what Purge also thought of this game number 1.
Well, I think a lot of the matchups were advantageous for Paravision, but their team fighting was also great in some of these small skirmishes. This one here was actually a good jump for BB Team because they did manage to kill no one, surprisingly. But what always came after was going to be punished, and that's basically Satanic eventually getting online. I mean, they had an 8k advantage at this point. They weren't that far behind in kills, but Satanic's just been hitting creeps this entire time, so his ability to impact these team fights was huge. Even when they go on him, this nice defensive hook, even with the shackle, pairing them together, the Chen heal, the Solar Crest, once he finally gets his damage cooking, they just had no way to play against this. Their carry damage potential in response just wasn't nearly the same. So Satanic kind of running away with the game after 9 Class did so much to cause early game drama, to force a dilemma for Betboom Team to actually win fights, and he just really did the damage they needed. So that kind of sealed the deal in their draft.
It was definitely a very smooth feeling game for Paravision, and a lot of that comes from the early tempo, and yes, a lot of that comes from the supports. I want to go back to the very start because we had the Oracle as a reaction to the Darkseer, or start of the draft, that is. And, well, to be fair, actually, scrap that. Is it fair to judge Bedboom's draft in a game like this where, I don't know, Misery, did they really get the chance to play it?
Yeah, well, I think that goes hand in hand in a way.
Yeah,
right?
fair.
I do think that Bedboom are too... they draft too much by the book. It's too obvious to know what they're going to do. They need to be a bit more unpredictable, I think, and need to cook something themselves. They can't just expect to beat Paravision by picking Oracle, Windrunner, Centaur, first 3 picks. I think they need to take the Pudge. They need to do something that's a bit out there, you know, that can
surprise them.
Yeah, surprise Paravision. Pick some new heroes, or maybe or just pick in a different order. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it just feels too predictable and too, like Mira was talking about. It's just you're drafting to win the lanes, but that also puts a lot of pressure on you to now smash these lanes so hard that you can then win the game from that position, right? And that's not easy when you play against no one and 9 Class and these caliber players. Like they're not gonna win the lanes that hard, even when they pick to win the lanes.
Yeah. Maybe you have a backup plan, Denkers, as well, if you don't win the lanes. Because in terms like this game, they couldn't even hold, basically, right?
I just don't think that's like how you win Dota anymore. Anyway, like I had the realization watching that game that like, okay, maybe Pudge works if you have Satanic on your team, because you know that if you just make chaos for this guy, he's gonna farm, and then when you get to that 20-minute timing, that there's the Tormentor, Roshan moves bot, Wisdom Rune's about to spawn, Power Rune. It's like this is an insane timing. Right? It's like all you need to do is pick heroes that will make chaos for Satanic to farm. And it could be Pudge, it could be Slark. I feel like 9 Class has a lot of heroes for this, but like he's just the perfect support to play with Satanic as a player, and the last game is just another example of that. But I don't think stealing the Pudge, I think Betboom just having their own identity for playing that 20-minute mark. Because Kiritich is not Satanic, but he's still really good.
Yeah, we're going to find out what changes they're going to make in game number 2. Coming your way after a break.
It's been 50 years, or 6 Valve Time months, since high-ranked pubs were made private. Starved for knowledge, the low-ranked players, or outsiders, are left to build their own meta and fend for themselves. Meanwhile, the high-ranked players, or the insiders, know nothing of what's going on in...
Oh my god.
The trenches.
Kotl's beard! An insider! We haven't seen your kind around here for ages.
Yeah, I made a smurf to play with some of my friends. Who are you?
How rude of me not to introduce myself. Greetings, I am the shopkeeper. I sell goods to all the best outsiders, while last week I sold a sentry to Kuroki himself. Care to look at my goods? I have a special discount today. Buy 10 clarities, get an 11th free.
Why would anyone need 11 clarities?
All my regulars love it. See?
That man is not okay.
He's perfectly well.
I think I'll pass on that. What else do you have?
What about some dust?
Really? People actually buy that here?
No, no one buys it. Just that guy.
Where are you little bastard? You've been hiding from me for too long, and I'm gonna find you.
Got ganked by Ricky. Few too many times. Drove him over the edge. Poor devil.
Yeah, I don't know if I actually want to buy anything. I was more looking for directions.
Listen here, you little shit! No one's bought a quelling blade in years. I think people have forgotten what a BKB even looks like. You have to give us something. Anything. We're starving.
All right. I'll give you something. Straight from the pros. Support? Tinker.
Oh, God. You've got it worse than us.
I've been here the whole time.
You little slippery bastard.
Obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah.
there, you're watching DreamLeague Season 26, and we are in the grand finale. It is best of 5 between BetBoom and Paravision. And Paravision is definitely the Goliath versus the David of BetBoom in this best of 5, as Game 1 went convincingly their way, and we're maybe all slightly worried that BetBoom cannot find an answer in time before the series is over, but we're going to help them. That's what we're going to do. We're going to hope that someone of BetBoom is going to tune in at this point. It's like, well, what do we need to do? Because so far, this tournament, they are 0-5 against Paravision. And that's not good, Jenkins. It's not good.
No, that's not great. And I would like to echo the sentiments of my co-panelists here and say that I think a definitely fine thing to try is to not try to play too much around the laning stage. It's like there does seem to be a sense of fear, you know? It's like anytime I see, like, for example, a Dragon Knight last pick, you're like, ooh, this team is afraid. Like, they just wanted to pick something standard. I feel like Centaur, it's kind of in the same boat. Oracle into Darkseer, it's kind of in the same boat. Maybe pick something that's, like, more synergistic and you're doing your own thing rather than just responding to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that's going to change now is probably the pick order. We're going to see BetBoom on first pick. It does seem like the last 4 teams all prioritize first pick, so that is like a meta thing that might also determine how the drafts go. But yeah, it's still a mentality thing for me that you need to create something. If you're BetBoom, you need to somehow make Paravision have to respect what you're doing, your draft. You know, they have to react to something. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I really think BetBoom, when they play afraid, or when they look afraid, it's just clearly from their drafts. Like, I recall a time last year as well, during ESL Birmingham, where they kept defaulting to, like, Centaur over things like Mars that give them team fight, and they just got swept in the grand finals. And I think there's nothing wrong with responding to a Darkseer with an Oracle. Oracle's an S-tier hero. But then look at who they added to the Oracle lane. Tiny. Like, another hero that's good versus Darkseer. Well, is the Oracle enough, not a solution? Could you not have drafted teamfight in any capacity?
And they pick a Slardar mid, which is not a hero that benefits from knowing where the runes are. Like, Slardar doesn't give a shit. I totally agree. Pick things to actually go with it rather than just a response.
One hero I think BetBoom should look at is AA. I think AA should be very good against Paravision right now. They pick so much heal, they pick so much sustain, and they like to have these strong timings, right? I think AA could break that. I'm not sure why AA has fallen off. It seems like it's still a very good hero. Maybe because the Sue heroes are coming back slightly. And you're a bit scared to pick this hero early because of Beastmasters and who knows, maybe Lycans.
Even Lycan is in pubs is becoming popular.
I think it's also because they're trying to protect their ranged carries that are kind of common. Like if you pick an A, you can't pick Lina, so it restricts your drafts a little bit.
I don't remember who we talked to about this.
Panto.
Panto. He said, thank you for remembering, Huber. Panto basically said that people got really bored of playing AA, and there's a new patch and there's a new hero, so they're just forgetting about him. But he's still a good hero.
Yeah, I think the logic of the melee carries being limited as well is a problem for AA. Like, you don't want to run AA Lina, right? Or AA Drow. You're just going to get ran at. But when Ursa and Terrorblade starts getting banned first phase, Kunkka as well, right? Then suddenly, what are the melee carries that you're going to pair with that AA? Like, and what you also have to fit it into the draft strategically so that you don't get counterpicked, right?
Yeah.
That's a fair point, but honestly, the AA is a good place to start for BetBoom. If they go for it, I would love to see that. If they go for a Pudge themselves, I would love to see that even more, honestly, because Paravision don't care that they already have a melee support in Undying. If they want to play it again, they will pick it here.
I feel like it's spooky against all the Tombstone zombies, though.
Yeah.
Like, one of the 2 teams that pick it is probably going to get griefed. There's going to be team fights where you're like, okay, I just can't hook
Yeah,
this fight.
it's pretty annoying. It's one of the worst matchups.
To that, I will say they didn't care. They had a Pudge Undying thing when they ran Pudge versus Gaiman a few days ago, and they won versus Undying.
Was it Undying? Oh, it was Pudge versus Undying.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
We get to see what Paravision picks up here. I mean, Undying is also so strong right now because it is both a 3 and a 5, right? So, and it's very strong in both positions.
Maybe we get to learn a little bit about what Paravision thinks is extra strong against the Undying with their ban that's upcoming. That might be one of the micro lessons we'll be learning today in this best of 5, as we already learned from Purge earlier that Undying...
Not Gyro.
No. Yeah, it's very good, but indeed it is not Gyro.
Gyro can have a good game for most of the game, but at some point it's just like, oh, you're shooting twice with your Ag Scepter? That's okay. Crimson Guard blocks both of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking maybe Lina, like a mixed damage carry that can kill the Tombstone, but they ban Lina themselves. They don't want to give that away.
I think you already have the Shaman, I think, to deal with the Tombstone. I think you don't need to worry about that as much as the... Maybe in general, really. Because, like,
with the ward.
If it's a 5 Undying, I think you're happy enough as Shaman in itself. If it's a 3 Undying, then you need to worry about maybe the lane a bit. And then also just making sure you have enough damage, not for the Tombstone, but just in general in the game, because he becomes so tanky, right, with the Crimson Guard.
I know a hero.
I do think you need to respect the Tombstone, though, because all the games that we've seen Undying completely run away with that early game is when the supports just could not handle killing the Tombstone by themselves.
Yeah.
All right, I got a theory for how you beat it. You pick Brewmaster and you AoE Dispel. Like, what about dispelling the Crimson Guard? Genuinely. It's a 7-second window. Like, if you go on your opponents and you're trying to kill them,
I like that.
You need to remove it.
Yeah.
Like, Nullifier would also work.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, but...
Yeah, that's not bad.
Or just have a lot of magical damage as well as physical damage. So you just don't... Every pick you have needs to have a lot of damage. I think that's really essential right now, especially when your first pick is Shaman, that doesn't offer that much damage. But I think going with the not the big snake, but the normal snakes, is an okay solution to Undying. I think you don't have to double down and pick 5, Tombstone counters.
How many volleys of Serpent Wards does it take to kill the Tombstone? Is that what the solution is?
I think, doesn't it one-shot it?
All of the wards individually?
I don't think it one-shots it.
If you put them on top of the Tombstone, I think it literally just dies.
Really? Each
But
one of those
I'm not
counts is
entirely sure on that, but I think it kills it pretty fast.
All right, I got a hero, and it's even better now that Drow is out. Okay, hear me out on this. Broodmother. This hero's win rate is insane. This was like a 6% win rate increase because they made it so that her webs now reduce all forms of healing, including Satanic.
I mean, I would be on board if they have.
I don't think you do here. I think you do it on the 18th pick.
Yeah, sure.
But
When I talked to Miero earlier this week, I asked him which his 2 favorite offlaners are to play. I know
Never
there's
mind.
Max.
Yep.
But he did say Tidehunter and Broodmother, so...
I like the Axe pick, to be honest. I think this is a much better hero than Centaur right now. Stronger laner and more aggressive in nature, and I think he offers a lot of damage throughout the game through the Blade Mail. I think it also has looked really strong in the games we've seen Axe. So I like this approach from Bedlam more this time.
Yeah, and it's the concept of picking a hero that can have bonus armor so that it doesn't get shredded by the Drow Ranger. Like, when Axe uses the call, he's not going to be dying at all to Drow.
And I think if you Axe Call somebody, I'm pretty sure the Blade Mail reflected damage isn't going to be blocked by Crimson Guard too. So you could argue that Axe's damage isn't reduced in the slightest from an Undying.
But
and he does spear damage.
I do think that when you pick this Axe now, you need to make sure that whoever gets called gets hit with some other spell now. No! No, not Oracle.
Sounds like you like that pick a lot.
I think that's very weak, in my opinion. It looks very weak now. Because now you don't have damage to kill anything in the call.
They can dispel the Crimson Guard though, on one guy.
But you can still pick damage from the mid lane.
You can.
Like last game, their issue is they had a mid Slardar that got hooked twice and ended up doing nothing for the game.
I just think it's a big requirement for the mid to always be there when the Axe call hits, right? Then he has to be there every time and be ready to hit the damage. I think there's not that many heroes that can provide that type of play.
I think there's Storm Spirit that can do things like that. Like the Spirit heroes have a lot of reach to connect to Axe.
I think Betboom needs to pick their Oracle combo right now because every single game that they pick it,
the
Huskar and the Death Prophet get banned in the last phase. So I think they have to pick it in their final pick here of this phase to have a chance.
I also think that now the chance of it could easily just be a 5 Undying now. That is not about Crimson, but it's about winning that lane against the Axe, right?
Yeah, very possible.
I mean, you have a Drow Ranger, so you're very comfortable to run that lane.
Yeah.
And Ruvik comes out. I mean, Ruvik's looked really good in the hands of 9 class. I haven't seen it really wow me, to be honest, but you do have like nice spells to steal. So long as you're playing against Shaman, you're always going to have like a high value shackle for longer range and even longer duration.
It essentially becomes a better Shaman, and if you can ever steal Serpent Words, it feels so goddamn good. We are still questioning here, like, where is the Undying going? I mean, Undying against Axe and lane is pretty damn strong, so yeah, they're just going to go Undying 5, pick the Brewmaster off lane.
Okay, this pick here has to be, very strong. Like, let's see it. What could that be?
Death Prophet has a silence if they pick it. If they do want to pick Huskar here, they don't know the matchup, so it's kind of spooky.
That's not it. Into Drow as well. I feel like those are not good matchups.
I think think you can still run Storm. If you're
Storm is okay. Yeah, I like Storm.
No, that's a Huskar right there.
I respect that. I really respect that.
They're not afraid.
They're just going for it. We wanted them to not be afraid. They're not afraid.
He's finally believing, Neo.
Yeah.
Wait, Trinity? What does he say? I don't know.
Okay, I mean...
The Matrix?
Because it's
Did
the
you get-
Matrix.
did you
Yeah,
get-
Neo. You said Neo. I was thinking Neo, the player.
Oh.
Chinese player.
Oh, cow.
I thought you said Neil, the other host.
Oh, the host.
Oh, sorry, the movie's old.
Okay, so is it good? I mean, we wanted them to do something different. They do something different.
I like it more than last game, but I'm still a little bit skeptical because now, again, I think you really rely on winning that mid lane. If the mid lane is more of a wash, I think Paravision has very strong team fight, and you don't really have any team fight yourself. So what kind of carry is Bedroom going to look at here? Because I think you can't go too greedy either, because then all your cores want to farm a lot, right?
Yeah. I think you need something that will hit towers, because I quite like this Huskar in Bedboom's hands because it gives them something to play for. Like, you understand that they have this Oracle Huskar. They're going to go take that first Roshan. They're going to run at towers. They have this Axe who's going to be ready to blink Blade Mail, call people at all points of the game. And they can exploit Paravision's reliance on playing into Bruce Split. So anything that can end the game early for Bedboom would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they ban all the survivable strength cores there with the Lifestealer and the Sven. And on the Bedboom side, they're going to ban all of the heroes that counter Huskar in the mid lane.
The no-one heroes, the counter Huskar. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking like Viper is very good, but it's like the question is, what does no one want to play? Then again, in the interview yesterday, he said like his team suggested something. He just thought it was maybe not that bad, and he played it. It's like he's not the one making the calls here.
He'll play what's good for the game, even if it's not good for the lane.
What about like
never mind.
carry Abaddon and just end the game
I was just
early?
thinking about Abaddon as well.
Then you can double down on saves, and then you have this hero that's going to hit towers and not play for the late game versus Dragon.
Could also run a Weaver here, I think.
Weaver sounds cool as well.
They have okay disable, so plus Huskar is a silence, so. Are you saying for Bedboom?
Oh yeah, I think
Okay.
Weaver or Abaddon looks okay here. Maybe some Omni Knight carry, a bit of the same boat, but
I like the idea of Abaddon.
Lycan, that's an axe carry? Or is it a Lycan carry?
good question, Shiver.
Oh, that's a sweet question.
I think it's a Lycan carry.
Probably a Lycan carry. I mean, yeah,
I mean, Miero is an S tier Lycan as well.
He is. He's laughing. I feel like something's up here, but we'll see.
I think I like X better against Brewmaster because you don't have to worry as much about right-clicking Brew when he's invulnerable.
I like how this turned out for Bedboom. A lot more this game. It looks a lot scarier. This is exactly what we were asking for. I was a bit worried with their first 3 picks, but I think the last 2 really made their draft look more terrifying. And the Lycan looks strong here, right? Into Rubik and Drow.
Yeah, they are presenting some serious problems to all be solved in one last
Why is
pick.
Lycan considered good against Drow?
He's gonna run at her.
You just run at her.
Yeah, but doesn't
can't slow you.
she kill him before he's even reaching her?
No. It can go both ways for sure, but mid-Mars?
I like that Lycan hits towers for them. Like, I think it's very important to play on an early
Wait,
time.
mid-Drow Ranger.
Oh my god, what?
This draft has taken an interesting turn.
What?
No, hang on, mid-Drow, didn't Drow's innate get buffed by like 30%, where she does 30% bonus damage from high ground?
Yeah, that one is really strong. That's a good point.
Doesn't that in theory make her stronger in lane than Huskar because she outranges him and she does more damage?
That's a cool theory.
Yeah.
He might also buy the Orb of Frost that we saw Emo do. I'm not sure, but that looked like it was kind of interesting against the Huskar because you slow him and you reduce the healing, right? Then maybe you can even win the lane.
So we like what Bedboom's doing because they're doing something different.
Yeah, this is
But then
insane.
Parafinch is like, oh, you're doing something different? Oh, we're doing something different.
They're gonna try to put the dog in a cage.
Yeah, they are.
Is what they're gonna try.
I will just say, do not try any of these picks at home. Like, this is something that only works in a grand final with the 2 best teams in the world.
I mean, we're gonna find out because both of these teams has got something new. This is what we like to see in especially a best of 5. We know that there's another game coming, guaranteed. Who adapted better? We're gonna find out with Cap and SPG and a dose of PugChamp Pandas.
Bedboom showing that they have some life in them. This draft was an interesting one, to be sure. Bedboom giving us all kinds of twists and turns throughout the draft. A last pick Huskar pickup, and yet somehow they might have been outdone by Parivision and their twist. A Mars carry and a Drow Ranger mid, Avery.
That's a very interesting switch up, and maybe not one Betboom 100% expected, but they had to have it in the back of their mind. Like, you pull out this Huskar, you combine it with an Oracle, it's an extremely strong duo, so you have to expect the enemy to try and upset the momentum in any way they can and not just feed into your game plan. You don't want to just send some hero mid that gets destroyed and this duo runs you over in the game. So you still have to respect the team fight these two heroes bring. Anytime you can land the false promise on the Huskar, it's going to be a lot of damage. You're just going to have to take it on somebody unless you're, bursting these heroes down. Though I guess they did go back for this Brewmaster, which we've seen be a huge disruptor, particularly between these two teams in terms of bringing that Oracle into the air, tossing an Axe into the air, tossing a Huskar into the air. Like, you can cause a lot of problems here. This
Purging
arena,
out the heals.
Of course, the Purge is super nice. The arena can cause some area control issues as well, so positioning is going to have to be on point here for Betboom, but I think this draft looks a lot better than game one. They have more play options, they have more ways to scale and take fights as this game progresses, and they're not all in on this laning phase.
Now, I think Effie had a very good suggestion about the Drow Ranger mid, the vantage point facet perhaps being something that could be very potent against the Huskar mid. Unfortunately, we are not going to see that in action in this game. No one's still opting for the sidestep facet where you're able to move during the multi-shot, so won't see exactly that, but I mean, still, Drow Ranger is still a good answer to Huskar in multiple ways, right? Not just the laning phase.
It's a hero that outranges you. It's a hero that kites you in the fight. You can always go for this Ags later, reduce the regen. It's a super nice matchup. It's also a hero that can lane this and not get completely abused in the matchup.
Yeah.
9 class is going to stick around just to make the level 1 miserable for GPK.
That is annoying. All right, well, no one's going to start off with early denies.
He's staying around here. They blocked the bottom wave into the tower, so DM's going to be fine down here 1v2. It's going to shoot out really quickly for this Brewmaster. 9 class can get away with this.
Yeah, there hasn't been a single Radiant creep that has died in this bottom lane yet, so this is entirely unpunished so far. And with the lane pushing in, yeah.
I wonder if their plan is just straight dueling this? I mean, it is something you could do versus Huskar, because in a situation where you end up being dragged into the 2-on-2, it's always worse for the Huskar team. You're now sapping his XP, and this is a hero that needs the solo levels. He wants a one-on-one to abuse an enemy. If I'm Kataomi, I don't want to be here right now. Maybe you feel like you have to, but you do not want to, as you're just making GPK's game worse.
Dude, if Parivision somehow seems to make a dual lane mids meta again, like, what can't this team do? They're just all over the place. They're setting the meta constantly.
I don't know. If I'm Betboom, I do not like this lane setup right now.
Telekinesis toss back. GPK is just going to get mowed down. There was so much more damage in the tank. He died from the first round of multi-shot, and there was still plenty more rounds to go.
They hit the level 2 first. D-ward on the obs from 9 class gives you extra XP on this lane.
And the Brewmaster is having a great time. He's going to be playing against Lycan. I can't imagine this lane is a problem whatsoever. Melee on melee.
No, it's
for
fine.
Brewmaster is very rarely bad. So
totally fine for him, especially when he gets haze points up. This is going to be a lot of solo XP for DM. He is loving this. It's like an offlaner's dream. I just get a one-on-one. No pressure. Easy for him.
Our most normal lane still has a bit of a hitch to it, but it is the Shadow Shaman Axe lane versus the Undying Mars. Of course, the carry Mars is going to be something a bit unique. Did go for the Victory Feast facet, which we've seen that once or twice from some of the off-lane Mars. And I guess it's more fitting for carry.
This hero hits hard. You go with the Deso build-up, something like that. These God's Rebukes hurt. They're going to drop the
Tombstone, going for all in for the kill on to save, but Dakalis might be the one to die first. Got the spin on him. That's going to be the first death, and save isn't done yet. He managed to get the extra hit onto Satanic, and now Satanic slowed down to a crawl. Miro's just getting constant spins.
Damn. Not an early trade I thought was going to work out for Betboom up here. This Undying should be really strong on this lane versus the Axe in particular. They just wore through his HP pool.
Yeah, but they were so focused on hitting a Shadow Shaman that the Axe kind of got a free lane.
Still, that whole time, we saw 9 class continuing to harass GPK, who just went jungle. But
he's jungling
He's
already?
not jungling anything. He's just walking around,
Oh,
wondering what he's supposed to do with his life right now.
I mean, was there a situation where you were supposed to
Oracle
lane
mid.
swap? Were you supposed to put the Huskar bottom against the Brewmaster?
There's a couple reasons why there wasn't a good response here. One of them is your 5 is an Oracle, and this is not a hero that could have 1v2'd the Brewmaster with the Lycan unless you stop that wave block from happening.
Right.
He's just not that good at it. I think it was still your better option, but it was not.
Nice
very
call.
tempting.
The Undying. Tons of damage, and with the creep still hitting onto Miro, can he get one last spin? One more last hit is all it takes. It is a trade-off there. Satanic. Big damage from that God's Rebuke. More than I expected, that's for sure.
It's not worth it for Miro. He gave up a 3x streak. I mean, he's the guy having the best game here. So he needs to continue to have a really good game. And he is in a solid position. He should finish up the Vanguard. He'll come back to lane full HP with the Vanguard. Pretty scary for this double melee lane to continue playing to. But BetBoom need to continue having this lane go well for them, because their mid laner does not exist right now. Well, I guess it's Kataomi.
Yeah, it's Kataomi.
He's doing great.
Maybe he'll go an Aghanim's Oracle. He's super sick.
This is, well, I don't know. It feels like my pub being griefed. I have Jungle Huskar right now.
Okay, what if they were supposed to move their supports around? What if Save was supposed to be helping, at least there would be kill threat on the Rubik when he's playing in the jungle or something?
No, you cannot abandon this Axe top.
Well, you can't now. He's got Vanguard, right?
You still want to play through this guy, though.
Okay.
Like, this is your one winning lane. The Lycan you can leave in a one-on-one. It is a hero that can use the solo XP well, and he's not going to get pressured in the brew. This is just rough. This is really rough. And if you die here,
if 9 class catches him,
he's going to die. You just know. Oh my, he actually backed out.
I can't believe 9 class backed away.
Is this where you're reporting right now? Yeah.
GPK, for sure.
This is where you had 2 mid laners. One of them has to go jungle.
Yeah, it really does look like Kataomi's griefing him, yeah. The support got mad. He right-click followed him into the mid lane. The Huskar is now jungling as a result.
He is a very efficient jungler. If you don't get bothered, it's not that bad of an economic trade-off.
I mean, Save himself was the one who was pioneering that 4-position Huskar, was it 2 years ago?
That's true, yeah.
So
they know how to play like this.
Exactly. Save's probably getting pointers from the off lane where he's still battling it out against the Mars. Going for a bit of a dive here. Tikal is going to join in.
They're bringing 3 heroes for the Oracle mid. Felt like they had to do something about this.
I mean, how do you kill this guy? Just Fate's Edict himself.
Invis. There's a sentry down, though.
There he goes. Fate's Edict on the Drow Ranger to disarm him. Nice body blocking by 9 class. Guarantees the kill.
They got the mid Oracle.
They got him.
Got Naomi. Need to up your laning prowess here.
And that means
dodging the ganks properly.
He is now 2 levels down on the mid Drow Ranger. I don't know what Kataomi said, but any all chatting after that situation is kind of
I'm
fun.
sure it was something in the vein of, I'm not even a mid. Why are you ganking me? I'm a support player. Yeah.
3-man gank for Oracle?
Yeah, 3-man for 5-position mid. Good move. Wisdom Shrine gets... I honestly think this is an incredibly weird game, but not that bad for BetBoom somehow.
Kiritich, you're going to have to drop the ultimate here. They do have the Oracle. The Fortune's End was not placed onto Kiritich, so...
He's going to get controlled here.
Satanic coming in from behind is going to catch him inside the arena, put a fence around the dog, and he has no way out.
Yeah, now it's getting bad. It's one thing to try and survive this laning phase. Yeah, maybe you're okay with the Huskar being a little behind as long as he can jungle, but now he solo died to no one in that jungle. Yeah, the deep warding. And you get this Mars rotation straight into the Lycan ult. This early game is just falling apart right now.
What are the chances were he was sitting on like 50 HP and he got multi-shotted outside of his range?
He was very low HP. He got brought down very quickly, and now you're just losing tier 1s. Bottom tower going down to this catapult push. Mid tower going down to the Drow. There's nobody in this lane. Your only saving grace in this game is the Miro axe. I mean, that is it. This guy is going to have to make something crazy happen.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And they're rotating to relieve some of the pressure on the tower.
The warding game has also just been completely towards Parivision.
Yeah, it has been uncontested the entire way.
They got another D-ward top. There's one good obs on the map for Betboom outside of that triangle one, which is this bottom lane. Doesn't see much either. They lost their ward on the gate. The wards from Pari are in great places to scout all these.
Heritage, he doesn't have shapeshift, so with no one coming in from behind, bad news. 100 movement speed. He is not going anywhere.
Just wants his helm. He will get it.
He will.
A quick trip to the fountain. Not the way he wanted to. Just lane destruction. You remember that patch where everyone was playing the Huskar mid and I kept asking why doesn't anybody just dual lane this hero?
Yeah, you did.
You remember that, right?
Yeah.
This is why. I don't understand why more people didn't do this, because it completely destroys the entire hero's game plan. You can't duel it back, because even in that scenario, your Huskar ends up being behind XP. Like, Huskar's terrible in these 2-on-2s. He wants an isolated situation. So this was just such a smart game plan for Parivish. Completely ruined this pick. And now you are left scrambling to try and recover this game.
Yeah, the whole game is about to break open if Parivision successfully stop Miro from farming up his Blink Dagger. And it's looking like, with a 4-man rotation, Satanic catching 2 inside the arena. Bull support's already in trouble. Katomi's going to be forced away. Not that he even has False Promise. Miro is still a harder kill to get. 10 stick charges and a Vanguard, and almost going for the kill. And Jakalis, they got him. Purifying Flames into the Culling Blade, secures the kill.
Oh, they might clean up here.
Meanwhile, coming in through the side with Curative. They chase down no one. It's a double kill for Miro. They thought they were killing the Axe, but the Axe was killing them.
This is exactly what you needed in this game. Play around the Axe, let him be the brunt of the initial contact, and get to work. With some nice burst damage coming out from this Oracle, lets you get those chops. Miro played it beautifully. I mean, he is really fat in this game. You gotta remember, so much of that lane's shenanigans and pressure went into making those other 2 lanes work for Pari, but they gave up this top lane, in essence. That Undying did not work out in the lane phase. And this is a really susceptible support duo to Lycan in this game. You have no control for him outside of this arena. He's gonna chomp on the Rubik Undying here if you can't get up some fast utility. Miro Blink Dagger done. Almost 7k net worth on this Axe. He's got some armor stacks. He's cooking here.
Yeah. And GPK will just be playing a quieter game, hitting the jungle. Now that he's got Armlet, this should be a lot more efficient than it was before. So we'll see whether or not, like 10 minutes from now, whether or not he's kind of caught back up to the rest of the cores in the game. As Miro is going to be leading the charge at some point. Kind of needs his Blade Mail for full effectiveness of Axe. It may be small items, but he does kind of need all 4. Phase Boots, Blink, Vanguard.
Blade Mail's nice in this game for the Drow, plus even the Mars call. Because you're going to have to build physical damage here, Satanic. And if you ever put that Rebuke into the Axe, it's a lot of reflective damage when you have that Deso done.
For sure.
So he has 2 pretty good call targets in this game.
Speaking of Satanic, his build-up, Phase Boots, Armlet, considering Blink Dagger or Deso as the next item.
Could see either first. Depends on when you're trying to align all these.
Here comes the gank on DM, and they have plenty of disables to keep DM from being able to get off the Primal Split. He got halfway through the animation there, but Save really, he maximized the amount of disable time they had there on that kill, I guess.
Yeah, if only that was the other Croaker for Kirtich, could have stunned him there. But that was the mage with the bubble.
Yeah.
Not the preferred spell. Choice that's there. But another pickoff for the Axe. Miro continues his reign of terror here around the map. And this is dragging the other 2 cores back in the game. It's recovery time for the Huskar. A little extra gold for this Lycan. Gotta continue to abuse these supports while you can.
He already has 9 charges of Coda Blood, which equates to 2.7 armor.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
2.7, that's like 3 buffs over 3 patches in Ice Frog territory.
That's like that's equivalent to the Void Spirit's passive when he's like level 20.
Yeah, that's true. That's his entire innate. Or like 3 years of buffs on Sand King. By 2028, he'll have caught up.
Come on, you can't say that when the Sand King was just meta.
Yeah, he had his month. I'll see him again in 2 years. Same with Omni Knight. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Omni Knight. You had a solid week.
It will always amaze me how fast they nerf some of these heroes compared to others. Like, they'll let Pango exist for a year. And like,
a year?
Is he that?
Like
is he that
5
broken?
years.
Well, yeah, but every year they reevaluate it, you know?
I see.
But within a week, they'll send that Omniscience back to the graveyard. Like, get the hell back down there.
Somewhere in Valve headquarters, alarms are going off.
All right, there he did opt for Blink first on this Mars. Tells you that Pari want to get a bit more active in this game. They want more initiation options. And they do have strong combos with the arena. You plant this arena down, throw down a Tombstone, steal a spell on Rubik, throw it in, plus Fade Bolt, plus multi-shot. Pretty nasty place for Bethboon to take a fight, particularly if the Lycan gets locked in the cage.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be too aggressive, though. I don't think this is a game where Bethboon are going to run into that until you have BKB on the Huskar. And you got to remember, even if this Huskar's game is really bad, he always has the false promise to give him a guaranteed teamfight presence.
Sure.
So this is a game you can play from behind on Huskar because you have the Oracle combo. This is not a, oh, we picked Huskar into Ember and we were banking on the lane being a crushing and it didn't work and now we're screwed. There's more to fall back on here. There's your big blade mail. This is where Axe really wants to find something.
From here on out, it should just be hunting season for Miro. Probably looking for kills a bit more actively. We got the 2 supports backing him up, 2 smokes, ready to go.
Aetherline's already done for save too. He's finding more farm in this game. And this is one of the things that I think Bethboon have to step up in this series is you cannot play 2 sacrificial supports against Pari Vision.
Yeah.
Your team fight's just going to fall way too far behind. So you need at least one of these guys pushing some waves, getting some farm, scaling up. It will be the Shaman this game, and it's a good one. This instant Hex can be super powerful versus the Brewmaster, versus the Mars, who likely won't have BKB or defensive items for a long time. Good jump targets if you can find them around the map.
The call is backs away at the right time here as Miro shows up the lane. Still haven't used that smoke. Push out the top lane, get that going a little bit, and now they smoke away.
Yeah, there's
but
one
call
place
is
to
sticking
go.
around. He's just got to clear out that wave. This makes it really obvious that Miro is smoking.
Should be read by Pari, but this is going to hit around this tier 1 no matter what. There's limited options of where you're farming on this map right now.
If they're sneaky enough, is no one going to expect his triangle being invaded?
You might just take this support.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to take the Rubik kill.
Easy, quick, more stacks for the Axe here, especially with level 2 dunk going through.
And
Straight
with
in
Help of
power.
the Overlord done for the Lycan, any one of these kills can just result into a fast tower push.
Or a fast Roshan.
Or both.
They're trying to get pretty greedy here. They're not even going to go for the kill top.
Yeah, they're doing 3 things at once. Kills and 2 objectives? That's crazy.
No response from Pari Vision, though. They're just going to give it all up.
Wow.
More stacks for the Axe. It's up to 6
win.
armor. This is a huge swing in this game. That felt too easy. Like, there should have been a contest on one of those things. Sure, you just finished your Brew Radiant.
But you have a carry Blink Dagger Mars, rather. Like, surely you want to get a little active with this guy.
That's what I would have thought. I would have thought they would have brought Satanic either in the mid for that or a Roche contest if they sniffed it out. Again, why buy the Blink on the Mars here if you're not looking for any action?
Aghanim Scepter
That's
done
very
for Drow
early.
Ranger is very nice against both the Oracle and the Huskar.
It's a very early Ags. Definitely do some work in this game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So we'll start seeing a bit of the build-up of damage, reducing your generation. But they're going to need to put together a really sick team fight. It's going to need Arena with Tombstone on the outside. And Katu inside of it. BKB immediately goes out from GPK. He's going to try and chase him down, but Satanic is playing around the walls. Can't hit the spears as a result, and GPK will lose his first life. Kiritich tried to hit the backline there. Satanic got a little bit low. Lycan's not sure what to do here. His team is being run down. Who's he going to chase after? They don't want to fight it. Tombstone missed the call. Miro
He whiffs that one, immediately has to TP away. Parivision now have the advantage as Miro gets his TP canceled, and the Axe activates his Blade Mail, but will be chopped down by Nineclash, who stole the Cooling Blade. They'll get the Oracle as well. It's classic that Parivision somehow managed to make this fight work for them, baiting out bad Bet Boom initiations.
How do you get Culling Blade, man? Such a weird spell to get. Yeah. Didn't even get to chop a hero here if you're Miro. And it all starts with a really nice arena. You force out the BKB super early from the Huskar. Your Lycan doesn't get a lot done on that back line. No real connection there for Kiritich.
I mean, the question for me is, was that BKB forced? He had the Aegis. He could have just been like, okay,
I think
they got me, I'll save the BKB for the second line.
I think it felt like he BKBs, he can maybe kill somebody there. Heroes are just too damn tanky.
I mean, especially against the arena wall. It ruins these range heroes if you play around it well enough.
Not the fight they were looking for. And, I mean, some of that is you didn't get a clean initiation with this Axe. You got initiated upon going into that tier 2 area.
Yeah.
Because this is a lineup you can drop snakes and use the Lycan summons to force action out of Pari, which in theory gives you a positional advantage in this game. So when you get caught off guard like that, it hurts you a lot more than normal.
Bet Boom, and I would agree with them. I think they still think they have the advantage, and they're going to take Tormentor and dare Parivision to interrupt them up here. There is good vision in this area. Parivision just always ahead in the vision game, it feels like.
The warding has been really good in their run this tournament.
Parivision is going to play for a contest here. It does leave them 10 seconds until the Brew Split is back up. So not going to be here in time for the Tormentor, but might still be able to catch them on the way out as they smoke up, push forward. Mass TPs or gating away from Bet Boom. Not going to be caught in this corner of the map, though.
Might gate after them. Yeah.
They might, but that means Kataomi should see this coming.
You're just not going to see him there? Okay.
I guess not. I mean, he's ready to Tumbler Toy down the cliff and does so now.
Successful Tormentor and Bale. Not a fight you wanted to take. That was level 2 Primal Split with that Radiance and the Deso newly done for Satanic there. That was a scary fight. Particularly if you get jumped by the Mars in a bad corner. You're also just trying to get to the Axe BKB would be a huge pickup here for Miro. He's the most farmed hero in the game. You want to make sure this guy is controlling when the fights happen around his item timing. And this is a massive one.
What do you think of Kiritich? Second item, Nullifiers. What he was considering, but now he's worked it back to the AC. I was going to say he had Nullifier queued up, and there was not really a Parivision. There were no Force Staffs, no Scepters, anything
he's
like
committed.
that.
He has the Relic flying.
Oh, he does. Okay, yeah, you're right. So he's going to have this item potentially before Parivision have any of the answers.
Yeah, there is nothing to Nullifier. Like, it's too fast for his own good. This is normally an item you will always get on Lycan at some point.
Yeah.
But it does feel a little like he jumped the gun here. That said, you don't know, right? Like, you don't want to go in the next fight, use everything on Lycan, run at this Rubik, and suddenly he had a Ghost Scepter for this fight and you didn't see it.
Yeah.
So I don't mind it.
The early kills, like obviously killing the supports at the start of the fight is fantastic, but also with his facet, it extends the shapeshift duration, so you can play longer team fights as long as you are able to get one or two of those support kills.
And Nullifier should guarantee that. Like, you're looking for the Rubik or Undying here every time. Maybe the Drow, honestly, if you have enough DPS. Don't think he has it right now, but this game goes later. Might be able to get there. There's
Rubik might be a little hard. He's got Blink Dagger. Smoke up.
Radiant's top tower is
Bet
under
Boom
attack.
pushing into this tier 1 tower and will jump anybody who goes to defend it, but nobody from Parivision is showing. They are making a mass rotation.
Oh, they want to fight this.
Settling up on the tier 2 right now.
This is a very pivotal fight.
5-man play here from Parivision. The tower is taken.
Has fallen.
And will Bet Boom lose a bit of their formation that they've set up? not expecting Parivision.
Oh man, they're
to
so
be
clumped
playing
right
as
now.
5. They're baiting out
They're
DM right now.
so clumped.
Trying to go for the call. Miro misses again, and now they manage to get the arena with the multi-shot coming in from the side. It's the Shadow Shaman first, and the Lycan stuck inside this fortress. He finally breaks free, but no one's having a free fight so far. Miro chases after him. Hurricane Pike pushes them back. Slowed down by the Undying. Has to pop the BKB. No one's going to deal with the Helm of the Overlord. That's fine. They kill the Shadow Shaman. They got the Oracle.
But what about GPK?
And GPK is still in the middle of all this, and they have kited him around entirely. He is left behind. Once again, Parivision outmaneuver BetBoom.
They get the jump. So much of this game is dependent on who jumps who between the Mars and the Axe. The Axe jump whiffs, and the Mars jump lands. You cage the Lycan, slow down this whole fight. Was a clutch Hex there from Save, but then nobody can turn around and do the damage. The cores are all split up in this fight. And this Huskar just got completely kited. Absolute non-factor there.
And now Kiritich is like, damn, I need a BKB because of this arena wall. If I'm to hope to chase after this Drow Ranger and take her out of the fight every single time, BKB goes a long ways for that. But it just feels like BetBoom are just constantly caught unaware by how much effort Parivision puts into their initiations on the fights. The smokes, the wrap all the way around. They attack them from multiple angles. They get where BetBoom are just not expecting them to come from.
You put in the work, it pays off.
It does.
They're definitely making sure all the little things go right for them. And the second that jump happens, you drop Tombstone, there's no counterplay. Like, you can't really sit out of that fight if you're Miro and say, okay, I'm going to let you guys get jump first and look for the counter jump on the Mars.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you have enough damage right now, but at the point where the first defensive item comes out for Satanic, you won't. That's going to shift your impetus to jump first even more in this game. But still keep scaling here, though. I mean, you got to remember how this game started. And the fact that they brought this to a gold lead for themselves is not a bad sign at all.
For sure. And as long as, like, Miro, as he said, he keeps scaling up. If he always can answer the Drow Ranger, right? Like, there is almost never a point where the Drow Ranger's like, yeah, the Axe is not a problem anymore.
Gets tougher the more you tank up.
For sure.
But that, I mean, that is the nature of Axe, right? Like, you're always going to be in these games where if you jump the guy and he hits himself on blade mail, you probably kill him. If you don't, you get kited out in the fight.
I mean, even just like the Aghanim Scepter, right? Reducing much of the damage the Drow Ranger does. Like, it is going to be, I assume, most of the damage is coming from this Drow. Now, maybe Mars will go crazy with a Deso, like, you know, Daedalus, whatever, build up, and these God's Rebukes will start one-shotting heroes, but I'm expecting most of the damage to be coming from the Drow for much of the game. So, in that regard, BetBoom, there's not too much haste required. Keeping this game fine. All their heroes are scaling up. They're getting a Satanic soon on GPK. Kiritich almost has his BKB.
Look at that. They have the highest net worth heroes here. I mean, that's something. That's improvement.
It is.
This DM Brew will continue to scale, though. You're talking about the damage sources for Parivision. He's going to be a big one. Like, he already has AC done. That's a huge item for these other two heroes as well, because now you have Deso and AC going into that fight for the Rebuke to hit, for the Drow arrows to hit. Yeah, you have like some minus armor anti-synergy with the Drow or whatever, but you're not going to proc every hit.
Roche has spawned. Katomi's been chilling in this pit for a while to give them the information.
This Roche will not be as easy as the first one.
No.
You have to expect to contest. Even more so, you have to understand that Pari can do it themselves if you play on the wrong part of the map, or you give up a bad pickoff. So BKB finished for the Drow Ranger as Satanic done for GPK.
He's going to go in. They immediately are going to jump on a Satanic.
That's exactly
they
what
have
you want.
the damage. Oh, what a save! Dukalis pulls out the Tombstone. They're trying to get through this Tombstone to get after Satanic. Satanic gets a kill. He gets off his ult, and he may have fallen, but he sets up the rest of the team as the Drow Ranger just continues to mow down heroes. Kiritich is chasing after Night Class here. He can't kill the Drow Ranger easily. It's just taking too damn long to kill Night Class. He's got him trapped in a corner. He TPs away with a Solar Crest on him. He is fine. They got Satanic, but it cost them all too much.
The fact he gets entombed there just completely ruins the jump. You have to spend so much time bringing this thing down and then kill him afterwards, and the dunk missed. So then he lives another second longer. And all this delays the fight enough that Pari are able to clean up your backline. The Drow Ranger has a free fight because you're not jumping him. Man, Ducal has just ruined that jump. And that is a big concern here if you are Bet Boom, because this is supposed to be the fight you're looking for. A call on one of those two big damage targets, focus that hero down. You get Lycan units on the Drow, but your Huskar gets bursted. There's no false promise on the Huskar there. That's just a big whiff. Not expecting that much burst damage to come out. Little missed execution here for Bet Boom as Pari take huge advantage of it with a nice little tombstone counterplay.
Never seen a situation where so clearly execution is just like so much better. One team the other, and it's making all the difference, right? Like strategy-wise, maybe this game 2 is more even or whatever, but I mean, that's a team fight that 1 for 4 very easily could have been a lot closer, could have been a fight that maybe even Bet Boom can win.
Double damage.
They get that initial kill quick enough on the Mars. Culling Blade him down, use that movement speed to just swarm over the Drow Ranger.
Ducal is in the right spot at the right time, and
Big
no
pick,
false
though.
promise.
GPK and Save find DM here with no primal split. Even with all the misses that are coming in, he'll eventually burn out.
It's a nice little pickup. Sad to have lost that Roshan here, but still a lot of game to play.
For sure. I mean, dead for 70 seconds, that's certainly a window.
Oh yeah, they're going to smoke. They're going to go through the gate, try and look on the other side of the map. Save picking up some momentum here. Got to remember, this Shaman is still mega farm. He will eventually get to BKB in this game. They want Satanic. You have to be able to chain stun him here. He has BKB.
Runs right into him. Hits him with the Hex first. Now the Shackles. Looks like he's likely to get off BKB, but the call, maybe not. Culling Blade him down. Miro,
Perfect
he was
rotation.
pushing in mid, but he made a fast rotation down the lane in order to get to bottom just in time.
A perfect move here. Save calling the shots. This is what this lineup can do really well. Pickoffs around the map with all the chain stun potential. Lycan Wolves to scout out some plays. Push in the other lanes.
Oh, quick telekinesis there from 9 class. Miro almost caught him out. And we're back to pick off into tower.
2 towers,
Or the Bet Boom
potentially.
lineup, yeah.
Both these tier 2s getting sieged right now with the Lycan on the mid lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Got the old ancient ice shaman. Can't believe 9 class tried that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That was an idea.
Did he still have the Culling Blade? Is that what he went for?
I'm going to guess so.
Either way, it did not work out. And that's going to be another kill into 2 tier 2s. And the gold lead shifting back Bet Boom's way. Just like that, they're starting to control this game a bit more. Closing in on that Axe Aghanim's. They have their BKBs online. A lot of the fights still come down to whether you get this big false promise off or whether Pari Vision can control the Oracle and save from the Axe jump.
Save within invisibility is heading up the top, but nobody to be found there. Did Kiritich buy out his shard? I think he did, right?
Yeah, he has it.
So
Wolves are going down the lanes.
Wolves are going down the lanes, and I think Pari Vision's lineup is not very fit to deal with that, right? Like, they don't have very good lane show.
It's not the best we've seen from them. Usually they prioritize it pretty highly, but the Drow is cleaning up. They're smoking. They're going to find Miro. That's who you want to spot first.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get an initiation. He's going to be slowed down. No one hits him once. BKB has got to come out from Miro.
No TP, though.
Still a false promise. It's still going to be a difficult kill. They give him as much as they can before they blink away. Oh, okay, the false promise, it saves him from damage, so therefore he's still able to blink away.
Yeah, guaranteed blink there.
Very nice idea.
That's a wasted move for Pari Vision. You got to remember, they had Aegis this time. Butterfly done for no one. He's super strong right now. That's why they're looking for that fight. But every time you miss one of these plays, the waves get shoved in by the Lycan.
Yeah, and it's their cores that have to do lane shoving, and you've got such good pickoff on this lineup from Bet Boom that it's scary to show like 1 or 2 cores in these lanes trying to deal with the lanes.
That's the threat you always want to create with this Shaman off the map. I mean, Lycan is a really powerful map control hero. They're abusing it pretty well this game.
Spotting Dakalis. He's
completely
will catch
alone.
him. He's got both his Aghanims and his Shard, making for even nicer solo pickup.
More blood for the Axe Coat here.
Heritage spotting no one, farming up these Ancients, but again, he has Butterfly, he has Aegis. You should not want to trifle with that too much. Not sure why he tried to take the Dragon. That was silly.
I can guarantee you, though, that this game looks very different from the others because of the Lycan's presence on these lanes. He is enabling all these moves to happen. He is giving you a lot of space and time on the map.
Right.
And normally, Pari are pretty good at choking you out, taking away your space, limiting your play options, limiting the routes you can use these smokes to find pickoffs. But this Lycan constantly making people show, bringing people back to base, threatening supports, so they don't want to show solo on a lane. It has a really big compounding effect here as you go into the mid game. You need this kind of play action versus Pari. You need heroes that can get the lanes out safely so you can make plays on them, as normally they're the ones who abuse you in that area.
Dude, Miro's so farmed.
Yeah, he is. He is huge. Looking at Octarine slash Refresher here.
Why not Bloodstone?
No AoE
Yeah,
anymore.
I forgot the AoE.
Yep, they killed the best build in the entirety of Dota 2.
Yeah.
Kataomi killed by the Tormentor. He's low level though, so 40 seconds is not the worst here.
I guess. Still feels a little unnecessary. Now Pari Vision are like, all right, no Oracle. So that means the Huskar isn't nearly as much of a threat. So let's just take it tier 2.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Also, do you agree with 1 point in Bulwark? Opting for stats over leveling this?
Radiant's bottom
I would agree with it in this game. I don't think he's actually getting hit that much where Bulwark is effective. No. What's most of the damage he takes from the axe? Spins and Blade Mail, right? Okay, Bulwark's not doing anything for you there. The Lycan's not really looking at you at all. He's looking at everybody else. And then the Huskar, most of the damage is from burning spears, right?
And I'm not saying it's the greatest Bulwark game, but I don't know. I'm just a stats hater. You know, I always have a hard time believing that they generally outweigh some of the points in these spells, even if the effect's minimal.
I mean, Satanic is also the guy who's not going to level up Dragon Slave, right?
Yeah, that's
just
true.
going to keep that at 1 level. And
always got to look cool as a carry. You got to have some hipster build, you know?
Yeah.
So then you tell people, I understand this hero. That's why I'm playing it.
It's funny, I did think that those stats builds were gone. Like, we had this period of Dota where, like, everybody was leveling up all their abilities because they were all, like, valuable enough to do so.
It's okay. Just wait till
Now
Phantom
we're back.
Lancer and Anti-Mage come back in the meta. It'll be everyone's favorite patch. Just Anti-Mage, Phantom Lancer every game on your team, leveling stats.
That sounds really fun.
It's everybody's dream, right?
Bloodthorn. Well,
damage.
The Lycan has a single target fixation. Nullifier, Bloodthorn, like when he gets on top of somebody, they're very likely to die. Except for the Drow Ranger, because the BKB and the Mars.
You
But
have to
he
create
can
this
kill the
threat.
Brew. He can kill the supports very easily.
It's also just a lot of damage off the Soul Rend. Like when this thing pops, even if you just casually throw it out on somebody the other cores are going on. It's a lot of damage for the Huskar. They're gonna make
They
the
can jump on a DM, see if they can burst him down with this Bloodthorn. Instant response, though. The Mars and the Undying both come in to bail out DM, and he got off his ultimate. They do get a good Shackles here. Satani's taking a lot of damage, finally got off his BKB. God's Rebuke helps keep him alive. GPK will be cut
No ult
down.
for him.
No false promise. Katomi's being chased down next. He's going to have to just false promise himself, otherwise he dies, which that's what happens. 3 dead. How many times will BetBoom get baited into the initiation onto one of the tanky frontliners and be utterly countered by Pari Vision?
This is just not the guy you want to jump with Tombstone Save behind him. It's so hard to burst through him. I think if you jump and you retreat and you try and bait out spells.
Oh my god, they're
could
going
be
straight.
good.
They're ending the game.
There's no buyback.
There's nothing to stop them.
Yeah,
Pari
that
Vision
is the
just
game.
know how to win games, and
Oh my
they do it perfectly in this situation. Hard countered into throne, 36 minutes, and you're now at 2-0.
That is a brutal loss. Just when you felt like you were starting to figure out something in the series, you're playing the map with the Lycan push, plus the pick-off potential from the Shaman. I felt like this was one of the better games from BetBoom we've seen in terms of playing the map against Pari. and that was working for you, and then you just threw all of that momentum away to take a head-on fight into the tankiest frontliner with a save behind you. Why? Even if you kill the Mars there, you're still losing that fight. The Tombstone zombies absolutely destroyed you there. Like, no one focuses down. You never get a false promise on the Huskar for 2 of those big late game fights because the positioning is too difficult. You're running through this Tombstone, you're running through Brewmaster. It's not guaranteed. So you can't just go in the fight as the Huskar and say, hey, 100% I'm going to have the false promise to play behind, because the Oracle can get tossed. He can get slowed down. You can pull him away with the Void Panda. There's a lot of options here. You just got outplayed this game. You got outlane maneuvered, dual lane mid, outfought in the fights. Yeah, you outplayed him around the map, but then you threw it away.
Blink and you miss it. Parivision are now 1 game away from winning the grand finals of DreamLeague.
Hey, this game was still over half an hour long, guys. Come on. It was a very special one once again, though. We did think BetBoom had a better shot this game, and we saw that in the plays as well. And there's a lot to break down, especially in the later engagement, but I do want to start, Effie, at the start of this game, because it's been so long since we've seen dual lane mid.
Yeah. Actually, the last time I saw dual lane mid was by BetBoom. When they were running, like they were playing into a Huskar as well, so they brought Save on his Ringmaster to lane with DK on his team, and they ended up killing Huskar twice. So this is just something that they have flashbacks that they did before, but that was like such an incredible move by Paravision. Really what they needed to do was secure themselves a lead in that early game, and they set themselves up for it by bringing 9 class to that mid lane and completely shitting on GPK. Like, that was a tough start.
Yeah, it really was. It looked like my pops with the Huskar jungle there, but I mean, it's also something I've seen Chandra do with the Warlock, where he comes mid and Fatal Bonds the Huskar, and then they can kind of deal with this early game. But this was worse than I've ever seen. He jungled level 1, I think, right? Maybe he got level 2, but
maybe he was level 2, yeah.
It was very early.
And even when he was jungling, 9 class followed him around like a puppy dog.
I think it was also just very smart in general by Paravision, right? They set them up for the mid Drow, and they set them up for the carry Mars, which was really good in this game against both Oracle and the Lycan. So I think that also speaks to Paravision's confidence, and they're able to be creative in the moment. Yeah.
I mean, he did go jungle, but like they were winning, you know, like regardless, like they took Roche. He came out of the jungle. They used Serpent Wards. He took Roche really early on. Like, this was really good for BetBoom, but it's just another one of these games where like a single fight in front of your base and then some, I'll say, confident decision making from Paravision, where they're like, okay, let's go throne. That's all it takes to lose a game of Dota. Legitimately, a single fight, that's it. Because the game was dead even until the end.
Yeah, but it was dead even, Misery, with a very precarious balance.
Yeah, we were talking about from minute 20 that the game was more or less even in gold, but it felt like any one fight could turn into like a 10k advantage or potentially a Rax, or, you know, in this case, actually the game ending, right? But I think the most important thing to think about in this game is that BetBoom could play the map really well with the Lycan split pushing and the catch from Shaman and Axe. We saw Axe catching them multiple times across the map and actually making a big problem for Paravision to play the game. And then on the other hand, Paravision couldn't really play the map. They couldn't catch anyone, but they could 5-on-5. And I think the biggest mistake BetBoom made in the end was to, like the cast was also talking about, how they jumped this one tanky guy and then the Tombstone comes in and now they're committed to the fight already, right? So I think if they had been a bit more patient with choosing the fights better, I think this game could have, they could have won this game.
Yeah, they could have. We saw definitely a lot of good sides on the side of BetBoom. A lot of cool moments, some which Purge wants to analyze a little bit deeper.
That's right. For my analysis, I wanted to focus on the offlane heroes, which were probably the most impactful heroes, I dare say. Miro playing the Axe had a fantastic game, and DM on the other side playing a Brewmaster. He ended up going 3, 2, and 12. He actually did the second most damage on his team as a Brewmaster, which is not very common. Miro, I believe, top DPS for his team, if I'm not mistaken. But their net worths were pretty comparable. They both had huge impacts, and it's just in very different ways. Miro was going for jump catches and pickoffs and allowing his team to combo disable. Here's Miro getting his Blink Dagger very early, 12 minutes in, secures a nice kill on DM, which is fantastic. Allows them to chase the map, and here they are going for a nice little Dispel gank on 9 class, which gives Miro a bunch of bonus armor. Very, very good for the bonus armor against both Mars and the Drow Ranger. But at this point in the game, when they get some missed initiations, it's a lot harder for Miro to play team fights. He's got to deal with Tombstone zombies interrupting his TP or his Blink Daggers. He's got to deal with the Drow slowing him and providing a lot of utility disable from long range. And ultimately, this is an area of the game where Brewmaster is probably going to pay off a little bit better because he gets to come in, do things like this, lifting, interrupting TPs. He goes for a Dispel on the Wolves in about 2 seconds, or watches killing the Wolves to the north as well, and spotting his opponents in the backline. So just very, very good team fight impact. Whereas if Axe doesn't get these jumps and these disables, it's a lot harder for him to impact the fight in a really good way. Here's another fight. Blink Call again is going to whiff here, which means DM basically gets to do whatever he wants, and Miro's instead forced to walk around and hopefully get some melee range calls. So if the fight goes poorly, it's just going to be more advantageous for the Brewmaster because he's probably going to get his split off in the course of the fight. And between all of the summons and the general team fight disable, just bigger impact from DM. Without a doubt, one of the best players of Brewmaster at the moment, considering this is a losing hero, but he keeps winning on it pretty consistently. So very impactful game for both offlaners, but ultimately better game for the Brewmaster.
Seeing all those fights again also makes me realize that we've seen Miro's Axe been put in a really difficult situation. Were they in a state of the game, Jenkins, where it was Bedboom that had to make those jumps all the time? Because we saw that, we see him whiff a couple times. We see them baited into going on the least favorable target that you want to jump first.
It's funny because even if you weren't going to ask me that, I was about to bring up that exact thing watching the clips, just realizing that like there are some... In Dota, there's like hard committing and there's like soft committing. Soft committing is like when you're kind of playing the side of fights, you're not blinking in, you're not like committing to the fight in a way where you can't get out. Hard committing is like you go in and that's it. Like either you kill them, they kill you. Given the heroes they were playing against and the heroes they had, like Huskar, this is also a very hard commit hero. Lycan against Mars, this is hard commit, right? You're in the arena, you're stuck, you're done. You're either killing him or he's killing you. So there was a lot on Miro in that game, like genuinely, and you miss those calls, that's all it takes. The thing is though, if he hits that one call on Drow that we saw, and he kills Drow, then the next fight is easier because everyone has more items. So if you do make the mistake, it's not as big of a deal, but it's just like these pivotal moments in Dota, sometimes a single mistake is all it takes.
I think also the later the game goes, the harder it gets to get that two-man call or initiation from Axe, right? It really gets hard because people go much more as 5. There's much more smokes involved, people playing on high grounds under their own vision, and then you're not going to get that jump on Axe that we see him get at minute 20, for example. So I think maybe the later the game goes, the harder this game becomes for Bedboom. They get outscaled. We saw the last fight as well. Drow hitting this Huskar down. There's just no way for Huskar to really get on top of Drow. And with all this team fight between Mars, Undying, Brewmaster, like once again, they managed to draft a lineup that has 3 big ultimates versus a lineup that has 0, really. So yeah, I think this was a much better game for Bedboom. We also saw them play around the Tormentor really well.
Yeah.
But they still lacked that, I don't know, this little extra thing to win Paravision.
Maybe that little extra thing will come Bedboom's way in Game 3 after a break.
Oh my god. Impressive.
They're baffled.
Stop saying Euro.
He's American.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Jasperdy, the trivia game show that is taking your stream by storm. I've been joined by 2 separate teams. First off, we got Pyrian and Effie.
Ready to cook those frauds.
These lads are dusted, like
Done and
easy
dusted.
peasy.
These frauds being Sunsfin and Cinderin.
Critically acclaimed
We're gonna be
frauds.
terrible. I can feel it already.
Friends, the rules are like much of that nationally syndicated American television show where I will give you an answer and you guys will have to answer in a who or what form as your response. Our first category is talented players. Second category is going to be actually Dota trivia. That's the name of the category. It's actually Dota trivia. Well, then
Pass on
perhaps
that
you
one,
will enjoy
boring.
the next one then, Shannon, because our next category is real life skills.
Oh.
Can't pass on two of them.
I've got a couple of skills
in your pocket.
All right, we got to do better than the other ones then.
And then the last category, in the spirit of this Dream League, maybe jazz. I will choose the first category.
Sure.
Okay, great. Let's do real simple. Actually, Dota trivia for 200. This hero has the highest base damage in the game. Cinderin.
Is it Treant?
Treant Protector.
God, that's not a good sign.
Answer in the correct.
Who is Treant Protector?
Got to answer in the correct format.
What on earth?
Fucking Europeans, man.
You didn't know either.
What do you mean?
You didn't say who is.
What an absolute
because you were the
failure,
one
am I right?
answering.
Oh.
Easy point for us.
Easy point. Take your pick of category and points.
Well, we continue with Dota trivia.
Sure.
We shall continue.
How typical.
For 400.
400.
Actually, Dota trivia for 400. This tier 1 neutral item provides a move speed slow.
Go, Ted. You know this.
I don't. Well, I thought I did.
Just hit the button.
I can't remember what
Ted.
it's called.
Well, that is...
Can I describe it?
I don't think so.
All right.
But I'm trying to remember the name of it.
They've taken away a lot of the neutral items. Effie.
What is Lance of Pursuit?
That is incorrect.
Fuck, it's gotta be.
Oh, wait,
it's
that's
clearly
slow.
one that I don't take.
What is it?
That's tier 2.
It's clearly one that I would.
Unbelievable.
No, I'm not giving up here. Hang on.
Orb of Destruction.
Oh no, it exists in tier 1 now.
Actually, Dota trivia for 600. This neutral creep aura will make you richer. Cinderin.
Say what? What is Prospector Aura?
That is correct.
Wow.
Technically, it's
Wrong prospecting aura. What is prospecting aura? It's not prospector. It's what is prospecting.
You're literally just playing the game off of leeching my answers. This is not.
I'm sorry, but it's not prospector. You wouldn't win in Jeopardy that way.
That's true.
It's prospecting aura.
Good
It's
job,
prospecting.
There are multiple correct answers to this question. We're going to go back and forth until one person
Ooh, I
does
like
not
that.
provide a correct answer.
Okay.
All right. Who are the heroes in the game that can go invisible by using an ability? We'll start with you, Cinderin. Don't need a buzz. We're going back and forth. Sudden death.
Who is Bounty Hunter?
All right.
Who is Clinks?
All right.
Who is Ricky Maru?
Oh, who is Templar Assassin?
No, I just.
5, 4.
Who's Kez?
That's correct.
Who is Invoker?
That's correct.
I have one as well.
4, 3.
Who is Wraith King with the Shadow Blade?
Nope.
That is technically correct.
No,
Nope. Ability, not item. All right, so you guys have to get one more.
Who is Nyx Assassin?
That is correct.
Oh my god, I play so much Nyx.
There we
You're
go.
actually worthless.
You suck, Cinderin.
I got all the other answers.
All right, I will remind you of the other categories, seeing as how we've only chosen one. Talented players.
Yeah, we'll take that for 200.
Take that for 200. This is one of 2 players to have competed at the most TIs. It's 2 valid answers. Who'd you got?
Who is Puppy?
That is correct. The other one is Fly.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I said.
11
So you get
TIs.
points for that
We got
one.
the points.
You got the
Fly's
points.
second in TIs.
We'll go with the same category, 400.
This player exclusively listens to music from the TV show SpongeBob SquarePants on their Twitch stream. Effie.
Who is Watson?
That is correct.
Oh my god.
Impressive. You want to do
Baffled.
talented players for 600?
Yes, please.
This player was kicked from Fnatic at a pizza party after qualifying.
We got it.
Who is Eternal Envy?
That is incorrect. After qualifying for ESL 1 Katowice, the receiving end of the kick of the pizza party. Just press the button.
Just press it.
Just say it. I know you want to.
Is that correct?
It's on the tip of your tongue.
Just pick any player.
Correct.
Oh, wow.
Say who is.
Who is Ohio?
Nope.
Oh!
Too bad. You didn't say it correctly, but you had the right answer.
Oh.
So
Believe in
close.
yourself.
All right, we're going to do that category for 1,000, please, Neil.
These characters were formerly the item keybinds for Jake Sir Action Slacks
Oh.
Canner. Cinderin.
What is P Euro N exclamation mark Z?
That is incorrect.
Underscore.
That is incorrect, Neil.
You've got quite a few, but not all of them.
Dude, you got a buzz?
He said euros,
Oh.
He
but
did
it's
say
not
you-
euros.
That is
got a buzz?
absolutely correct.
Oh, you buzz.
I don't know. You know.
I only know that one.
Oh.
Because it was so ridiculous.
Hey, we got most of them. That's
No.
All right, here we go.
count for something.
It's 1,000.
What is PUN $ and underscore?
Can I do another try?
You're not going to get them. You've gotten all the easy ones already.
P Euro N.
Stop saying euro.
He's American. It's a $.
Timmy?
All right, next.
Fuck you.
Thanks for tuning in, friends, for this part 1 of Jazzparty. Can't wait to see how we're going to escalate things even more when we come back for part 2.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
It is grand finals time in Stockholm for DreamLeague Season 26. We have got Paravision and BetBoom going head-to-head in this grand finals best of 5. Paravision 2-0 up. That means they're on match point, so that means BetBoom has to really pull everything out to try and force a next game. We saw them change it up a little bit already, Purge, in game number 2. It wasn't enough, but it was closer.
They did. I think this has kind of been the story of almost all the games they played against them, even in the upper bracket finals. They have been, in some of the games, they've been like close in net worth or ahead. But for some reason, Paravision has that spooky magic where I'm not superstitious, but I'm starting to believe like no matter what happens, at some point in the game, they're just going to win it, or they're going to win a crazy team fight and it's going to be over.
Spooky magic.
It's also the mana they lose feels like it's the same way, right? They lose like one fight and then it's over. Or the 5-man of Paravision is just too strong, and then suddenly BetBoom can't fight from being even or even ahead in net worth.
It's honestly really depressing. Like, this is one of the most frustrating ways to lose Dota. I think there's a lot on the coaching staff of BetBoom and also their players in general at being able to very quickly look at a replay or get a feel for why they lost and making an adjustment. They can do it though. I mean, they made an adjustment between game 1 and game 2, like a big adjustment.
Yeah.
I think it's probably just the aspect of if you're playing against Paravision, you're always in unfamiliar waters. Like you're playing against 2 Pudges in a row if you're gaming Gladiators. There's no way you anticipated that your Morphling would be getting hooked for 30 minutes straight, right? This time around, there's a mid-Drow Ranger and a carry Mars. Like, you're playing against heroes that you haven't really seen that often, and you're not familiar with their timings. You don't know when this carry Mars draft is going to look strong, and that's probably their biggest strength, is they can bust out anything at any time, and BetBoom are never going to feel comfortable.
Well, this time around, we have a little bit of a change-up. It's Shadow Shaman on the side of Paravision. This time around, a very normal, mostly position 4, and that's good news, right? For BetBoom.
Yeah, sort of. Just to add on Effie's point here, it's very hard for them to adapt. I mean, and then even if they do, Paravision are so confident and so good at counter-adapting, like we saw last game, right? They throw Hoska, Oracle, and Lycan carry at you. Guess what? Now we're just gonna play Mars carry and Drow mid
with
and
a dual lane
and mid, and you know, it just even when they are able to throw a curveball at Paravision, they just throw it right back. So it must be very frustrating to be BetBoom right now.
I think this is a good way to start the draft though for them, because it kind of goes back to what their basics were, which are kind of having really strong laning heroes and rotating through twin gates, diving towers, getting aggressive like that. Bane was one of the fixtures of that for them. I'm not saying they're going to necessarily outplay Paravision, because that hasn't been the case so much so far, but I think it could potentially put Paravision in a less than ideal position if BetBoom do get enough of the heroes that they like that do play really aggressive.
Yeah, the thing about support Bane is I feel like if it's not paired with a support like Naga Siren that can play the map, then it just struggles in order to do that. So you need some kind of like wave clear hero to come out from the other support. That pairing has been Naga consistently, but they might look towards something else potentially. I don't think that fits the bill of what I was talking about. I think the map play on BetBoom with these 2 heroes is already quite limited. Like, these aren't really strong wave shove heroes, and it doesn't make a lot of sense on how you're gonna hit these smokes with Bane Muerta dual split.
You can get that from the course, I think, somewhere in there. I like the Muerta here just because it gives them a more teamfight-based hero that I feel like they've been lacking a bit in some of their other games. I just want them to add more teamfight to this Bane, to this Oracle, so that they can fight Paravision at 30 to 40 minutes. Because I really think that's the mixed issue in these games. And Muerta does give you that with the AoE silence. Of course, it's not like a Phoenix or a, I don't know, Undying type team fight, but it's at least okay. But I agree though, I think BetBoom needs a way to push out these lanes right now, and so that the Bane can be effective in the game.
I do think Muerta is generally good, and like, she always seems to fall off the radar despite never looking bad when she does fall off the radar. The facet where you refresh the cooldown on her Q with the Gunslinger procs is insanely good. You can even run it as a carry now because you see you're playing against a Terrorblade. I would love to see that.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want to see that.
I think it's tough though because they've suffered so much in the first 2 games to go pick a carry that it's hard to pull off in the first place, might be too difficult.
I wouldn't mind seeing Drow Ranger for Bedroom now. Just Drow Ranger plus some kind of team fight. That would be okay, I think. But this is like a very stable lineup for Paravision already. I think they have the most and the highest win rate Terrorblade of any team. And they also seem to be the team abusing Undying the best as well. So it's looking very scary right now.
Terrorblade has been first phase banned against them every game this best of 5 and most of the games that they've played in the group stages as well.
Yeah, you got to switch it up though at some point, and this is just what they went for, I guess. If they do end up with Muerte carry, the all magic damage is good against TB, and it is a ranged right clicker with a lot of attack speed typically. So hypothetically, you could kill Tomb. You also don't have to worry about the zombies hitting you and slowing you while you pop ulti. So there are some good things about it, but it feels like a last-ditch effort that you might want to do if the draft gets funky later on.
The thing is as well, if you look at Paravision's heroes, they could even run Undying 3 and Terrorblade 4 and still counterpick something in the future, right? If it looks good for them, and play the Rasta as a 5. So it just speaks to these heroes fit Paravision so well right now.
Also, I think that there's a TB issue that Bedboom have to address while also addressing their wave clear issue. Because Terrorblade's already going to be playing the map by having lanes jumped out with his illusions, whereas Bedboom from their supports have no counterplay. But now you also have to pick something that can teamfight into Terrorblade, like a Brewmaster, who's not going to provide you with that map play either. So there's 2 problems that need to be solved right now in the next 2 picks.
Is a problem solved?
Anything from the sniper expert?
Yeah, this is a great sniper position 4 game, I will say.
Hey, they got team fight in the Magnus though.
I like the mag.
I like the sniper too. I mean, it's you can kill the tombstone, the serpent wards from far away. Terrorblade, it's not easy for him to close the gap on you. So I think this is good.
How flexible are these 2 heroes for Bedboom? Is Kiritich gonna ever play sniper? Is he ever gonna play mag, for example, or is it just like GPK sniper, Muro mag?
I feel like it's flexible. I don't know if I want them to play carry mag though, because I feel like you're the hero that's supposed to be displacing heroes and not getting sundered. And I'd rather that just be like an offlaner.
So the answer is it's not really flexible, kind of, because like
not for them. They haven't done it.
Mid or offlane. Yeah, I guess I'm semi-content with. I don't think sniper carry is going to look good against offlane Undying though. I feel like Undying gets phase boots and you're going to have a bad time. It's going to run you down.
Well, this is a lot of time Paravision is putting in this this pick. This is, of course, their 4th pick, overall 18th pick, which is considered to be the most important pick for a first pick team this stage in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see just the mid-hero come out here. And
there it is.
I'm not sure if that's the ideal one, but it looked really good in that game one. It's going to be able to get on top of this sniper later on, but I don't think that lane is favorable for Ember. And there are ways to catch him. There's the calling by Muerta, there's going to be Fiend's Grip, there's going to be an RP later on. It's not a free Ember game by any means.
I feel like I almost have to ask. You can put Terrorblade, safe lane, mid Ember, position 3 Undying, safe lane or position 5 Shaman. Is there space for a punch this game?
I do think the Undying being in the game does make Pudge's life significantly harder.
Oh, because you can hit the little zombies.
Chains hook setup and the Shackles hook setup is like, you actually are considering banning it. I mean, you have a sniper on your team. I actually think you have to be really careful of the Pudge here.
They'll ban out an offlaner first.
I think the Pudge would overcook this draft.
I think so too. I think you're fine playing conventional here on Paravision.
You have the last pick as well, right? You could, so then you see it's Undying Pudge lane. Like, come on, there has to be a hero in Dota that can
beat Undying. Yeah. I mean, after the last draft, I feel like making any like for sure statement is just incorrect. Like, there's nobody predicted a drought dual lane mid.
Well, Bedboom's banning all offlane heroes, so they actually think that this Undying is going to cover for the Terrorblade in the safe lane. Is what they think is going to happen.
Yeah, TB Undying is a good.
Or they ban these heroes just so that they kind of don't mind the Undying being 3 in that case, right? Like that they would rather do that than having to deal with a Beast or a Brewmaster last pick, which I kind of agree with here.
They're still going to have to deal with a Crimson Guard, so right now their damage is not so good against that if Undying ends up 3, but maybe their last pick can solve it a bit. Or you just go Mjolnir, at least you're doing magic damage through it.
They need team fight now on Paravision, and he's not Remaster would have been ideal, but it got spammed out. Okay, they go for a Lycan of their own.
Oh, they could. Runs at the sniper, basically.
And the supports. These supports hate playing into Lycan. Actually, Lycan's annoying for Magnus, too. Unless you're like a carry mag where you've like
it's very annoying.
giga high net worth, it's very hard
It's
to
gonna
kill
be
someone.
a Alpha Wolf Lycan, right? I think.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows, actually. It could be both the Invis Wolves, but it could also be the Dominator. I think the WS played it on the Invis Wolves, right?
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks very disruptive for Bad Boom's heroes, especially if Magnus can't get a good blink because the wolves are just on him.
Yeah.
Before the new patch, Sniper had armor when he clicked take aim. He doesn't have that anymore, so he can't stand his ground and click the Lycan.
He gets to the range.
Yeah,
he can see far because he's a sniper.
You have to hunt the wolf before he transforms, you know, from long range. Peep him.
If you're facing him.
Of course.
Also, Bad Boom's their stuns are very costly. Like, these are ultis that they have to commit to stop the Lycan. Like, if he's running at you, you can't stop him normally. You have to either grip him or RP him or now ravage him. But he has like free reign in fights if he's not tanking these ultis.
Well, it's a carry Tidehunter for Bad Boom.
I like the amount of mind games and like counter picks and trying to make it really difficult for the enemy that has come to this series, right? Like you see a lot of new heroes, and you can almost feel that the teams are trying to one-up each other in the toxic heroes.
Yeah, but does Bad Boom have a shot in this game 3? I feel like that's the main question here. Are we gonna go for a 4th game? Is Paravision just that far ahead of the curve?
I think they got a shot. It's not going to be Undying offlane, so Crimson Guard's not going to be purchased. I mean, there are the summons are really annoying. Dealing with that's going to be hard, but Kiritich is going to be hard to kill also.
I think they have a shot too. I think they actually matched the team fight for once against with both Ravage and RP, right? And Muerta spells. I think they have a shot, but it's a hard one to predict because like there's a lot of randomness.
There's
going on.
wonky heroes.
Yeah, we don't mind per se that they're difficult to predict. You know, that could be the fun games. That should be the fun games. I know this will be a fun game because it's going to be with Cap and Avery. And of course, first, a little bit of PogChamp Pandas.
Currently on an 8-game losing streak against Parivision. It almost feels like a foregone conclusion, Avery. Going into this game 3, was this all just a formality before we crown Parivision the champions of DreamLeague Season 26? To Bad Boom, will it be in this game 3 coronation, or will it be a contest? Avery, do they have a better shot this time around?
Would you like the good news or the bad news?
I always want the bad news first.
Yes.
They have a better shot.
No.
What?
Huh? Look, an optimist would say, of course they have a better shot because they've lost 8 times in a row, so they've learned a lot.
The battle begins.
Or they haven't learned anything at all.
Or they are still maybe lacking a little bit here to take on Parivision, who have just, well, beaten everybody handedly this event. So, I mean, how much of it can you put on Bad Boom, right? It's like no one else has done any better.
No. Parivision they look incredibly good. They actually look so far ahead of anybody else.
Yes.
At the tournament, perhaps in the world right now.
I feel like sometimes when that happens in Dota, it's easy to just be like, oh, what should Bet Boom have done different? What should they have adjusted? But sometimes you also should just give praise where praise is due.
Yeah.
Pari are just owning this year.
I mean, how many failed executions have we seen from them this tournament? I feel like very, very few. It feels like they're always going the next level on their smoke plays. Their drafts are incredibly solid, obviously incredibly versatile.
Oh, yeah.
And despite the versatility, it does not seem like they're failing on the execution
clearly the best example being they pulled out Pudge and Night Class hasn't missed a hook since 2023. So
when you are doing all the little things right, the big things tend to go right as well. And then it frees up your mind to be doing even more little things right. And that's just how you completely clown on Tier 1 teams here. Paravision have done this entire event, might continue to do it here in Game 3. They have another draft, as you said, with a lot going for it. A lot of team fight with Shaman Wards plus Tombstone. Lycan Wolf scouting it out. Looking for the early kill on Ducalis.
An early first blood would feel rather good. They're going to have to use the blood grenade to secure it, but Save will get the first blood on his, one of his quintessential heroes here, the Muerta, pulling that one back. Where did this hero come from? Why did they choose to bring the Muerta back as opposed to the Wind Ranger that they've been rocking for most of the time? Oh, Skewer.
Still a dead shot here.
Yeah, still looking at a second kill in this top lane as Satanic. Here comes that dead shot, pushing him back in. Looks like they will fail to have the physical damage to push through all that armor, but good go.
Yeah, really nice early chip damage here. And this offlane has been doing work for Baboom. It won last time really hard. The Axe carried that game through the mid game.
Yep.
You can't put much blame on Miro there. Those late game jumps are going to be hard to find. He did work.
He missed a couple.
Yeah, but you're always going to miss a few. It's Axe, right? Like, you can't go in this game and expect, oh, our win condition is this guy hitting 10 teamfight jumps in a row. And if he misses one, we're screwed. Like, come on. That's too much, right? You got dual lane mid, your Huskar was jungle Huskar, and you're blaming the Axe? Get out of here,
I'm just saying, a little bit of blame can be given his way.
And a lot of props to Pari for putting them in that position.
For sure.
They do go back for the Tidehunter, but this time it's on Kiritich, not on Miro. This is a hero that they picked a lot, and it can be very strong when it has a good laning phase and can give you that front line, can bully people off the map. Can also be really slow and staticky. That's my concern here with this Baboom lineup. Is it too clunky? That's how I'd put it, right? Like, you don't have a lot of map mobility. Your 3 cores are pretty stationary. You want to anchor fights around objectives around Roshan, ancient stacks, tier 1s, and take the fights where you have good vision and you can use your ults well. If you start getting dragged around the map, if you start having to deal with a lot of lane shove...
Skewer back into the tower. Miro low on HP, but they make the move anyway. Good damage on a Satanic, just enough perhaps to get the kill.
Nope.
He had a Fairy Fire, so he stays alive, but so does Miro. So considering where Miro started at the beginning of that fight, very good trade-off for Bedboo.
Hey, look at the CS. They're doing really well.
Look at Ducalis. He wants to cancel as much of the healing salve as possible, but this does leave Satanic a bit alone. The Tombstone's still up for a second. That one hit wasn't enough. Oh no, the Tombstone's still up for a couple more seconds. Miro's going to be slowed down. He tries for a Shockwave. Will that Shockwave land? No way. It's too far away.
He's going to get the Lotus off this as well.
Yeah.
Could have been so good. Instead, it went so wrong.
If they kill the Terrorblade, they could quickly focus down the Tombstone together.
And the thing is, they were winning this lane pretty handily. CS-wise, they had the lane in a good position.
Yep.
So you didn't need to go for that extra trade after the salve, but they really wanted to bring Satanic down. Can't blame them. You got to start playing a little more aggressive, looking for more opportunities here in this series. They seem to be in good spirit.
GBK seems to be, he's having a very good time with it.
For good reason. He's owning mid right now.
Yeah. 18-5 for GPK. Maybe this will just be a game where we watch Miro potentially die. Good dead shot back. The decay. Not quite enough for the creeps. That's enough.
You rather die.
And now Save is probably going to die too as Ducalis. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. There he goes.
That is a lot of XP for the Undying here. Working out well for Parivision so far.
He's eating good.
But this mid lane will go GPK's way. This is the downside of the Emperor pick. It gives your lineup what it needs, which is this low cooldown initiator, some extra frontline, someone who can start the action, but it has to lane into the sniper. So you're bringing the heroes to gank him. We've seen this before.
Sport rotations coming out. Katomi, first one on the scene for the save. Nice dead shot calling from Save. This is why it's a signature hero for this guy. Great placement, blows up the Ember Spirit.
Super good reaction here as well from Betboom. This time around, they're the ones who have to react instead of forcing some bad action, and they get the reward. Taking advantage of this sniper shrapnel early, always super nice. And now this Ember is pretty far behind. That was a costly death in a lane that was already not going his way. Supports cannot bail him out of this matchup. He's going to be stuck in the 1v1. Tough position for no one.
Do I dare to hope, Avery?
I mean, this is looking the best of all the games so far.
Yeah,
in terms
the
of
laning phase win on all 3 lanes. Even if it's not a massive, like they don't have a huge net worth lead just yet or anything, but they are winning all 3 lanes, and I don't expect that to change.
You cannot let the sniper get ganked. You have to keep some tabs on these supports. And they are drawing the lines. Kataomi giving the information here. You can absolutely leave Kiritich alone in this game. So
Here back into the calling. Nice placement from Miro. Deadshot slows him down for them to right-click him away. Now they do have over a 1,000 net worth lead in this laning phase.
Looking really good. Save doing a lot in this early game.
And GPK just beating up on no one.
Can you get him here? That's close. One more shrapnel would have done the trick. They are rotating save over. Maybe going to look for a cheeky kill. But Boots delivered for the Ember.
Dire are scanning.
Just the right time. And he has to show on that Watcher.
I just fail to see how Parivision will ever be able to gank this sniper, considering the fact that Tidehunter, we haven't really talked about this lane, but he is just it's a beautiful lane, right? It's Tidehunter versus Lycan. It's the freest lane you're going to have.
Oh yeah, you do 0 damage to him.
And against a Shadow Shaman who also does not interact well because of Blubber.
This is the strength of the Tide pick. You can leave him alone from level 2. And there's 0 pressure going in.
Nightmare back into play. And while the foul play protects him for a second, there is still the shrapnel damage over time, which will always fare pretty nicely. It's always nice when you don't have to worry about the foul play, you know? Where it's just like, oh, he's in some sort of damage over time thing. We don't have to worry about trying to get the last hit.
Whole save, looking for no one.
This is a big pickup. An assassination inbound. GPK takes another one.
This is looking really good now. This is the exact type of game plan that I feel more teams need to put towards Parivision, which is take advantage of the fact that a lot of times they're willing to pick a slightly bad matchup for no one, and that their supports often are not the best at rotating mid early. So if you put them in a position where they are forced to come mid and you out-skirmish them, you can gain a huge advantage there.
Failed the skewer.
You have to fight for this.
I don't think Takalis wins this on a 1v2, which that is what it's going to be. Another great dead shot. Now they do have 2 more supports coming in. They're going to try and help out Takalis. He is going to fall here, but they can win the fight overall. Takalis is not dead.
Oh my god.
Oh, what? How did it all go so wrong? Well, part of it is because BetBoom are so fixated on mid that they rotated in the support to the mid lane, but failed to get the kill.
I'm sure that's what that tip's about. Like, you're harassing me mid, but you lost your Wisdom Shrine, so.
Yep.
I still think this is the bigger priority. You keep this Ember down, you keep snowballing the sniper. That is the biggest pressure point in the game. You are, of course, super sad to lose that Wisdom Shrine, especially in that fashion.
Yeah.
But it does not mean your game plan here changes. You have to continue to play for this. Draw Pari into your team fight around the shrapnels.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower.
You get another power room, you get more damage on the tower. Still have that ward in the jungle that Save placed earlier, giving you a lot of information right now.
This could be an interesting situation. Haste Rune, though, was spotted by Parivision, and GBK shows it. I was going to say, if anybody shows up, they might just get run down by a hasted sniper. Kataomi's fishing, and he finds 9 class.
Exactly what you want. Bring the supports into this, and you have no chance of fighting the sniper.
No, not at all. You could see no one has already told him as much. He's like, dog, I'm farming this neutral creep. I'm not coming to help you out, sorry.
But a big component of this also is that you have side lanes they can't gank easily. Like Magnus plus the Tide here. Really tanky heroes. The Tide's invincible, so we're not even going to talk about that. But this Magnus is also pretty tough to gank for the limited lockdown here.
Sure.
Unless you push his tower with meta, there's not going to be a lot of pressure on Miro when he's left alone.
Now, it is a lineup that is somewhat dependent on winning the lanes, right? Because the lack of lane shove that they have on the side of BetBoom. No one pushing forward. Got to be careful with that silence always. Missed the chain, so Kataomi will walk free.
Push up here. I would phrase it more as if BetBoom come out ahead on lanes, then their lane shove comes online. Because then the Tide can stand and be invincible and can push these waves in. The sniper can more aggressively kill waves, and he's not afraid of getting flanked or dying to Lycan ults early or something like that.
Right.
These are the things you need to avoid to keep map pressure online for your lineup, especially if the mag is going to have to jungle a little bit. Because you're going to have Terrorblade illusions, you're going to have wolves and summons, you're going to have an Ember. These are all really fast lane shove mechanics that's going to control the map for Pari. So you needed to win the laning phase here, and they did that. Now you need to transition it. As Pari are going to make moves to try and take objectives, because their lineup does it really well in this game.
You know, great reaction. 9 Class was trying to sneak an initiation on him there. But as you said, hard heroes to catch. He's tanky, and he's got the mobility of Skewer if he needs it. And he is going to be rocking just straight, I assume, Blink into Aghanim Scepter into BKB. I mean, all you have to do is just find initiation to set up the sniper for success, right?
Should absolutely be Blink here first. You have no initiation otherwise, so.
Yeah. And you do have some classic skewer combinations. You're skewering back into Bane, one of the most potent combos, going all the way back to TI-10 finals between Spirit and LGD, right?
You have Bane Grip, you have Calling to put people into.
Yep.
You have a lot of chain stuff potential between the two big ults.
And just a ranged backline dealer and sniper is always...
Oh, yeah.
He's always going to benefit from that situation.
Yeah, mag skewers are deadly this game. You do have insta-hex on the Shaman to thwart it a little bit, and of course the Undying Tombstone is a very annoying spell to fight into for these Blink initiators if he can throw it first and have position.
Right.
You fought well.
Another reason you might try and look to fight at nighttime here if you're Betboom. You have Bane and Sniper, you have some vision mechanics on your side, and you're going to have to deal with Pari's vision mechanics, which, you know, Tombstone, Terrorblade illusions, Lycan Wolves, a lot of annoying scouting mechanisms.
Got some support coming in. Dead shot, and he nightmares his way out of those Serpent Wards. He's still going to die, but that was a cool move. I didn't really think about that.
Poor man's phase boots.
Yeah.
Very poor man's.
Very.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A little too deep to bring the Sniper to that kind of fight.
Yeah.
But he did get Tombstone and Shaman Wards there on a non-objective. So you can kind of okay with that, right? These are not spells that are being dropped on your towers.
He also de-warded the ward that was there earlier,
yep.
So
you're okay with that, Death. Still would like to fight around the Sniper here, particularly while Miro's trying to finish this Blink. Very close to it. And they will do just that. Smoke on to GPK here. You have support ults available. You'd really like to find a core kill off this, or at least transition it into that top tier 1 and take away some of the map control from the Terrorblade, who is farming up a Storm right now.
Takalis, who has been left in this safe lane to deal with the wave, is not going to be the first point of contact. Betboom are going to sneak behind him, knowing that Satanic is a much better kill. Now they've got to hit the calling. Okay, Fiend's Grip. Yeah, there's no stuns to stop the Fiend's Grip. I forgot about that. Takalis is impotent in that regard, and he'll just be an extra kill. A cherry on top of this situation.
Not too shabby. Gonna be a Radiance Tide Hunter as well.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what builds do you think Tide Hunter should go for this game? Because
honestly, it kind of looks good here. First Terrorblade, Lycan, Ember. These are a lot of heroes that want to be able to right-click you down in the fight. The evasion is not inconsequential, and it makes him a way larger damage threat just existing, which you could argue part of Power Vision's game plan is to ignore the Tide, because they're not going to be able to bring him down in the early game. Well, Radiance makes you a lot more difficult to ignore.
Yeah.
So I dig it here. I dig it.
Mischance against Terrorblade and Lycan feels pretty good always. Yeah. But what else does he get? He's queued up Vlad's, which is pretty standard for this hero, then Blink Dagger, but at the rate he's farming, he's going to have even more items. So
you also want the Shard at some point in this game.
Sure, the lockdown against the Ember. Yeah.
I don't think you're buying it too early on the carry Tide, but you do want it for that Ember at some point.
Yeah. Do you think he like goes AC at some point in time? Do you start building into the Anchor Smash damage more?
Yeah, I think building in Anchor Smash damage sounds completely fine here. I just think you need to be a damage threat in this game. You cannot just be a tank.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Because you have to protect your sniper in situations where they're ignoring you. So you need to make yourself unignored.
Chains goes out, stopping Katomi from getting what he wanted, and the TP is forced on the Tidehunter, which I think Parivision, I don't know if they were really ever intending to full all in on this tower.
Dire's
knowing that the Tidehunter is going to show up at some point in time to defend.
Radiant's top tower is under
They'll
attack.
get the Undying out of it.
This is a nice defense from Vetboom, though. They are really bringing the numbers this game and not getting swarmed. That's a Lycan ult that yields nothing. We'll go and hit this top tower. Nice play.
Yeah, he does outmaneuver them a bit for a bit of damage. Got the glyph out of him.
There's that Radiance. This is not a guy you want to fight right now.
And he's going to march straight to this offlane tower, which
Radiant's
is
top
almost
tower is
dead.
under attack.
Wisdom Shrine is still up too, interestingly enough.
Radiant's top tower
Oh, yeah,
has
no,
fallen.
someone needs to go get that. Another Blade Mail build for the Ember. This doesn't seem like as good a Blade Mail, though.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
There's not a lot of damage that Vetboom have to commit. You're not playing against like Gyro Lesh or anything. And especially if you get skewered into stuns, they won't
It's also a
care about
bad
it.
Mage Slayer game, though, right?
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
So,
Yeah,
like,
it's not great.
What else are you going to build?
That's a fair point.
Maybe he should have gone Radiance, too.
Radiant's middle tower
I'm gonna say
is
no
under
to that
attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Helm of the Overlord into AC for DM. I do wonder if he's going to buy his shard at some point in time. Save is going to be running to a smoke here. He just dropped a River Ward and somehow did not pop that smoke. It would have been a great position to break that smoke because otherwise it might find its mark on the mid lane. GPK is hitting that mid tower. Save runs into it now. So he will end up dying to the smoke. But again, better that than anybody else, really. DM comes marching in. They're going to try and take over this triangle area, but maybe they go for the mid tower.
You really want more off this Lycan Ward, yeah. You should get mid tower here. This is not a HP tower that Boom wanted to defend, particularly when you gave up some deep vision off that smoke. You're not sure where it is right now. And just let the creeps do the work. Kind of sad for Kirtich here, as he would like fights around these objectives.
Yeah, exactly right. Lycan's making it so its towers are falling without a full 5-on-5 or anything.
And once these towers fall, you do have some concern about getting split around the map as Boom. You have a lead right now, but that can disappear really quickly.
Yeah.
If you start getting dragged around, someone miss TP somewhere, they get to Lycan ult on your sniper. Your lineup is really strong when it's together, very weak when it's split apart. And you know that Lycan and Terrorblade are going to try and abuse that. And you know this game is going to go long, because you're not going to be able to just all-in end it into this party lineup. Little gate action into bottom, looking for that last tier 1.
Yeah. Satanic, still the highest net worth in this game. Manta done for him, and he's going to work on a Hurricane Pike next. Keep that Tidehunter or Magnus at bay.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The upside for Betboom is they can stay a little clumped because it's a mag lineup, right? Like, he's just going to be Empower farming neutrals. GPK can clean up the waves. As long as your supports don't fall too far behind, which Save did a good job in Game 2 keeping its net worth up. Right now, they are falling a little bit behind, though. Just a bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pari Vision,
Radiant's bottom tower
very good at ratting. I've already shown it by taking all the tier 1 towers without a real fight, and are now hitting a tier 2.
Satanic takes this faster than Kirtich takes it on the other side of the map.
Yeah. Much faster. So
Very
what's the plan from Betboom? Because eventually you're going to be forced down to this bottom lane. Parvision are just going to like keep shoving illusions and stuff down the lane to get you to defend. So.
I think your sequence looks like Roche Tormentor here if you really want to abuse the fact that Parivision are dodging you.
Yeah, a good call.
Like, you just have to take advantage of the fact you're stronger in the 5-5 with the spells, and you need to get something out of the map right now. Your likelihood of chasing Parivision down seems very slim, right? There's Lycan, someone's pushing out mid, Terrorblade Illusion's pushing out bottom. Very hard to just smoke and catch people here, so you rather just get the guaranteed play. And if Pari are never going to come fight you, okay, we'll just take Roche, we'll take Tormentor 20, and we'll build an advantage off that. We'll continue to scale with some good empowered targets here. Might even catch 9 class, looking for maybe some sort of Roche steal, but he gets left into Shrapnel, into Skewer. There's a little bonus on top.
What? Wait.
Did he think he was going to blink in and out right-click them to steal
9
the
class.
Aegis? That's...
He thinks he can do anything. He's playing Pudge every other
He
game.
might be right. He might be right.
I mean, really, he is living the dream. Imagine you get to play on a pro team and you get to play Pudge Rubik every game and win tournaments, you know?
Support Terrorblade, support Slark. He is a player unlike anything we've seen in a while. Tormentor. So Roshan into Tormentor. Pretty efficient, objective-wise, for Betboom. Didn't really have to move too much around the map for that.
The only downside is your 2 support shards are kind of weak here.
Yeah, they're a little bad. A little bad. They've
More
got
the shards.
worst one
Yeah,
of the two.
the more the shards is not what you want.
Yeah. You could have gotten Brain Sap, then it would have given Kaitomi a way to farm.
Yeah, that shard is okay because you can at least farm, you can push out waves. It's not one of the worst shards in the game. But this Murtha one is kind of dead weight right now. Still, you got to take something away here. You're happy with that sequence. This will get you to Crimson Guard on the Magnus.
Man, it's crazy how defensive no one's build is. We haven't really seen any fighting, but it's Blade Mail into BKB.
Just building to scale.
Is that building to scale?
I mean, the Blade Mail is like you had to go some early item. He picked one of the 2. I think BKB early.
Viewer, so DM will get off the Shapeshift. But, I mean, forcing him to use Shapeshift and then still pushing into his tower is not going to feel the greatest for Power Vision.
By the way, that's an inventory on that. Like, that is 3 empty slots, 3 empty backpack slots.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That looks like a dream inventory. No
Radiant's
boots.
top tower is under attack.
Why does he even have the wand when you think about it?
That's a good point.
Just wasted gold.
I mean,
he could have another empty slot. What's he thinking? The only thing stronger than 3 empty slots is 4 empty slots. Why stop there, actually? Why not?
Nice dead shot. That'll finish
Entirely
off
empty.
the Undying and push Satanic back.
Save takes that Tombstone last hit. A lot of extra gold for him.
I do want to emphasize for the audience, Avery is being sarcastic.
No, I'm not. Like, 5 empty slots, that sends a message, you know? In fact, he should just put the nullifier in his backpack and sell the wand and just run in the fight with the 1 item. How scary would that be? You just saw Lycan run in the fight with the 1 item?
Not at all.
Like, holy
I would
shit,
click
what
on
is
him
this
and
guy
see
on?
He has his nullifier in his backpack and say, this guy's a moron.
He has no respect for
He
us.
doesn't know what he's doing.
He's not even willing to use all of his items.
Got one hand tied behind my back for this fight.
Oh, look at this angle, though. Oh my!
RP on 2. Beautiful setup. Ravage is entirely unnecessary, but I'm sure it felt really nice.
Grip that courier. He didn't want to grip it. Beautiful angle there. Now it's Betboom finding some angles in this game. And every time you can kill heroes in this game, it's going to feel amazing because you're going to get map control off that. The sniper's going to be able to push up super far. Still have Aegis here for 1.5 minutes. Can aggressively look for things.
They're going to find TM. Another shapeshift to be used defensively as Skewer back on 2, and the Fiend's grip can't be stopped. All they could do is try and kill Katomi, which they will manage to do so. TM barely survives, lucky to be alive. As the Hunter almost guns him down, GPK left him with like 30 HP, but another great fight for Betboom.
This game is looking solid. They're getting a lot of farm right now. They're going to scale this Murtha up as well, or at least they have that option. They can do some serious damage in this game. Starting to snowball a little bit. You can keep finding some pickoffs with this Magnus. Continue to let the Tide be invincible. He's running around with Gem right now. They are really banking on the fact that Pari are just not going to have itemization answers to Tidehunter until it's too late.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And they're correct. I mean, who's going to build Silver Edge in this game? You don't really have silences. Not a lot of control for Kirtich, who's just slowly grinding through the map right now. It's not the fastest tower push, but it is tower push.
Yeah.
I mean, why? Why is that?
My God, this is so funny, man. He tried to tumbler toy, deny the tower, and then blink away. It's just so unnecessary.
I feel like sometimes his plays are just so ridiculous. That's why he doesn't get punished, because you're sitting there not thinking anyone would do that.
Yeah.
It's unpredictable. and therefore it
Radiant's
works.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, there's no way GPK was ready to shrapnel that one. Initiation coming in. No one trying to set something up for his team with the chains on a GPK. He's already at half HP. This is looking pretty good. GPK, he's going to die almost immediately. Now the RP does catch the Ember Spirit, but no damage behind it. Skewer back in, underneath the calling. Really nicely played by Miro, but they're just going to have to TP out. This is not a fight for them.
They can get out here.
Oh, Muerta barely makes it away.
Yeah, you really have to care with this Howl going out. Reducing your armor effectively to 0. Just turns these slights and Satanic right clicks into pure damage. I mean, you're lucky to get out of there with everything, because Sniper going down first is a nightmare there.
Yeah. Got the Skewer back on a Satanic into the calling once again, and they still are ready to go with the Ravage. Are they going to be able to blow him up fast enough? It looks like he might be able to get off the Thunder. Oh no, Kiritich! He activates the Kraken Shell, but it's not good enough to stay alive.
He had Gem too.
Misjudge of the situation, and all of a sudden, Pari Vision. Ooh. A lead, a gem, and maybe a tier 2 tower.
I'm not gonna lie, I think that is the only way Kiritich can ever die in like the first 30 minutes in this game, is you get sundered, and then you're able to burst him down. There's no way he dies there from full. It's impossible. You're very... I feel like we've seen this 3 or 4 times this series alone, where you just get baited into trying to kill this guy. And he always knows his limit.
Yeah? I mean, that one was...
It was close.
That one was more so Bedboom not knowing their damage. Because, I mean, they were like, what, 300 damage off? If GPK was there, like, Salt, they definitely win.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But it's the same with the fight that happened in the Triangle, right? That was a fight where Kiritich wasn't in. And now we have a skirmish where GPK is not a part of it.
I mean, you also have like this 2,000 gold on Kiritich. That could be a Veil in the Shiva's build-up.
Yeah.
Maybe that gives you a little extra damage. All these little things add up.
I also wonder, like, he had the Blink Dagger and the Quick Buy earlier. He has opted to delay it to a point he's going to wait out for full-on AC on Kiritich.
That's why he was not picking up this Veil. He was debating between the 2 big armor items. I mean, it's a good AC game.
I just wonder, wouldn't the extra mobility feel really good in this game? Like,
I think he's under pressure to scale and give them the damage loads, right? He is the one position. Your mag is not going to give you a lot of direct damage because he's going the Horn Toss. Who deals the deeps here? GPK? And what happens if he dies early on in the fight? And you're completely screwed.
We are seeing that from the Ember Spirit and Lycan just trying to run him down.
Downside of this build is you're building 3 ore items into Terrorblade Reflection.
Ooh, yeah.
Kinda sucks.
Yeah, that
You're giving him a lot. But upside is the Lycan already has an AC, so, you know.
Maybe that's why he decided AC over Shiva's, because he was like, wow.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just build what he already has, and then even if you get it, I don't care. Next level. GPK getting bitten by the wolves. Not having fun.
Not to be confused with Wolfbite, which DM is not going for. AC into BKB is the next item.
Playing it like a carry straight up. As I said, Pari are just playing to scale. They always do this, and Ag's already done on no one. He gets to his next item, he's going to be a beast in the fight. You have Howl going through, ruining everyone's armor. You have this Terrorblade who's going to be hitting incredibly hard. There's your AC for the Tide. Feels like you need Roshan here soon if you're Betboom to gain some sort of teamfight advantage.
Yeah, it does.
Just getting out farmed around the map. And you don't have to catch to punish the split push. You just have to win the teamfights. You're all in on teamfight victory. Which means putting Pari Vision in a position where they feel pressured to fight you. That's how you are going to be able to kill them in this game. And that means Roshan, Tormentor, pushing high ground.
9 class got to level 15. That is a bit of a problem for Kiritich, because most of the time, he's been able to just push out these lanes without any fear of interference from Pari Vision. They're just not going to go for this Tide Hut. But now they have Hex Break. So it is a possibility. Still not an easy kill, obviously.
3 seconds of a Hex Break. It's enough to do serious damage. Maybe you don't kill him, but you can take him out of the fight.
Sure.
It is a big threat. Nonetheless, Kirtich did also get to the anchor, so Dead in the Water now available. Some lockdown threat on both sides.
Leading the charge. But he doesn't have Blink Dagger, so hard to make this smoke initiation really work.
They might get him.
Oh!
Never mind.
No. Why was Kiritich leading that, is my question.
You just gotta go in, man.
Radiant's top tower is under
You just gotta
attack.
go.
Why don't you let Miro lead the way so if they run into somebody, he can actually catch
No time, Austin. Sometimes you just gotta go.
Well, apparently we just re-smoke back up. Go again.
This is a do-or-die fight for BetBoom, it feels like. If you don't win this one, you're going to be in a very rough spot.
Yeah, because this is going to be nice
okay,
play.
there goes the
nice,
smoke.
smooth move from no one. And I can already feel it, man. I can already feel it. Party Vision's doing that thing, trying to get him to initiate. Calling over the staircase. It's going to be a little difficult for Party Vision to push into this one. The rest of the BKB from no one really trying to get a kill out of this one. Kiritich, oh, we got hit by the damn creeps again. Satanic hits him with the reflection, trying to finish him off. The tide is still up. He pops a Kraken shell. He's slowed down to a crawl here. He's just going to die.
He died so fast.
He died so fast.
Just to the Ember.
This Ember Spirit's doing too much damage.
You put the Howl through, amp him up. I mean, okay. No one just broke your frontliner there. So much for the Tide Hunter anchoring the fight. It's not a fight for Roche anymore. It's a fight for your base.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You need a big RP now. No buyback available on Tide, by the way. You're going to have to do this without him.
And at some point in time, Party Vision, they're going to like, okay, that's enough building damage. Now let's go back, take the Roshan. They give themselves enough of a window
Radiant's
that
top tower is under attack.
BetBoom are unlikely to contest.
It's such an aggressive go from no one. He just BKB jumps in. And there's no ability to sit there and grip him because the Wolves and the Lycan go straight for the Bane. Just takes Katayomi out of that exchange. No defensive item on him outside of the Gale Guard.
It was kind of crazy how effective that was when it's not like BetBoom got caught unaware or anything like that.
No, he just went straight into him.
He just walked straight into him. They had the calling laid down on the staircase and everything, and they just pushed right through it.
I'm just surprised Kiritich died that fast. He took a decent amount from the blade mail hit there, but just look at the remnant damage. The Maelstrom, was it?
I think he anchor smashed himself twice on the blade mail.
I mean, you got like some chain lightning return, but he took probably equal to the Tide. It's just not equal in the grand scheme of things because BetBoom need the Tide on the front line, whereas the Ember can just go heal and come back. That's a lot of damage from an Ember who got shut down the hardest in this early game.
Yeah, exactly. Right? And, well, he got shut down one more time, apparently.
No, I got the shard.
He gets the shard. Okay. But it does leave him on the other side of the map, and BetBoom are set up for this smoke push forward by Party Vision. This might be an opportunity, but the smoke is going to break off the neutral creeps. In Nightclass, he makes the Hex initiation. A dead shot does go out. Miro can get away thanks to the skewer. They've killed the Wolves. They've killed some of the threat, but Satanic, he's looping in from behind. GPK is a little bit surrounded. Kiritich trying to protect his sniper as best as possible. Nice push down to the low ground, but GPK is still being hounded by these Wolves. Now Kiritich is taking some damage from Satanic. No one thinking about jumping in. Fiend's Grip on a DM underneath this tower. GPK is fine for now. His BKB is going to wear out soon, though. They have successfully managed to back themselves away from Party Vision. It almost looks like a situation where they might be able to push out into them.
There's the BKB from no one as well.
No one stops him. He's got a shield rune and a BKB, so very tanky.
Okay, I mean, Grenade plus Hurricane Pike repositioning GPK. You drag the fight super deep. You get a Sleep Skewer onto the Lycan, straight into grip inside the base. That is enough to bring him down. A lot of HP to get through. You needed all that time. And now you're going to make a quick smoke play. Still have Ravage available.
Radiant are scanning.
Definitely look for something nice here.
Making the move. because meta's on cooldown.
But the
no
issue is
Lycan for 30 seconds.
Again, the lane information. Like, you have TV Illusions pushing top. This bottom wave is not far out from your base. Party are going to feel this. They're not going to give you a big opening here. And there's no objective to fall back on. There's no Roche to take as the Age is still online for Satanic. He has 2 minutes left. So you just have to TP back to
Radiant's base. top tower is under attack.
That's one of those smokes I think you regret making because you could have just farmed and gotten the map in a better position.
Yeah, and then you could have smoked up a little bit later with the lanes pushed in. Would have been a bit more disguised.
You have to set these plays up. That's the thing. At this level, you can't just force the action. Like, good teams are not going to give it to you. When you know it's advantageous for you, they know it's disadvantageous for them. So why are they just going to run into you and fight you? They're going to dodge, let their heroes respawn, let the map go in. And, like, look at the lanes now. They didn't even get them out that much.
Yeah.
You have to respect Lycan and what he does to the map control. You have to respect Terrorblade. And the vision is another big problem in this game right now for Beppu. I mean, where are the wards? They have just been destroyed with that gem loss. That gem loss on the Tide with the Thunder play earlier hurt them so much in this game because you can't control the wards and you can't kill these wolves. Or at least see when the wolves are scouting you in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah.
That was such a big swing in this game. And now you're operating in complete darkness. I guess you can always fall back on sniper high ground defense.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be playing defense until at least the Aegis expires in 1 minute.
They get another gem. Kataomi will buy his second one in this game. Kills his economy, but you got to do what you got to do. I do think there's a way you can still win this game as Beppu, but I think it very much relies on playing the high ground defense super successfully with buybacks and around sniper, and eventually scaling the Morta up. And then your late game just becomes too many big damage sources that are all empowered for this Terrorblade to eventually clear through.
Satanic telling Betboom, nah, this corner of the map is mine. You don't get to farm any of these neutrals. You don't get to push out this lane. We now have a save mechanism to call us. He had his shard, but it was... oh, I thought he bought a blink deck. Maybe I was seeing things there. Well, he does have a shard, so we'll see if he could actually use it in fight or if it's even needed.
I use blink.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, blink shard available.
There we go.
Can always bail somebody out. As long as you position well.
He's been pretty sick with it.
Oh yeah,
this series.
On point.
Scanning.
The map is Party Visions. They're farming it up. 13k gold lead. Waiting for next Roche, I guess. A little ways away. But I don't think they're too sad about farming up here if Beppu are just going to sit in the base. We'll have to make a move eventually here, Beppu, unless you just want to concede Roche and truly play for the turtle. GPK looking for a full Satanic, trying to get the courier to the shop. Will it get killed? No one doesn't want a Remnant for it has the shield. I think get the Reaver at least, but that does... It does complete the Satanic if he wants to buy out for it.
Fishing for a skewer here. Miro pushes forward, but be running into Shiva's. Unlikely to be able to pull that off.
You just have so little vision to work with. Like, it's so hard to make a move right now. I mean, what? You see nothing. It's just ghosts in the wind. Or wolves at your door.
Yep. TM's gonna get an Abyssal Blade, and then he's just got one item slot left.
Yeah, filled
It's
them
that
all up.
magic wand.
He's still holding the charges. The same charges from the start of the game.
Might be. Tombstone on the high ground. RP on 2 with the calling. Very nice to set up. Another Ravage that... Oh, nice dodge there from 9 class. Not that it saves him, but it was cool. Outworld staff dodged the Ravage tentacles.
That's next level. But there's the gem back in their hands. They'll reclaim it here. A big win. And a huge teamfight win. Just caught Party Vision sleeping. They were farming the whole map. Get caught on that high ground position. RP grip into that Ember. No chance for no one to get out of there. And some serious damage laid down from this Tide.
Opportunities come few and far between. Betboom do manage to make the most of it in the fight. We'll see how the map is set up by the time no one is back alive. They get the map in a good enough spot, then they will be in prime position to contest Roshan.
The upside for them is now they have double gem. So that goes a long way in terms of killing the wolves and dewarding the map, making sure you have better vision to operate with. It's already looking way better in this last minute than it was for the 10 minutes before that.
Nice kill on the Croaker. Extra 250 gold for Kiritich. And now he's thinking about that Blink Dagger. Has plenty of gold for it, but he is, I guess, thinking about buyback or maybe even a different item entirely. I just feel like at some point you want this Blink. Such an immobile hero.
This will come in handy.
All right, so potential Roshan spawn time. The lanes are not that pushed in. They tried, but then the wolves start coming out. The TB illusions.
It's good enough for now. Downside is you don't have vision mechanics for the Roche. But you can play on this high ground ward, and if already go into that, could end really poorly for
They
them.
got a scan on them. They know they're coming. They ready to take advantage of this. The Wolves scouts out GPK. They know. They know they're sitting on a high ground ward. So Parivision are not going to get caught there anyway. But now it's Betboom's turn to smoke and see. Since Parivision won't come to their ward, they will go to Parivision. But Dekalis positioned very nicely. Just breaks the smoke, blinks away.
So hard to decide where to run this play. At least you get out here, though. You recontrol this high ground, park the sniper up here. But I guess last time that did not work for you too well. Should be better. It should be better now, however. If no one just goes into you, you absolutely just grip him. Like, I don't care what's happening. Like, you grip him, and if Bane dies to the wolves or whatever, so be it. I guess you can always blink Tombstone, and maybe you're worried about that, but we saw how fast the damage was earlier. I think you should just bank on the fact that Empowered Sniper, Empowered Tide are going to deal some DPS, and you have to take the openings that are given to you if Pari decide to play super aggressive like that.
It is a double Siege Wagon push coming in. Or at least it was bottom. Only one Siege Wagon top wave.
His illusions are just so annoying.
They do got to deal with this. This is going to be a lot of damage on the tower.
Or you can give up some of your base here for the fight in Roche. Just accept the fact you're going to get ratted this game. You have an amp damage on the Tide right now. That goes a long way.
That's true. You are desperate that this Roshan spawns now, and you can just kind of force it. Parivision, smoking up the side.
And they're going to that lane.
I was about to say, what if they're not going to fight you? What if they're just going to quickly take your lane?
This is the correct macro play.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Why give Betboom what they want?
Roshan is up. What is Betboom going to do in response to this? Are they going to freak out and teleport back?
There's meta.
Are they going to go take Roshan?
He's hitting. Got to make a call.
They're going to come back. Save. He managed to get off the ultimate. There goes the Hex. No one jumping straight in after GPK. GPK has Satanic, so it's not that big of a deal. Kiritich taking a lot of damage, though, from this TB. Throws a little damage after him. Satanic, nice man to dodge. They'll clean up the Serpent Wards. That is going to be a tier 3 down, but also means that Parivision have removed Betboom from that high ground position they were sitting in.
On the flip side, your meta wearing out here.
And your Shapeshift is now gone.
Those are big spells missing if Betboom can take advantage of it.
Yeah, Betboom just forced it right now. Are you even capable of fighting for this?
You do have Tombstone still. You're definitely capable of fighting, but it's a lot more difficult. And BKB for Miro, that's huge as well. You have a lot more ability to stand your ground right now, especially since Kiritich got that top lane out. You're not worried about losing your base. I mean, this is the moment to do this. You have to man up here.
Yeah, I think Parivision's giving this up. They've spread out over the map already.
Well, I'm sure 9 class will go in.
That is true.
He will never give it up.
Time for his sick Blink Dagger steal.
He's going to blink in Outworld Staff for the confusion factor.
No one jumping into the pit. GPK already at half HP. Pops Satanic. Tries to heal up where he can. Doesn't have much to hit. This is a little weird.
Yeah, he did not get the healing he wanted there.
And Roshan's a bit low with the Tombstone out. Is it possible that Parivision go into the pit to take this?
They have meta coming back up here. 20 seconds. Lycan form is available again as well. And Terrorblade Illusion top.
Nice catch. No one. A beautiful pickup straight into the Fiend's grip. This is the combo right here that Parivision will not have an answer to. Catching more. Outworld Staff goes out, dodges the Rod of Atos, but 9 class will fall. All the same. Buyback immediately going to put to use as no one jumping around. GPK is the target. DM is going after Miro right now, trying to get the RP out of him, and the RP is never used. He just falls. GPK, the rest of his BKB's just simply not doing enough damage. He's not killing anything. The Ravage is finally getting put to use. It hits so many heroes, but they're not killing anything. There is no damage.
Somehow the Tide gets out of there. Satanic on the low ground took a fight to the Sniper on the high ground. But he had no Satanic to heal him through that.
And the top lane got demolished, and the mid lane almost lost the tier 3 as well.
It was double buyback from Parivision. Like, that is important. It was no one's buyback. That's an expensive one. But they're going to get Roche in the exchange, and that's well worth it.
It also got double buyback, granted, out of supports, but it still got double buyback out of Bedroom as well.
Yep.
Radiant's courier has been
Parivision happy with the outcome here. Oops. I mean, why? I feel like you have to just RP there. I don't know if it changes it too much, but you don't have buyback on the map. RP cooldowns as long as your death timer anyway. Just throw it out. See what happens.
Yeah, might as well. Well, there is a lot of gunk on the field that BetBoom have to deal with, and it's going to get worse. Tombstone on death for the Undying. He's level 20. And Satanic just casually walked up,
that was
took
easy.
the range barracks and backed away. Now the tier 3 is going to fall. There's just too much going on. They can't seem to find any openings. Okay, there's the skewer. There's the RP. Miro drops it immediately.
The Sniper's dead,
Again, the damage is not the best because the Sniper is still dead. They're slowing down this Lycan. Got the anchor on him. Yep, they're trying to keep him out, but there goes the Tombstone. That picks him up. Kiritich gets broken, takes a ton of damage in that window. Now he's got to reset. Got to deal with the Tombstone as well. Parivision will let them have...
Ward's bottom. There's just no stop on all 3 of these lanes right now. They're just going to rat their way to victory.
At this rate, yeah. 9 class sneaking in with his Glimmer Cape. He is spotted, though. Nice catch. That should be a pick, but no one's going to go in. Chains on 2 with the Shivas on both supports. Katomi getting low while the Terrorblade goes after GPK. GPK trying to push himself away, but now it's Kiritich's problem. The damage just surmounting. It's too much for them to be able to handle. Satanic's just marching forward and beating them all to a pulp. The Ravage finally gets used with the buyback used from Save. They don't have anything else. It's just Kiritich and Save trying to hold the game together, hold the series up. Satanic goes into the fountain and will die to the fountain. It wasn't Save. It wasn't Kiritich. It was the fountain that will provide the damage. But with a buyback being used, it is still a bad position for BetBoom with no buybacks on the rest of their heroes. It is just going to be a march down mid. Parivision will close this series out a 3-0 style. They are just too damn good.
I think they were too damn good the entire time. This felt like one of those events we all knew who was going to win from like day 2. Yeah. It's like, oh shit, this team, they're here to play. They're super confident, super cocky, picking whatever they want, beating whoever the hell they want, and looking way better than everybody else while they're doing it. BetBoom put up a little resistance here, but honestly, these guys were in a tier of their own at this DreamLeague, and this is a scary team to go up against right now for anybody. And especially as we look towards EWC and TI, like, these guys have to be favorites at this point. This is a very different team than we saw even at the start of the year. I feel like they are leveling up, particularly in their mentality. I think at the start of the year, they had the skill, they had the team play, but people were like, oh, are they as good as they act? Are they going to have the confidence to go deep in lands, to close out grand finals, to go up against the other best teams in the world? And now they look like they're just here to clown on people. They're like, we already know we're going to win. We're just deciding how we're going to beat you.
Yeah. It's always a good sign for a team when you look at the players and what they're playing and how good they're performing on those heroes, that it does look like many of the players look like the best player in their role.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, in particular at this tournament, right? The only other team that could maybe lay claim to Parivision at this point in time feels like Tundra. We'll see if anything changes in a month period of time, but it does feel like we're heading into championship season, and there is a clear team that is the favorite for it.
It is going to be an interesting question. Like, who can challenge this team right now? The other names that come to mind would be Spirit or Falcons. They can get their, shit together, proverbially saying. But these guys feel the most consistent, right? They've won the big lands this year. They're continuing to level up. And man, the bar just keeps being raised.
Cleanest victory that perhaps DreamLeague has ever seen. Just an outstanding performance by Parivision in this finals and in the entirety of the tournament. They will close things out with a perfect 3-0.
Congratulations to Paravision. I don't think the result is much of a surprise, but the cleanliness and even the diversity from the 3 games that we saw in this grand finals, Effie, is definitely outstanding.
I mean, this team is just so ridiculously good. And it feels like they can win with anything. They can win with unfavorable lanes. They can bust out Pudge, win off of that. They can play Carry Mars with a mid-draw, win off of that. This one, their draft didn't look like anything too unusual, but let's not forget that they were down in net worth, and they just managed to clutch it out anyway. How do you beat this team if you can't outdraft them, you can't out-teamfight them, you can't out-execute them, and you can't out-surprise factor them?
I mean, they even pick losing matchups, and they take that bad net worth, and then they eventually get into a state of the game where it just doesn't really matter that much because they're just picking the right heroes for the game. So the Ember Spirit ended up paying off despite the laning stage going bad, despite GPK getting like 5+ assassinate kills in the laning stage and shortly after. Like they're just such a good team.
Yeah, this is the sort of team that, I don't know, they feel like the Duraccio Tundra iteration where they're just so good that other teams need to catch up to them. Like there's something that they're doing that is just different. And it might come from the satanic factor. I mean, people questioned when he joined the team, but like that ability to always have a guy that's top net worth and then a team around him where as long as he's doing okay, they can make something happen. But then DM all of a sudden in every game is going deathless as well, and is like one of the most consistent offlaners too. But there's some way that they think about Dota that is uniquely different from all the other teams, and I feel like every team is going to be on the hunt to figure out what that is.
It just feels like they are so insanely confident in everything they do. It's very hard to catch them off guard. It's hard to draft against them. It's even when you get a couple of kills, it's hard to turn that into anything meaningful in the game. Somebody is always farming. I feel like, yeah, it's just an incredibly hard team to beat. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I feel like they got the hard carry in Satanic that's obviously very strong. Then they have the flex potential of all the heroes that we saw. Basically, that was one of the big reasons why last year Falcons had such a dominating run. So they got the flex potential down. Then they have a support duo that I think is one of the best right now. I think 9class needs to be mentioned there again, because you never know what he's going to bring, and he is inventing things still.
He's inventing things, but he's also so consistently strong at laning that like he gets his other heroes off to a good start despite like picking heroes that would otherwise be griefing the game. You know, he's doing like jungle Huskars, jungle Venos and things like that, and like making so much space for a player like Satanic while also letting DM go deathless in so many games. Like he, like Pudge going mid, like Pudge support. Usually people don't do this because it's a grief. Like you grief your lane, but DM's just fine because anytime you see 9class rotate out of the lane, it's when the lane is in like a perfect position. He's already set it up for success. So yeah, this is just like the perfect storm of a team right now.
Yeah, it's looking very good for them to go into the season, I would say. Like the season with the big ones. And I'm talking about, of course, the Esports World Cup. I'm talking about TI. I think Dota 2, Misery, you can attest to this. It's very much about peaking at the right time, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it used to be like that, very much so. I think even now people still want to win those tournaments because they're most prestigious. But yeah, it's always a bit hard to say going into those tournaments. A lot of things can happen. Yeah, so that just because Paravision does well here does not necessarily mean they're going to do well at EWC or TI, but they're definitely looking like the favorites for now.
I think they will do well at EWC and TI because typically when teams peak too early, they're like very specific in their style of play where their heroes will eventually get nerfed or people will catch on to what it is they're playing. Like for example, Falcons, the 3 tanky Strength Flex, it was good for a very long time, but it's at the point where it's not as viable anymore. Whereas with Paravision, I do feel like they can play every style of Dota, because before they played like this with their creative heroes, they were the Chen team, right? They stopped being the Chen team, and then they started being the late game team with Satanic. And then they became the team that can also play Pudge. And oh, guess what? They can play Enigma, and they can play Lycan, but they can also just play Centaur.
And then they're the Chen team again.
And now they're the Chen team again. Like, it just doesn't feel like a patch could come in where Paravision don't have heroes unique to them that they're very good at. Their hero pools are just way too wide.
I think also, just to add on that they are just a milestone better than everybody else, at least at this event. Of course, there's no Tundra and Spirit and things like that here, but it does feel like they are just that level or two above everybody else, and that gives you a long mileage, you could say.
Oh, I would say so.
Yeah.
I would say that too, especially if you consider. I mean, we handed out a lot of points in this season for the Esports World Cup. Paravision ends with more than 10k points above the team that's after that, which I believe is still BetBoom. So it's a high amount of points, as we do have the score distribution for this DreamLeague Season 26, as we now have our final rankings. And of course, with that, with all these points handed out, we also have our top 8, which, to be fair, we already had a couple days ago, but we do now officially, because now everything is done and dusted. We invite the top 8 of the leaderboards, and we add 2. We add the defending championship, Gaming Gladiators, and we have the Asian Championships League finals as well, the finalists in Extreme Gaming. The rest will all be decided via qualifiers. But this is looking pretty stacked, Purge.
It does look really stacked. Yeah, a lot of really good teams. Happy for Flipster Talon to make their way into the tournament with an amazing performance at this tournament. Everybody should be really proud on that team because they did look fantastic. Just BetBoom and Paravision were next level, and obviously Paravision next level above BetBoom in this case. So not a lot of slots left, and one in each of those remaining regions means those qualifiers are going to be crazy hectic.
And Aurora, of course. Shout out to my boy Nightfall. I still don't have his coffee order. Why do you keep declining the interviews, Nightfall? I'm gonna see you at home, and I'm gonna be upset with you. But I can't wait that we get to see another BetBoom Aurora matchup in Riyadh Masters Esports World Cup, of course. And then also Tundra versus Paravision. That's a classic as well. There's a lot of classicos here.
Yeah, and Tundra, they weren't at this DreamLeague, but they won the most recent Blast tournament versus Paravision. They beat them 3-1, I believe. Was it 3-1, Missouri? You were there too.
Paravision actually dropped out pretty early at that event. The final was Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, it was because that was the one where Astini wasn't with the squad.
Yeah.
It was Jerax and said, oh yeah, they did drop out in the gauntlet, but they did lose. They dropped out to Tundra, I believe. Was it not? Because I remember that Tundra did some like farming strategy, and then they just showed up out of nowhere with the Sand King.
I can't remember. It was either Tundra or Spirit, I think.
Either way, Paravision did bleed at that tournament. And let's not forget that Tundra, their strength is still there. Falcons, at any point, something could click for them, and they're back to being one of the strongest teams. Liquid as well. It's so many contenders.
I mean, keep in mind, Paravision has had a very dominant run this year, but in terms of first places, this is, I'm going to put this between quotation marks because it is still a lot. It's only their third first place this year, with obviously ESL 1 Bangkok and ESL 1 Raleigh being the previous two that they won. But they've had such a dominant year, and I can't wait to talk. And we have the dog! Sorry, I was very distracted there for a second.
You said there would be 2 people we're interviewing, not 3, Sheever.
No, this is nice. Hey guys, congratulations on a fantastic grand finals. Very clean, very cool. Obviously, people know the callers, people know DM. DM, would you mind introducing our third member here on the screens?
It's my dog, the Chronic. So yeah, here he is.
Super cute, super cute.
Chilling around.
All right, we got a couple questions for you guys, and I think DM, my first question for you is, we've seen you guys with an incredible flex potential in terms of where the heroes are gonna go. With Dota 2 Pro Tracker being dead, how do you still keep up with finding new heroes to play on the offlane and finding new heroes that can be played in multiple roles?
I think it happens from us playing a lot of pubs, because sometimes people come in with new ideas, actually a lot of them coming from Duka, and sometimes coach saying some new ideas, sometimes I'm just finding myself some ideas, and that's how we just improving the hero pool, I guess.
That makes sense. Dukalis, I know from you guys talking about it in the past that it's Astini that is the guy that you and the team have to hold back in terms of the crazy ideas that he sometimes brings up. What's the craziest idea during this Dream League that you guys had to veto from him?
I mean, not sure I can say this, but I will say like it's gonna be 1 month more. He said to me like, can you try Brew 5? Like maybe it can work. And I said to him, yeah, I can try, but it's like it's super crazy idea for sure.
Well, at the moment, I feel like the position 5 pool for you is actually one of the least big variation of heroes. How do you feel about that? You're like the only one that just has to play the same heroes very frequently.
In our team we have a joke that previous patch was like I'm playing in prison, that I need to play Jakira, Warlock, Ringmaster and like repeat this circle. And A, yeah. And like in this patch I can actually choose my heroes. But yesterday day was funny because like I played 5 games in a row in Undying and PUB. And like so I'm back from Jakira to Undying. But yeah, it's like it's actually fun to play.
Oh, congratulations! Enjoying the freedom then I see.
I guess I could ask a question about your drafting, because I feel like you often make really good decisions late in the draft, and I'm curious how you manage the conversation to be like controlled. Sometimes in the later drafts, if you have different ideas, it can collapse and you can end up with maybe the wrong ideas, but you always seem to make good choices in late drafts. So I'm curious how you manage to keep the conversation calm and collected, if that makes sense.
I think DM can say, because like he's the guy who is pressing button with Astini, but from my side I can say that it just if we over spam, we just say chill guys and let's go like to one idea, something like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said kinda correct. Like when we over spam, we just say guys, let's not spam, let Astini say. Then Astini says like let's do this and this, and then we're like following kinda this. Because we have him drafting and we should be like respecting his voice the most, I think. So yeah, that's how it's going.
Nice.
DM, I have a question about Brewmaster. The heroes had a negative win rate at the tournament, but it feels like you guys win with it every time. Is your team just playing around it better, or is there something special you're doing that you think is making you win more?
To be honest, I think it's like a combination of some stuff. Like first of all, my team is very good and skilled at Dota, so we win more than the others on this tournament. And second of all, we pick Brewmaster in good games, I think. That's kind of the secret.
Okay, great, thanks.
I can tell you guys why it's so low, because it's only DM on the tournament, but no Toby Dota. Toby would show everyone how to play Brew.
Yeah, I have a question to both of you, if any of you want to answer. But when you guys are drafting or talking about the game, how much do you emphasize on lanes versus overall strategy? Because there are some teams in the tournament that draft to win lanes, but then they lose. How do you guys talk about that?
I think we don't usually like talk much about this, but we just talking about like so we're not getting like super punished. For example, like we don't want to put Ember against Huskar mid or against DP, which will snowball the game. Because I think it's fine to a bit lose lane, but for sure not like super hard. But I think it depends like what enemies ban for us, what we want to play this day. We can sometimes cheese like in 20 minutes with Chen. Sometimes we can play like last game just pushing on enemy sides and not taking fair 5v5. So I think it's like we're not talking about this and we can choose like from these two options. And I think it's why we really strong now, because we kind of open for both situations.
Hey Dookie, hey DM. Sorry DM, do you have something to say?
No, I just said he said all the facts.
Okay. I wanted to ask you guys about your pubs. I know you guys probably, like, out of all the teams, you probably played most pubs. You've always been pub stars. And I wonder how you practice in pubs to make it work in competitive. Like, do you ever pick yourself intentionally dog shit matchups in pubs just so that way in competitive, when you get totally countered, you know how to play against it? Like, what are your strategies for practicing for competitive in pubs?
I think...
Yeah,
you can say. Yeah. Okay.
So polite.
Sometimes we queue together and one guy can say, okay, I want to practice this hero and I want to play against this hero. And then we just pick these heroes and stay against each other. Let's say I did with Satanic few times. So yeah, this is kind of our way to practice.
For me, I just pick like what I think is imba and just non-stop spam it. So, for example, I have 7 wins on Undying in a row, or like on Disruptor it's 13 right now. But like I cannot pick it on this tournament. But I think Hero is really strong. Maybe on TI and Riyadh Quals we're gonna see it, because like it's full imba.
Okay, DM, I have a question for you. So, is there a hero that 9 class could pick where you finally say, oh no, this guy's gonna grief my lane? Like, does that ever happen to you, or do you just trust every hero that he wants to play?
No. I mean, this actually didn't happen a single time. It's just with some heroes, sometimes it's harder to choose a lane, and some heroes can have bad dose-ups interaction, I would say. So this is only a bad thing can happen, but it's not always about the hero. Any hero can work. It can be, I don't know, Visage +4, I don't know, can be Ember Spirit +4, any hero can work. It's just about we need to optimize the hero with other heroes. That's how.
Okay, so you're telling me if he proposed to you, position 4 Broodmother, you would fully trust him?
Yes.
Wow.
If he will say there is a reason for it, let's say he go position 4 Broodmother versus Huskar carry, and then Huskar is not healing under his webs. Why not?
That's awesome.
Right.
Trust is very important. I have one more question about the identity that you guys have as a team. We're really struggling to get a grip on like saying that, oh, you know, this team Paravision, they like to split push, they like to team fight, they like to do this, because it seems like you guys can kind of win from any position with like any type of hero. So I'm wondering how you guys would actually describe your identity as a team.
As I said, like we can choose from options we have on draft, like what we like today to play. But I think the most important thing is that we improved after Blast, that we struggled before. It's like mental state, and we really improved on this. We, you know, cheer for each other in game, we help each other, and I think that's why we can win from any point of the game, because we always positive, we trying our best, you know, nobody tilts, because I see a lot of teams, for example, even this tournament, I'm not gonna name like which one, but I see on webcams they like tilted after
I know the team.
dying
I
or
know
something.
the team.
And it's like, it's whatever for me, like it's their team and they can do everything they want. I don't judge people, but in our team it's not anymore allowed, and we worked on this, and I think that's why we, you know, on winning streak right now kinda as well.
That's very cool.
Aurora should pay attention to this interview, I think.
I think they should. You guys, you've been playing in almost every single tournament that you could play in for, you know, basically since you guys formed as this roster. I know you're not playing anything until you're going to be playing at EWC. What's the plan? That's like a month. Yeah, I don't think you guys have ever had a month without a competitive tournament. So what's the plan? What are you going to do?
I mean, we actually gonna have Fisher. We decided not to play PGL Wallachia, but we're gonna play Fisher. I mean, just chill. You know, like try to back our energy and all the stuff. But yeah, something like this. It's like, I think it's really, really good to have this time, so we don't burn out until TI as well. Yeah.
And how DM, how do you balance that? Because of course, that also means that if everybody takes it a little bit more chill, maybe coming into EWC, how do you make sure that you're still on top of your game, like as you are now?
I mean, obviously, before EWC, I'll just play a lot of pubs and we'll play scrims, so we'll be back into shape. And maybe, like, my life gonna be, like, I'm not gonna go travel anywhere right now. I'll just be home, streaming and playing pubs. Maybe. I never know.
Ooh, so, promising a stream for the people. That's nice. That's a good one right there. I'm looking forward to that one. And I do also hope that you guys can get some well-deserved relaxation time, because it has been quite a filled year of Dota 2. Congratulations, I want to say once again, obviously to you two, but to your entire team. What are you going to do to celebrate? Is there a celebration, or is that literally just laying flat on the couch and just enjoying nothingness?
Today, Belgrade is gonna, you know, pop off. Like,
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. How about you, DM?
And I'll just go have like... on like Electra scooters, you know? Like, I'll just travel around the city. It's my hobby, kinda. And then I'll just walk with my dog for some time. So, yeah, I'll just be chilling.
That both sounds very good, actually. Very cool. I wish you the happiest of Sunday evenings, the most chill Sunday evenings as well, in some cases. Congratulations once again, guys. And thank you, of course, for taking the time to join us here on the
Thank you a lot.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Also.
Thank you both. I mean, they were just super happy, obviously. to have won. It's also very, very realistic. I also think that in terms of evening plans of celebration, DMs sounds very nice.
Yeah, that was polar opposite. It's like, Dukal's like, I'm going to get fucked up tonight. DM's like, I'm going to walk my dog.
No,
They're
I
so
write
wholesome.
scooters.
They're so wholesome, though.
Yeah,
They're just great to talk to. I love their team dynamic. They seem to be really happy in playing with each other. And what stands out to me is how much they trust each other, too. Like, you ask them bait questions, they're like, no, I trust my teammates. You talk to Noah, and he's like, they carried me. I knew they would carry me. They're the best.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
It's awesome.
It's amazing how important like the winning teams they have to have like good mental attitudes, to trust each other, to not get mad at each other. Like that non-toxicity, the opposite of toxicity, that's really what changes some like tier 1 team into like the S tier team that like stomps multiple tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, they even described their identity as we have a good attitude. Like I was expecting a Dota answer, but they're like, nah, we're just like PMA. That's our identity. And it makes sense. Like that's why it's so hard to come to terms with what is their identity as a team. And it's only because they're PMA that they can kind of adapt to anything.
And they're good Dota players.
I mean,
you gotta have
PMA
both.
is basically we'll make anything work for each other, right? So then any strategy kind of falls under that umbrella as well. I will say that we've got ourselves a champion for Dream League Season 26. And that also means that has been the end of the season. Misery, any final words? When we're looking back, it's been 14 days straight of broadcast.
Yeah.
It's a marathon.
It's been a lot of Dota,
Yeah.
a lot of interesting games, a new patch. I think we've seen a lot of new heroes and strategies. So it's been a lot of fun, and I think we found the right winner in the end, for sure.
Yeah.
So exciting. Looking forward for the next one.
Same. How about it, Purge?
Yeah, it's been a really good season. Happy to be here. I love the Jazz theme.
Yeah.
Got to take out all the clothes that I never wear in my closet because I thought they were too weird. This was the perfect tournament for it. That's all. Who's next? Go ahead. Someone take that.
Go ahead.
Dream Leagues are always fun. I'm glad to be here. I also fact-checked what we talked about earlier. So they did lose 7-8 at Blast to Team Spirit. And now I'm glad they said they took a break, because now I think Paravision, with a break, they're just going to beat up anyone they see, including the teams they lost to, like Team Spirit. I'm just happy I got to be part of their journey, because I feel like we could be looking at the potential TI winners this year.
No, actually, Aurora's going to win TI Shiver.
Oh my goodness.
But I'm,
You know what? I think they're very lucky to have you as their diehard fan.
I think Nightfall is the best carry since Prime Nightfall Purge. I don't know if you've heard me saying that.
Really?
Well, you know what I love about Dream Leagues? I love that every single time there's a patch, and every single time Purge has to stay up until 5 a.m. and then wake up at 8 a.m. and then do the morning shift right afterwards. That's the funniest thing to me every single time.
How often has that happened, actually? Quite
It's like 2 or 3 in a row, yeah. It's been a little sick of it, I'm going to be real.
Give him his Jazz theme. I mean, he deserves it at this point.
Any other theme you want to throw into the hat while we're at it?
Oh, Dragon's Den. Not the business show, but like actual dragons and...
What would you wear?
Lord of the Rings. I don't know, armor?
It's like medieval.
Yeah, medieval.
Armor.
Yeah, because you have one in your
Relics,
closet?
maybe?
Relics? Please wishlist Relic Arena. Fever. I would like to end the show by selling steam.com/relics.
Great URL.
What a great closing statement.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
Thank you guys for tuning in. We've had a fantastic season. I am assuming you guys did as well, because I think that's the only way you can enjoy Dream League Season 26. And congratulations once again to Paravision. Fantastic run, looking like the absolute best team here for sure. And we'll see if they can keep up their momentum going into the Esports World Cup in just a month's time. But this season has come to an end. Whew. I want to also say thank you on behalf of everyone supporting us to be here. Obviously, people behind the camera, but also everybody, the whole team that has worked to be here today, to be able to see these teams play their hearts out and play for endpoints and also large amounts of money, which is also wonderful. We didn't even mention that Paravision won large amounts of money. That seems to be...
This happens every couple months for them.
It's all
no
about
big
the
deal.
points, Fever.
It is all about
It's
points.
all about the
But
points
they already
here.
had those points up. Either way, that is... I'm not going to distract you guys again. That is the ending of Dream League Season 26. But of course, it wouldn't be Dream League 26 without the PogChamp Pandas. So we're going to close it with a proper PogChamp Pandas encore.
haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
In my chest, it's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. I'm lost in the shadows. Tell me, what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue.